Grace and peace, fair use.
The captain for Carnival Cruise Lines, and you told me an interesting story that you used to be Jewish, right?
Yes.
And you converted to Catholicism.
Yes.
And I said, what do you mean? He says, I was once deathly ill. I called for a rabbi, and no rabbi would come. And then they sent a priest, and the priest did such a beautiful service, he told me, that he was so moved that he decided right then and there to convert to Catholicism.
I want y'all thoughts on this right here. What does purge mean? It's time for a purging.
I explained to you that Jesus wore a tefillin every single day because
there's some stuff we doing over here that we don't have no precedence. We don't see it as, we don't see it established. We don't see it done with the original Israelites in the first century church. It's time for purging.
He was Jewish, so I said that we need to put on tefillin because you were born Jewish, you got a Jewish soul, and that's what we're doing.
God bless.
And you're going to take me on the cruise line.
Anytime.
All right, I love it.
Listen.
Anochi mitzavecha hayom.
The ocean has a way of humbling you.
Anyway, I try to explain to him, once a Jew, always a Jew. Jew can't un-Jew you.
All right. Y'all heard that. I'm gonna stop that right there. I'm gonna play a little, I'm gonna play a couple of things. There's no rush. This has been heavy on my spirit right here. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play some of this whilst people coming in. What I mean when I say it's been heavy on my spirit, we're the mystics.
Hallelujah. You have won the victory. Hallelujah. You have won it all for me. 'Cause death could not hold you down. You are the risen King. You're seated in majesty. Lord, you are the risen King. Somebody say hallelujah, hallelujah. You have won the victory. Say hallelujah. Hallelujah. You've won it all for me. You have won it all. Declare. Death could not hold you. Could not hold you down. You are the risen King. You are the risen King. You're seated in majesty. Seated in majesty. You are the risen King. Come on, we're going to lift it together again. Lift it high and say hallelujah. Hallelujah. You've won the victory. You have won the victory. No one compares to you, Lord. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. What a conqueror you are. You have won it all for me. Death could not hold you. Down. You are the risen King. You are the risen King. Seated in majesty. Seated in majesty. You are the risen King. Let's take it up. Oh, hallelujah. Hallelujah. You have won the victory. You have won the victory.
right, let me see. Let me see who's in here. I'm getting ready to bother. I wonder if y'all can hear me. I'm ready to bother some of y'all. Oh, Gino, I didn't know. Hold on a minute. I didn't know you was Israel. I'm getting ready to bother some folks in here today. I got this playing low. I'm gonna oh, you couldn't hear? I'm going to close. Where am I gonna go first? Nope, I want to close this one. I'll get back to bothering y'all. Oh, it looks like I'm gonna be all over the place. It looks like I'm all over the place all the time, but I'm gonna really be all over the place today. Let me see. Matter of fact, I'm gonna stop this right here. I'm gonna stop that right there altogether, and I'm gonna give y'all some of some. Matter of fact, where's that other camera? I think I might turn the camera on today. Not so y'all can see me, so y'all can see some other sites. But not that right there. Let me start right here. I'm gonna bother y'all. The worshipers of Baba Shah, those that know all things. I'm looking for all type of people today. Them cult leaders that got the answer. I'm looking for all type of folk today. Let me see if somebody put a definition of a purge. What a purge is. I know y'all watch movies, but what do they mean when they say a purging? Let me play some of this right here. Y'all know I hit Moray and Waddle yesterday, and he did say that he was busy. That he was getting ready to jump on and take care of some stuff. And look where we found him. Let's listen to some of this right here. Oldest black synagogue. Oh, they want to come over here and bother me because we discuss a lot of things Jewish, Israel. The vocab do the same thing, but it's a different energy. I'm going to talk about them folk in Christianity too. It's okay. I'm one of them. I think all of us at one time or another has lived what some would call, or even ourselves judge and call, hypocritical lives. Don't worry, we going somewhere. Fair use.
Just your overall picture of what you've learned about the Black Jewish synagogue that we're going to be covering today.
The oldest black Jewish synagogue. They don't believe in Jesus, but vocab's talking about them. And he gets someone. This is the gentleman that vocab connected us with when we wanted to reach out to Dr. Brown, speaking on the feast days. Kind of expert in the field. He's out in Pennsylvania, I believe it is. Been involved in messianic ministry for maybe going on 2 decades now. So he got a little bit of knowledge in the field. He believed on the Lord Jesus Christ. Vocab gave him a wrench, y'all. So we got a wrench over there. So one thing we're not going to do, because vocab in them that's recognized believe that he's saved. So one thing you inquisitors over here not finna do is throw everybody in the garbage can, especially if they think they come from a tradition. He was on, Pastor Mike was on, Elder Green was on, so Berean wasn't going sideways with none of that crazy Masonic influence, occult New World, none of that garbage. I brought the 2 elders on, the 2 pastors on, and they heard everything that Dunamis was questioning, what he was saying to this gentleman right here, and they heard everything. And Pastor Mike, in the closing, Pastor Mike said, I see nothing wrong. Same Pastor Mike that was on last night, y'all. Yep. When the leaders of the whole Detroit thing down there. What time of the morning was it? Bruce hit me about something with the sports and the draft down there in Detroit. I tell y'all there's something different about them folk. But I got all type of friends. So I'm going to just shut my mouth. Let me let this play.
Yeah, so in the short time that we spend time looking at it, it seems that they seem to be in the same thread. They remind me of emerging Jewish communities. And people talk about this often, the emerging Jewish community, whether it's mixed marriages in traditional Jewish communities where you have a whole influx of people that weren't raised in Judaism, or you have communities of people that maybe were disconnected from Judaism that are seeking to reconnect to it, and they don't seem to have a line of secession of tradition of embracing Judaism. So there seems to be a lot of reconstruction of what Judaism looks like in their own circles. So it looks different than what you would find in normative other Jewish communities that have a track record of Jewish tradition that's intact.
How do you know so much about what goes on in synagogues?
So my synagogue is a Messianic synagogue, but a lot of what we do is really traditional. I mean, we read from a Torah scroll. We have an Aaron Kodesh, which is an ark in the front. I mean, we're trained in the traditional things. So that was my study. I did my undergrad in Jewish studies and religion studies. So that's a great.
He has a degree in this. He's been in the synagogue. They're traditional. They reading from scroll. Oh, that's ancient. That's ancient. Because one thing I know, the Inquisitors can't help themselves. They looking for the devil worship. They looking for the devil worship. I'm going to take it to Africa with this same Judaism, because a lot of people want to say that this Jewish tradition is just as ancient in the land of Africa that you can call it African born. Woo! Woo, them racists ain't going to like that. Let the racists come forth today. I got all type of friends. I tell y'all, sometimes you might see me coming out of church and I might be talking to somebody, and them other guys you see me on the corner talking, them ain't your friends. You driving off, you better look in your rear view mirror and make sure them guys ain't following you. They ain't right. But they my friends, but they ain't right.
Passion of mine. I'm heavily immersed in rabbinic text and literature, so I'm all about that.
Woo! Y'all the folk don't like that. Rabbinic text, woo! Y'all don't like that. Somebody call Seminary Cove right now. Elder Green with his old scary. Where my phone at? Let me call old scary. Elder Green ain't one thing. Elder Green, he ain't got no time. Elder Green, I think Elder Green younger than me, but he ain't got no time for a lot of stuff. He don't. You could tell some folk that come from the big city, they just like beef. They just like beef. Other people, they just like peace. They want to take it easy. I'll be down south. I'll be online. I'll be like, my God, what's going on? Them people just be up there talking and they just moving nice and slow, and everybody is just, oh, good morning, how you doing? And I'm like, oh, in my mind, I've been saying bad things. I'm gonna talk about my friends today. Hey, it ain't nothing new. I do it every day. Fair use.
All right. And do you visit different congregations or more just have conversations as far as?
Not as much. More conversation. Yeah, more conversations. More engaging, more engaging with primary text.
All right, excellent.
Bereans not fighting the Israelites. Vocab is doing a great work. He fighting the. Why Vocab on here with all these Jewish people, with all this Jewish stuff and all this history and all that? Why Vocab on here doing that? Maybe it's to educate the people. Maybe he's doing it the nice Christian church way, and maybe I'm doing it the block, the barbershop, the hood way.
Okay, well, we're gonna do a little bit of that today. So here's the situation. We go way back in 2017. Okay, so this is something that happened about 7 years. Well, hold on, actually 2017. It's going on 7 years ago. It was in the fall. To the congregation we're going to be talking about. So this is to set the context here. So
a little bit on the outside, the shattered windows, the roof, a lot of charred along the roof as well. They've still got ladder trucks on scene. They are getting ready to clear out, and at that point, investigators will take over, and they are expected to be here.
So Vocab's not hiding the fact that there were black Jewish synagogues even back in the days. What that other group said? If it ain't how you speak, it ain't the truth. Ain't no other truth. They lied to us. Y'all got to be careful when I'm gonna give y'all a list of statements. When people start coming around with them statements, you need to be on go do your research. You need to be on your guard. When they say do your research, you better check it out, because most likely what I'm telling you is pseudo and nonsense. Every time I hear somebody say go do your research, what I'm saying is pseudo and nonsense. 99% of the time. I'm gonna help y'all out today. I'm gonna help y'all real good
for the next few hours to figure out what caused this fire. But I also want to show you some video from earlier this morning. This started around 9 o'clock this morning, and show you what it looked like with those flames coming out of the roof. A couple minutes ago, I spoke to Rabbi Baruch.
Look at this interference. He said, ask Vocab about them tunnels. We talking about black Jews right now. Black Jews right now. Do them black Jews got tunnels? Maybe they do. I haven't heard about them, but we'll get in the tunnels. We know the Mexican, we know the cartel, we know people dig tunnels. We know tunnels was in the Old Testament back in the days. Tunnels was found in Jerusalem. All right, people got a history of tunnels, and some of them been involved in the Bible, but we dealing with something different right now. Interference will have us looking over here whilst they pickpocketing you. They pulling out your wallet to get your credit card numbers over there. Be careful with the interference.
Baruch Yehuda, who tells me the building has been here since the 1700s. He tells me it has been a synagogue since about 1860. He has been a rabbi here for the last 10 years, and he tells me he is absolutely devastated to see this, and so is the congregation this morning. He tells me the Torahs, they were both salvaged, but it is still unclear what condition they are in right now. He's kind of going through the building.
The Torahs were salvaged, but they don't know what condition. Usually these synagogues have old Torah scroll and represent the word of God. And I know some of y'all may say that's idol worship, but they don't want the word burnt. They hold them Torahs in high esteem.
With firefighters working to see what else is still.
Is that a sin? Call the pure, call the holy. Is it a sin to hold the Torah in high esteem?
Salvageable from the synagogue itself. We are told 2 firefighters had minor injuries. They were Rabbi. Take a listen to what he had to say.
So that is absolutely my intention, to rebuild right here on this corner. If God give us the strength and the ability, right here on this corner, B'nai Dot will rise again. Right here on this corner.
Wait a minute, what type of black? This a rabbi, huh? Okay, all right.
And he is going to be rebuilding with that Star of David. You see right there, an absolute miracle. He tells me the Star of David, the Magen David.
Y'all timestamp this. Watch them black devils. Watch that cult. Watch them cults take this and try to twist something. Satan loved, he came in the garden. That's how you know who the children of the wicked one is. They'll take a video, they'll take a clip, and they won't give you context. They'll take it and run it and twist it. We laughing and joking and blowing it, Bruce. A demon will take it and do something different. Did God really say?
Still intact. Everything around it was burned up. At this point, though, again, firefighters still working to figure out exactly what started this fire. We're live in Bedford Stuyvesant, Brooklyn. Mark Liverman, CBS 2 News.
Rabbi Eduardo, you ever been to Brooklyn?
Yeah, I was born and raised in Brooklyn, man.
Shout out to Brooklyn.
Lived in Brooklyn till I was 21 years old. I actually visited an Israelite congregation way back when. I don't think I ever told you this.
What?
But way back when, I visited an Israelite congregation a long time ago.
Well, how'd that
There
go?
was one on, I think it was on Linden Boulevard. It was actually an Orthodox synagogue. So there were a whole bunch of, it was a very predominantly Jewish neighborhood where I lived in East New York.
Mhm.
And a lot of the Jews actually moved out. So the Israelite church bought the congregation, this Israelite congregation, and it was very much like had the structure of like a synagogue. So I was probably like 19 years old when I met them.
We got to figure out what
It was crazy.
what the name of that group was.
Was set up or structured like a synagogue. Call the pure. Call the pure, y'all. Call the pure. We might do some occult teaching today. Then remember what he just said. That rabbi got a degree in this. He's been doing this for some years, and we recognize him as someone that we can say is an expert in this thing here. He studied the history. He got an idea what he's talking about. That's like when he said it was malleable, and he started showing y'all. So he gave y'all examples. Let's keep going. Where all the cult police at? Because I'm gonna ask y'all a question, and I'm gonna take y'all to. Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna take you to Gad. I'm gonna take you to Africa, to you black Torah people. I'm gonna take y'all down there too. Then I'm gonna ask y'all some questions. What say ye about the East? Where the squares at? What say ye about the East? Now you got the apologists, everybody running around in the Freemasons and the divine, and they the devil worshipers, and we're gonna talk about the gatekeepers, but we're gonna talk about we're gonna deal with a little bit of the esoteric stuff. Because you got different people preaching out of different books. Some folks said God got 2 books. What are those 2 books? And then I'm doing this for free. I'm gonna do this for free. but y'all got to answer some questions. I'm gonna see where y'all at today. Somebody let me call Leon, harass them. They don't even like what Berea, Lord, what the Berea calling me. Y'all, they be running from me.
Yeah, for sure.
And so
it brought back memories today when I was watching the service today of this congregation.
This congregation experienced a real tragedy. It wasn't their fault. There was a contractor, 71-year-old man, and he used the wrong kind of torch. And so the fire started in the morning and just ripped through the building because, these structures back then, it's a lot of wood. And this building had been around since the 1700s. And when they went into Brooklyn to establish it, it was a group of Black Jewish folks from Harlem. They went in there to establish it, and they saw this boarded up synagogue and thought that's the perfect place. And so they bought it from the previous congregation, which I believe was Ashkenazi, but don't quote me on that. I don't know 100%. I got the name written down somewhere. But they bought it from them and have been there, I think, 70 years or so, something like that. Or at least the congregation itself. I think they purchased the building maybe in the 70s, but I think they started their thing in the 50s. Along those lines, though, so we're talking about a group that's been around a while. And to those who are wondering, the group that we're covering, this group of Black Jewish practitioners, they came out of Wentworth Matthews' congregation. Now, I've reached out to the Rabbi Baruch Yehuda. I heard he is very kind and inviting, and so he may be interested at some point in sharing his thoughts. We understand this is a tragedy. Do you know much about? Do you hear much about sort of synagogues catching on fire, this kind of thing, yourself?
No, not as much. But what I do think is interesting is that they found a boarded up synagogue and they really jumped on top of it. And it's very appealing for someone who is seeking to have a Jewish congregation with a Jewish flavor to buy a building.
This is very, very important for where we may be going today in the teachings, y'all. I'm going to take you back. I'm going to take you for you barbershop people. You are the folk. Everybody's a demon. Everybody's a devil worship. And I ask y'all, let me see, did they answer the question? Did y'all answer the question? The two greatest books on the planet that they believe God is speaking from? It's two books. One we call the Bible. Say what you want. The Bible is the most popular, most translated in any language on the face of the earth, most popular, most translated book on the whole planet. I think only Harry Potter outsold the Bible in a few years dealing with translations. Multiple languages. We got some other thing. Who else? What's the girl that got hit in her head with the rock? That other Sabbath mystic. That white bro, Ella G. White. She got some stuff translated in a lot of languages too. But the other book, some people say, comes from the ancient studying Enoch and so many other people. And then David and them other folk wrote about it inside somewhere where that book said the heavens declare the glory of God. There was a book that Solomon and them studied that was nature, that was the star, the sun, the moon, the planets. Now, did God create everything and establish the heavens and the stars where they are in the sky? Oh, I'm asking y'all all this for a reason. Y'all gonna answer today. I'm not gonna waste my. Y'all gonna answer. And if God did Satan come afterwards and change some arrangements, some things around? What happened with the fall? We're gonna talk about the preaching from the two books. Because everybody's not preaching from the Bible. Some people are preaching from the stars. Let's listen.
Building that was an Orthodox synagogue. There's a couple of benefits for that because the building already faces east. You could imagine doing construction in New York City and Brooklyn is going to be very expensive to rearrange the building, the orientation. That's very difficult. It's important in Judaism to have the building face the east. So
it's important in Judaism to have the building face the east. The east is so important in Freemasonry. The master sits in the east. Remember, the heavens declare the glory of God. Let's hear this right here. The east. And then somebody gonna say, well, like the light and shine from the east and the west, so shall the coming of the Son of Man. And early churches will face towards the east, and other people said there were other temples towards the east and the rising of the sun, and the east was symbolic of two things. But okay, the church say it's devil worship, it's pagan, it's the sun, right? And I got some of the barbershop people, right? Ezekiel, correct, right, y'all? I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm asking you questions. I can give you some scripture. You need us to go to Ezekiel and see what the priests were doing?
When the congregant is praying,
when we're dealing with the Eastern symbolism, I'm going to show you something.
And they're standing, they're facing east already while they're doing the prayers. So it would be beneficial for them to buy a building that was already a synagogue.
So you think the idea it's important with the facing.
Okay, God said you got to pray towards the motherland. Did Daniel and them, did they do that in captivity? Open up the window and pray towards the, because you know the early Muslims, before they started beefing about who the promised one was, the early Muslims even prayed towards Jerusalem, right? My Pentecostal people, sometimes we pray towards Rikers Island. All them brothers in there locked up facing all type of charges. Oh, that's mystical. Never mind. That's a cult. That's all devil worship. When you got to pray in the direction, that's devil worship. I could pray to God anywhere. I could pray to God anytime. I ain't gotta face a direction. But a tradition comes from that, and all of those traditions have explanations, and everything is not devil worship.
East, and so that kind of makes it a convenient transition
to the simple old thing. It's easy just to tell everybody, oh, that's devil worship, because somebody else is doing it. Oh, that's devil worship. But then when you find the same thing in your tradition, is it the same energy, or now you're like, wait a minute, my people talking to the dead?
Sure, 100%.
100%. So there is one. I'm gonna show a few more. This is when they were trying to rebuild.
Matter of fact, wait. Let me stop with this for a minute. Let me get some wreck. Because they both of them light skinned, and I know it's a bunch of y'all folk can't really take the light skin. Let me take y'all to something else. This the pure doctrine over here. Let me take you to the pure people, because y'all got complexion anointing. Somebody call Bruce. I wonder if white folk can have the Spirit of God on them, that they can preach the gospel. Or it's just another level of anointing, because light-skinned people can't really. I know we said they could be saved. And it's a lot of y'all running around here saying, no, the oracles were given to black people. When they say Israel, they just mean people that look like me. Oracles were given to us, and nobody else can preach by the anointing or the power of God. They might be too light-skinned for a lot of y'all mystics in here. Let's go to the dark-skinned folk, because they really got the anointing. They got the original anointing. Oh, we're going to purge today. That's what we finna do. Let me let some of this. Let me see what's going on here. See, we can start right here. Type one if y'all can hear that.
Majesty, the King of the Igbos up in Guinea. My brother, please reintroduce yourself too.
Odumobi the sixth of Iduere Kingdom.
Now, what kind of getup he got on here? What kind of regalia? What he wearing right here? Call Ella Green right now. What he got on right here, and how old is this, and where does this stuff come from? Those are fair questions. Y'all. What? Why is it blue? And I see white. All right.
Prince Nnamdi Nnama Ezejiri Iduere.
King Fidelis Akubo Okafo, Ezigbo, Republic of Guinea.
Okay, so hopefully y'all have watched my videos.
What I'm talking about. We got to make a purge list. We got to put Russell on the list. Russell said God used a donkey. I'm quite sure he could use a. Come on, then, Russell.
Because I've wanted to debunk many of those who reside outside of the land of Africa, who are saying that this emblems are the king of the Star of David. And we're also going to talk about the menorah, how the Igbo people say they are the original ones who have proof that this star of Ere has been around for thousands of years.
Yes.
Yes.
No. He finna get folk to hunt him down. He said, wasn't Cornelius a YT man? Cornelius of Acts 10. Woo, you gonna get them folk mad.
So let's get into it, and I'm going to ask you. Let's start with the Star of Ere.
Yeah.
Please give the people the what's behind this, and the proof that you all have that you all didn't take this from those people up that of Israel,
Yes.
but you are the original ones
Yes.
who actually have this. Please.
Thank you. The star is
They're the original one. Who had the star first and what the star was used for? Ooh, y'all don't want that Dr. Ben 12 hours of the day and night. Ooh, y'all don't want that other stuff. Look at this. Look at this. I knew it. I know what type of people be around here. It's time for the purge. Where is that in the book? Yes. Because the question was, can God use European light-skinned folk and Gentiles? Yes, but it's not comparable to blacks being full with the Holy Spirit. And that even with the fact that they use the Bible against us for evil, I want somebody else to come and then got the nerve to say truth is truth. I want somebody to reply to this right here. God can use white people, they can get the Holy Ghost, but not the level that black people can get the Holy Ghost and be used by God, on top of the fact that whites have used it for evil. All whites use the Bible for evil, or all whites use some of that Bible to help in the abolitionist movement? I'll wait. But I'm gonna let y'all deal with that.
you see here is the Star of Ere, and not Star of David. I know the reason why people call it the Star of David is because David is closer to the Western world. But here we are far from them. The Star of Ere is originated from here. And the proof is that.
No offense, but if you still think stocks, real estate, or crypto are the best passive income investments in today's economy, I'm sorry, but you've got it wrong. There's a little known trend attracting millions of dollars a day right now called Audible uploads. Audible, owned by Amazon, is one of the biggest sources of audiobooks and podcasts in the world. And Audible uploads can generate
that Ere was before David. Ere was before David. And this star is here, where we are standing here. Many archaeological finders have found it 900 feet as this spot you are standing. This spot you are standing, the bigger one with the golden color is here. 900 feet to this place. So we found this.
I'm sorry. Good morning. Grace and peace, Red Letter. You got to straighten some of this out. Red Letter, I don't know if you was up last night. Elder Joe hit me in the back chest, started bothering me. We had to go live and everything. I tell you, that Detroit. Shout out to them brothers out there. I didn't say it wasn't they wasn't filled. I said it ain't the same. Red Letter, God pours his spirit out upon people that believe based on melanin count. Somebody call Alton. Only he got the advanced coon chip. They handed it out, but they sent him his earlier. So he got his installed quicker than a lot of people. He got the model earlier. You know how the 2025 will come out 4 months ahead of time? You got money, you bought, and you could cop them. Never mind. Somebody just call Alton. Red Letter, what kind of Bible are y'all preaching? I'm gonna ask LaShawn, how you get the Holy Ghost? You got to definitely stop eating pork, then God will pour his Holy Ghost out on you. Hey, so I'm reading the comments, but I'm trying to.
A Star of Ere, and not Star of David. And I know the reason why people call it the Star of David is David is the first one who built temple and who has become king to that side. But here, King Aguve was before even King David. This King Aguve died 2,960 years, and he's alive. So this star is not of David, but of Ere.
Wait a minute. When was the first time? Now, don't give us extra biblical. When was the first time? When did Israel ask for a king, and who was the king, the first king and the second king? And what year did this stuff take place? Because this is where oral tradition could be a little But because of the melanin count, y'all don't believe anything, though. Y'all even go against the Bible for melanin count. Time for purge.
The 50th son of God, God is 7th son of Jacob, Israel.
What does the star represent?
Okay. With this star now, the area inside it, when we would mark this star, this space is area. If we are discussing something and it comes to be that it's hard for we to find the truth, we draw the star on the ground with the white chalk. What we call white chalk, what we call
the six-pointed star, the seal of Solomon. Some call it in different traditions. You write it on the ground. Listen to what he's saying.
In Zoom. Then the person telling the story will enter that star. Whatever you say there is truth.
Oh, you put a pentagram on the ground and then you get in the middle, and then you call up, you summons up. Nah, I can't. It's no.
For you to open your mouth inside the star and make words, the word that will come out of your mouth is truth. So we use it as a symbol of fairy.
Okay.
Yes.
Why the star, though? I mean, why the star, the symbol, the star? How do they come up with the star? Is there any?
Y'all tell me how stars are used in the Bible, and I'll tell y'all how stars are used in the occult tradition, and we'll compare. Y'all want to play that game? Like, y'all heard what he just told y'all, and he from the tribe of Gad, and they ancient, because y'all want to argue that these are original. It's okay. I don't mind. I love this. Original man doctrine, I love this. But let's just examine it in light of the book and a lot of what you people have been saying. That's all I want to do. Don't be mad at me.
Association with the stars in the outer space, or why the symbol star?
The only thing we embrace it because we found it here and it has been here with us. We use it for truth. As you look at now, it was blue on white. The golden is theory inside it. Huh? So
the blue and white represent the sky. You know, the color blue and white represents the sky.
Okay.
The color blue and white represents the sky. Remember, the rabbi was talking about the east, and I told you the worshipful, the WM, the worshipful master, his chair is in the east. He's like the leader or the head of the lodge. Some people say that's symbolic of the sun and the different stations in the Masonic lodge. In Freemasonry, the foundation of Freemasonry, what real Freemasonry is here in this country and abroad, is what we call the Blue Lodge. It has 3 degrees. You enter, you pass, and you get raised as a master mason. And that's the story of building Solomon's temple. We're going to get into all of the symbolism. But the Blue Lodge is Freemasonry. They said that's blue is symbolic of the sky. Remember, we say there's 2 books. Heavens declare the glory of God. That's 1 book. Newton and some of them dudes dealt with that book with the stars. Mystics, occultists dealt with them books and the stars. Some people, them other books of Solomon and them other books of Enoch, because y'all know some other Enoch traditions out here too. They all got to deal with the stars, the heavens, heavenly bodies, and doing readings. Is there anything that you can get from the heavens? Jesus, something happened, and Jesus was talking to Peter. Now, he said, flesh and blood has not revealed that to you, but my Father. He said salvation only comes by special revelation. But occult tradition and what they would call mystery schools, before the word Masonic Lodge came up, they had mystery schools where they dealt with the heavens. Some people say those guys, that team or that a mystery school came to Jesus when he was a kid. They said, for we have seen his star in the east and we have come to. I want y'all to explain. If it's devil worship, see that y'all got to make sure y'all explaining when y'all dealing with certain folk, y'all got to make sure y'all know the history of what you talk about before you get to saying that's the devil. Now, was this something that before Noah's time or after Noah's time, human beings, before books were really laid out, that there were some type of stars, some type of signs in the heaven? Was it something that come around every once in a while? Yeah, we laugh at them people talking about eclipse and what happens. And is there something that goes on that the mysteries that the occultists would study with the moon and the gravitational pull of the moon and tidal waves and women and their menstrual cycles and things of these nature that other people were studying that others didn't understand? Did some priests from certain traditions know when a full moon was coming, what was going to happen? Signs of a flood and tidal waves. Did they know that back in the day? Did some people study that, and studying that in and of itself is the devil worship? Or do God give signs? Are there spiritual signs? Some people, they got out here and them folk got to talking and they said, yo, when the tugboat hit another one, another bridge fell down, and sometimes things comes in threes. Grandmom and them old folk used to be so mystical. They used to say crazy stuff, but sometimes it seems like some of that, I wonder if that was just coincidence. Well, that was just devil worship. Let me keep going. Let's just keep going. Don't forget what I said, because we're gonna go to some occultists, and we're just gonna see what they have to say dealing with traditions and dealing with symbols. So we got blue here. Somebody talking about the East, a rabbi talking about the East and the tradition that come from the prophets. I mentioned the Lodge and Freemasonry dealing with the East. He said the blue has to do with the heavens and the blue in the Lodge. And that's me. Anytime you've got somebody that's a third-degree Mason, they are a Mason. That's it. Now you got appendant bodies. You got other bodies, and you're right. And you can go up 13 degrees over here, and then Knights of Kodesh, and they can get to making other names, Illuminati, and higher degrees, and all that stuff came out later on. All that stuff is very, very recent compared to the ancient tradition some people believe in. Even you go with the Cook Honeywell manuscript, whatever you want to go back to 9th century, 13th century, wherever you want to go back to. Most people want to take it back to mystical Europe and the building of the temples and sacred geometry. Is God talking through? Can God talk, or those show you some signs of things through geometry and through plants? All these people want to connect numbers. What day your birthday's on when they doing readings? And the thing that bothers some people is like some of this stuff is so accurate. I wish y'all had an apologetic for that. Because a lot of these people, they get involved in the occult, and they get involved in readings, and some of the stuff be accurate. And sometimes it seems like some of y'all ain't got the answers. Let's just go back to the history and let's just listen to what they're going to teach us.
Which is the utmost, I mean, the Almighty.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. Then the golden color represent our forefathers, whom we call Eri.
Okay. We know that, I call this a Shah. The people there that is in the place called Israel.
The people there, listen to the talk. I'm wondering if it's something deeper than skin color. This is spiritual and it's something else. But we got to deal with the fake and the real. That's all y'all concerned with. That's a shawl. How you spell that word? Shawl. Spell that word that what he just described, that thing he holding in his hand that's around that man, that brother's neck right there. Shawl. Press shawl. Shawl. Y'all know I can't spell. Somebody spell it for me. Put it in there. Let me see how y'all understand that word to be pronounced.
That was created in 1948.
Yeah.
They wear something like this. You're telling me you all have been wearing this for how long?
Okay, for so many years. Okay, let me use this one. I am Odumobi the 6th, and I am 63 years old.
Okay.
Odumobi will be the 4th, the 5th. It's about 120 years.
All right, wait a minute. I'm going to let this play, but wait a minute. Met said Europe got the mystical knowledge from the Moors, and the Moors got it from the Arabs, and the Arabs got it from the Egyptians, and the Egyptians got it from the Cushites. Uh-oh. Time to open up now. It's time to open up the secret teachings. At least he know where it come from. And he know where it come from. Oh, we gotta go back. Oh, you smart folk, we gotta go back. Who had the knowledge? If the knowledge came, who had the knowledge? Oh, don't worry. We're gonna get back to the feet of the cross. This is gonna take us to the cross. But it's a tradition, and some of y'all start y'all tradition in the wrong place. That's all I'm saying. Some of y'all start y'all tradition in the wrong place. Some of this existed before Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Y'all don't like that. Y'all don't want that.
Ago. Odumobi the fourth was about 300 years ago. Odumobi the third was about 400 years ago. Odumobi the second was about 500 years ago.
Okay.
Then the fifth was about 600 years ago. The sixth, I am the sixth. The first was about 700 plus years ago.
Okay.
So when you find the
all right, question.
This my what I use it, my type
question. Could this be linked to the two emerald tablets? Yeah, but I think the emerald tablet doctrine is more recent, and they try to synthesize and bring everything together. Bring a whole bunch of these occult traditions together. That's how come when you talk about groups like the Rosicrucians and all of that, they want to spread wisdom from different traditions that they've picked up. That's the only reason they really have that secret, what they would call secret societies and stuff like that. So you can go deal with shamans and speak to them and try to understand them, because everybody was trying to tap into the spirit world and understand communication with the spirits. And there's different stories on who those beings are. This modern scientific age, y'all are calling them UFOs. The ancients might have called them demons. And can you communicate with the ancestors? But everybody believed that there was another side. There was a veil. There were beings to talk to, and there was higher information and knowledge to get. It's usually the priest, and them priests would be connected with kings or the chiefs of the tribes and the wise men and the witch doctors. They would be able to see and tell people, could you go to war? We kind of see that in the Bible, where the prophets would come and God would speak through the Urim, Thummim. They had different means to communicate with God. Should we go to war? Are we going to be victorious? And they were deeply into objects like, what chapter is that in Joshua, when they went to battle and they lost and they said, the accursed thing is among us, and they went looking at everybody's crib and everybody tent. Then they found the accursed thing, dealing with artifacts. We're going to see that all over the world. People's been into that. Even in our day, Mama and them they believe in the horseshoe, they believed in rabbit foot and all of that stuff. And that wasn't too long ago. Somebody in here old enough to remember their grandparents had certain things, and they believed objects would protect the house. And that tradition come down. What's that thing doing? They got in the crib, them Jews got on the side of their thing, they touching and walking, and they go walking and they businesses. They got that thing over there. They want to connect all of those things to a broken form of this knowledge that came from Genesis 11. And then Deuteronomy 32, when God divided it up, other people and traditions kept some of the same things, but it was all dumped from the spirit realm. But most versions of it was corrupted.
Title, I inherited it from my forefathers. So for me to put on this, I am not the one who designed it. It's true now that we put it on clothes, but before we design it on the skin of animal. We use the animal skin with this design. If we go out, I'll show you the designs at the door of His Majesty. With this artificial design, when you use artwork to design this stuff, and you put Eri there. So what I'm saying, at my own lineage, it's more than 700 years. You say 1949, which I know my father is about 20 years there.
The reason why I ask, I know, because there are many people believe that you all took this from the Israel people there in Northeast Africa. But you're saying this has been with you all in your lineage for hundreds, if not thousands of years.
Yes. I just mentioned mine.
Yes. You just mentioned just your family. Yours.
Now, the reason I'm looking for Alton and them is because there's some people in Israel that saying the real Israel is over there. Can all of these legends and stories, can all this be building a lore to make a shift from that land with the 48 people? Because some people feel, listen, they picked them a land. Why can't we go pick a land and make a land? And if there's a legend around the land, people are going to believe it and people are going to come. What was Helena? What was Constantine Mama name? They said she picked sites and she made them sites very profitable for the people. And they set up lore around this is where he was born, and they just said we went and we discovered a site. Could it be what those other guys are propagating on their Israelite channel, that the land is really over this place in Africa, and these people are over here, and they're going to make a shift, a power move? Can you imagine the money shifting from Israel, the tourism shifting from Israel to these guys here or somewhere else, or some other blacks in Africa? The attitude that might change in the world. Because remember, the three, what they call the Abrahamic religions, all look at Israel as something great over there. Muhammad died, he ascended on that horse and up into the heavens and all that nonsense over there. Abraham sacrificed the boy over there. Jesus died, was born over there. Can y'all imagine? That's what some people saying. I don't know. They'll get to thinking crazy stuff. But I already see where people could be making moves. That's not the land. The land is over here, and their channels are growing, and more people believe in it. Land ain't over there with them folk. Just a thought.
Okay. And we see here.
And then you got the crazies like Pastor Mike and them coming around and say, it's neither that land nor that land over there that you're going to be worshiping the Father. It ain't about no physical land. Bruce said, and they all going to gather. 8, 9, 10, whatever he come, 12 billion people on the planet. I know it's only 8.5. 12 billion people, they're going to all, and whoever don't come up ain't going to be no rain in the land. We're going to talk about the literal reading of the text. I'm going to just leave y'all. I'm going to just leave y'all be. Because just going off into conspiracies. But they said they invented the land. They first thought about Algeria. When they first, whilst they were thinking about the land, before that Balfour Declaration, and they got that land over there, they had some other suggestions of where they wanted to put them people in Israel.
Here, if you all can see, that the star also.
Yeah. That's what we put on. Anywhere we go.
You put it on.
Yes.
Okay. And you've already explained the purpose of this. So I just wanted to, you all give the chance to debunk, rebuke those sayings that you all are taking the idea from Israel, yet you're saying this is original and it all has a meaning.
Yes. They want to go with who had the meaning first. If we play that game, if we play that game right there, y'all might run into some problems. He said Northeast Africa, not the Middle East. Yes, that they started promoting that heavy in 99 and 2000 when that was an Italian guy that wrote the book, The African Heritage Study Bible. And he gave the whole story of the Middle East and how the land started calling the Middle East after correspondence in the World War I, I think it was. And that's when that term started to be used. And from 99, I remember people started saying, no, that's Northeast Africa. It's on the tectonic plate and all of that. You know, I remember all of that stuff from back in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Let me get to the menorah.
Yes.
First of all, let's start here. This is your name.
Nzeuku Idwere God.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Nzeuku Idwere God.
Somebody call Bruce right now. Let's get this calendar doctrine together. Red letter, what is this calendar doctrine? And is the great spirit, is the high spirit. Is he looking at any one calendar? Is there confusion down here? Does he look at men's hearts? How do we understand this thing? Listen to what's going to be said right now, and somebody call Bruce.
Yes.
A high chief from Idu Ere God.
Okay, gotcha.
That's the meaning.
Mm-hmm. The menorah. Yeah. You all call this what do you call this right here?
We call it Izuna Bota.
Okay.
Izuna Bota.
Okay.
Look at now in Igbo, we have 4 days as Igbo Native Week. First Eke Orio Afo Nkwo. Eke Oria Afo Nkwo. So between this middle is this. Look at now this step. We are the descendants.
All right, I gotta stop this because these folk they're not gonna let it go. They're not gonna let it go. Is that a dress? He got a dress on. He got a dress on. Y'all talk about an LGBT agenda and rappers that start traveling the world and rappers putting dresses on. I don't even want to ask you about the Bible, men wearing that which appeals to the woman. Scotland, men had kilts, and people laughed and said it was dresses. Now these rappers traveling the world. You think that man with that dress on, he's part of the LGBT community? Some people have got to do the research because it's so crazy. High heels began in Europe, and high heels were for men, for the elite, for royalty, for the occultists, for the kings. High heel shoes. You know, all the poop in the streets and those sewers and stuff like that. And they kind of fell out of favor, and then women picked them up. So when the Bible says you should not wear that appear, certain parts of the world, pants are real recent. So when Geno Jennings and them educated folks start talking about men, garments, and pants, how does that work on the whole planet with the gospel message and the teachings of the apostles? Because Jesus and them might have wore girl clothes to us. Does it have to do with the time? What about the men that wear kilts later on in Scotland? If the gospel goes over there, should they dress like Jesus and them and take those? How does that work with that with your people? How does that work, y'all? Oh, call the great wise ones that know everything. How does it work all over the whole planet? Thank you. Elder said, ignorance is bliss. You don't know, you know, to the ignorant, to the simple, all things are simple. How does it work all over the planet? Now he Israel, y'all. Is he breaking? Is he going against the customs, traditions? Because the council preach this is cross-dressing stuff. Oh, they may not now because they hear that they Israel and they want the movement, the cult to grow. But if they didn't know, would they look at that man? Talk to me, y'all. Come on, y'all. Let's talk. Let me put a link out here so we can talk. Let me put a link out here so we can talk. Because everybody got all of the answers. But I say like Dr. Rivera, if we get together and put our brains together with the books and the knowledge that we all have, we might be able to share stuff to help enlighten somebody else. But no, it's going to be you 2 or 3 that know everything. Then y'all will go make a video how we all in darkness on this channel, how we all ignorant on this channel. Because Baba Shah, the spirit told me something he didn't tell them. And he didn't tell nobody else, no historians, nobody else. But this is my mystical vision, and I'm right. Is that address? If that is address, how do we work that in light of the Bible?
Answer of Eri. Eri is the son of God. 1, 2. That's what we decide.
Okay.
God, Eri. And this is the root.
The root.
Yes.
Okay.
So for here, we call it Izunabo Ta. And not what that name you give. And our place would, when you have 7 Igbo native weeks, next 1 month.
Okay. So people understand what you're saying. These are the 4 days, because you all only have 4 days in a week.
Yeah, in a week.
363 days in a year.
Yeah.
So you're saying what you were mentioning was
a CRM shouldn't weigh your budget down.
Okay, all right. Hold on a minute.
the first day, second day.
I gotta stop this. Hold on, I gotta stop this. But it does make sense. It does make sense. Second Exodus said, it's not that I have an issue with a dress, but it's not like a Saudi Arabian masculine dress that looks like a woman's dress donated from the Salvation Army or something. And that could be it. And he think it looked pretty. He think it looked nice. He think it looks elegant or glamorous or something like that. And he just put it on because Salvation Army does give around the world. Fleece was white. Father God, yo, I got to get up there. Can't even talk to y'all. Can't even talk to y'all. Let me put the link out there, Dunamis. Let me put the link out there. We're trying to focus on the days that they got me thinking about this dressing the Salvation Army now. It can't be. Y'all can't, don't you know, but nobody don't see how hard it is. Then y'all want to know why the church don't open up the floor for questioning and answers. Oh, my goodness. How does the 4-day work week works with the Bible and commandments and the Shabbat? That's what Dunamis want to know. That's important. That's how I said, call Bruce. Who got, oh, I forgot Bruce, of course, Bruce with his cocky Detroit self. They in sin. How many days you're supposed to work? When you're supposed to rest? If you got a 4-day week, maybe the math will math. I know one thing. Deity, God ain't confused. Hey, y'all ain't finna confuse God with none of this stuff y'all talking about. Fair use. That could be somebody grandma dressed from America that got sent in a barrel over there, and he was the first one to open the barrel up.
Third day, fourth day. The first day, second day, third day, fourth day.
Yes, this is the roots.
And this is the root.
Yeah.
From Ere, from God to Ere.
Yes.
The steps.
So each of the day connected to Ere.
It's each of the days connected to Ere.
Market day
Connected to Ere.
Yeah.
Each of the market day connects to Ere,
Yes.
who connects to God. Okay. Gad.
I'm getting off this whole internet. Hey, everybody going to hell on the internet. He said somebody should have told him that ain't it. Oh man. Oh boy.
Not God.
God.
Not God.
G-A-D.
Right. We want to make sure we clarify that.
Yeah.
G-A-D, the tribe of Gad.
Yeah.
So we want to make sure we clear that because Ere's father was Gad.
Yes.
So we want to make sure. Okay.
Yo, Dunamis, go ahead, bro. These folks.
So, Breen, I'm trying to understand. Is he saying?
I don't. You tell me what you think he's saying. You tell me in light of. Matter of fact, go ahead. Matter of fact, while you talking, let me hit Bruce Jack.
Yeah, because we got to make this plain because I've heard it said that majority of the slaves were Igbo, but is he saying that the Igbo are Gad? But I thought it was Judah was sent to the four corners of the earth.
And not the two. Come on.
Now the northern kingdom, Gad. So
the more we talk, just let them talk.
So someone has Igbo in their DNA. You know, well, Remy Iona said 12 tribes, but how much of a scholar is Remy Iona shown? Because it sounds this brother, he's more in tune to what's going on, right? We gotta, because we're hearing oral tradition. So what do we do when the oral tradition amongst Igbo land is conflicting, right? So, oh man, and he said a 4 day week.
Now, why? Go ahead, take slow. Why the man? It's the more you let him talk. Let me fix this thing.
Yeah. So who do the Igbos have to come together to synchronize the story? Are they taking a more religious approach and not scholastic? And Remy's taking a more scholastic approach.
And if all Igbo, y'all saying this over here in America, are all of them over there saying what y'all saying over here, Second Exodus? Come on, man. Listen, Bruce was missing all this. He said, what happened? What happened? I said, they talking about this 4 day case. Oh, I'm coming right now.
Yeah, and then if they have a 4 day, so we got to talk about what. So is he saying not all? Second is not what you believe, or Remy? Is this guy saying Igbo, or is he saying specifically a subset of the Igbo? What is this guy saying?
And it's got to be newfound respect. Remember, Remy was a student of To the Prophet now.
Yeah.
All right, now y'all got to get this together. Then they get mad when they point stuff out to us, and we get to answer questions. All right, this one say the Bible say Judah,
but
who go ahead, Judah will take care of y'all. Go ahead,
LaShawn J. But they're saying they're from the tribe of Gad.
Come on.
So are those with Igbo in their DNA? Are they? Was it Judah that was taken, or were there some Gadites that were taken in the slave trade, and they were scattered amongst Judah?
No, Matt ain't understand. Oh, well, let me be quiet.
Tribes can have different bloodline, just like the limit, though, right? Okay, all right. But when Remy Iona said the Igbo are Israelites,
he could have said all of them. I know he could, because he couldn't have meant that. Are you reading it wrong?
And I'm reading it wrong. But he said the Igbo was shown to be Israel, the Bet Din and all that kind of stuff. Yet other Israelite channels talk about the Igbo. Not a subset.
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie.
Not a clan.
And all of them, yeah.
Not a certain region, the Igbo. En masse. And man, with tribes and have different bloodlines, just like the Limba, though, right? We're talking about different bloodlines. So are you saying that they're different bloodlines, but they're all Israel? Or are you saying they're different bloodlines and some are Israelites and some are just Africans? What are we saying? Not all Igbo are Israelites, just like not all members of Israel. Second Exodus. How do you show and prove that? Where are you getting that from? Where are you getting that from?
No, let me put that. No.
No, we gotta make it plain. What is this guy saying? He's coming on. We had go black to Africa, right? Talking to the people themselves. He's talking to an Igbo man. Sound like he's a leader. I'm getting it from the Igbo themselves. So, secondly, what we do then? So is there confusion in Igbo land about their origin and what's going on? And now an outsider has to tell them how to correct it? What do we do? I'm not doing shit more. Stop it. Stop it. Who's that in the dress? He's not in the dress. I don't know. He's not dressed in traditional outfit. I meet Igbo who don't subscribe to Remy Iona. But second Exodus, you were saying Remy Iona saying that there's 12 tribes in Igbo land. So do you subscribe to Remy Iona? Who's the foremost scholar on dealing with the Igbo? So, yeah. We just have to investigate. That's all. Okay, I'm trying to understand because we don't want to be outsiders. If they're saying they're Gadites, right? Use critical thinking. Okay, Mac Riggs. I hear. Okay. So, Mac Riggs, are all descendants of slaves, are they all Israelites that go through the curses? Or is it just some? And the other people going through the curses and not Israelites? Let's do some critical thinking. Are all descendants of slaves here Israelites going through the curses? Or some, and there are others who aren't Israelites that are going through the curses as well? We're critical thinking. And we're talking about bloodlines and that kind of stuff. Brother, okay, brother, I'm saying, man, accent, speech, whatever. I'm asking you, with critical thinking, are all descendants of slaves that went through the curses Israelites? Or there's some and they're non-Israelites that are going through the curse with critical thinking? If you have the Igbo saying, this guy saying they're the sons of Gad, were they Gadites that were taking the slave trade?
And hey, yo, Nick got to get blocked. I can't do this. He got to get blocked.
Yeah. Are they trans Gadites? I'm not doing that, Joe.
Hey, yo, they just dropped this video an hour ago. Somebody said this will clear what you talking about right now.
Yeah, we gotta make this
happened by coincidence to send. Listen to this.
We got oral tradition going on.
The
we got posted Bible. We got
also known as Hebrews or Jews, arguably represent the most prominent people in the sacred scriptures of the Bible. Many are familiar with their language, culture, and especially with the ancestral Judaism of the prophets, priests, and other characters of the Old Testament. However, few have knowledge about the genetic origin of the ancient Israelites. In this video, my goal is to present some studies of ancient Jewish genomes in order to provide a broader understanding of the Jewish groups that bear the closest proximity to the ancient Israelites. The mystery of ancient Israelite DNA. Genetic studies of Jews are an integral part of the discipline of population genetics, being used to investigate the chronology of Jewish migrations, accompanied by research in various other fields such as history, linguistics, archaeology.
Okay, all right, this might be good. Do me a favor. Send me something. Help me figure out how to get Roger and them out of darkness. I need a video or something. Tell me how to do that. This might be looking at different groups of Jews all over the world, people that's claiming Judaism and matching the DNA. Let me see where they're going with this. Might be something right here, Leo.
And paleontology. These investigations seek to understand the origins of various Jewish ethnic divisions, particularly examining whether there is a common genetic heritage among them, in other words, a kind of genetic Abraham. Studies on Jewish populations have been mainly conducted through three types of genealogical DNA tests: autosomal DNA, DNA, mitochondrial DNA, mtDNA, and the Y chromosome, Y-DNA. Autosomal DNA tests, which analyze the mixture of all DNA, show that Jewish populations tend to form genetically isolated, relatively related groups in independent communities. Most of these communities share significant ancestors with Ashkenazi Jews, forming such a group. mtDNA and Y-DNA tests, on the other hand, analyze maternal and paternal ancestry, respectively, through two small groups of genes transmitted only by female or male ancestors. Studies on the genetic composition of Ashkenazi, Sephardic, and Mizrahi Jewish communities of the Jewish diaspora reveal a notable presence of shared ancestry from the Middle East. Let's briefly explore each of these communities, starting with the Ashkenazi. This group is one of the largest subdivisions of Judaism, with roots in the regions of Central and Eastern Europe, such as Germany, Poland, Russia, and neighboring countries.
And being that Ashkenazi is one of the largest, that's the reason there's a lot of beef where these folk come from. That's how most attention is to them. If they're the majority of so-called Jews on this planet that people are thinking, that's a lot of people are challenging that right there.
Throughout history, they have developed their own liturgical traditions, customs, and dialects of the Hebrew language. For centuries, Ashkenazi communities have profoundly influenced European culture and contributed significantly to fields such as literature, philosophy, and science. Next, we have the Sephardic communities, whose origins date back to the Iberian Peninsula, Spain and Portugal, as well as regions of North Africa and the Middle East. The term Sephardic is derived from the Hebrew name for Spain. In the 15th century, many Sephardic Jews were expelled from Spain during the Spanish Inquisition, subsequently dispersing throughout the world and establishing communities in countries such as Morocco, Turkey, Greece, and Egypt, among others. Sephardic communities maintain distinct cultural, liturgical, and culinary traditions, reflecting their geographic and historical origins. Additionally, there are the Mizraim, or Mizrahi, a term referring to Jewish communities originating from the Middle East and North Africa. With a history dating back thousands of years, these communities have roots in countries such as Iraq, Iran, Egypt, Syria, and Lebanon. They preserve their own religious, cultural, and linguistic traditions, often different from Ashkenazi and Sephardic communities. Although they share the Jewish faith, Mizrahi communities have a unique history and experience, shaped by interactions with local cultures and societies over the centuries. These three subdivisions represent only a part of Jewish history and culture, demonstrating the diversity and resilience of the Jewish people over time and across the world. Several Jewish groups demonstrate a broad and striking genetic proximity to the current Lebanese, Palestinians, Bedouins, Druze Arabs, Jordanians and Syrians, in addition to populations from that region that encompasses the region called Mesopotamia. Jews residing in Europe, such as in Italy, Germany, Poland, Ukraine, and Russia, among other European countries, often exhibit a variety of genetic overlaps with the historical non-Jewish population along maternal lines. This suggests that there has been some mixing with certain European populations, especially in the case of Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews, primarily from southern Europe, although also from other European regions. Some researchers even observe relationships between Ashkenazi Jews and certain European populations due to interbreeding that occurred long ago. Genetic studies indicate that Bene Israel Jews, Jews from Cochin in India, and Beta Israel from Ethiopia, although sharing similarities with local populations, also show traces of Jewish ancestry or other Semitic populations, as is the case with Ethiopian Jews. Additionally, there are various Jewish groups with varied ancestries, some more significant than others, reflected in genetic studies of ancient Israelite DNA. The Jews of Ethiopia, also known as Beta Israel or Phalasha, have a unique and fascinating history. Historically, the Beta Israel are believed to be descendants of the lost tribes of Israel, specifically the tribe of Dan or the tribe of Manasseh. They are believed to have migrated to Ethiopia thousands of years ago, possibly during the times of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. For centuries, the Beta Israel lived in relative isolation in Ethiopia, maintaining distinct religious and cultural practices. They practiced a unique form of Judaism, which incorporated elements of the Old Testament but also differed in some aspects from mainstream Jewish traditions. In addition to the Jews, there are also the ancient Samaritans who persist to this day and share a significant portion of their genetic heritage with the ancient Israelites. Palestinians, in turn, inherit part of this DNA due to the ancient Jewish presence in the region where they currently reside. According to a 2017 study published in Frontiers in Genetics, principal component analyses indicate a genetic affinity between ancient Levantines and contemporary Palestinians, including the Bedouins of the Levant region. Furthermore, a 2017 study in the American Journal of Human Genetics suggests a predominant Levantine ancestry among Palestinians, with an overlap between the Bronze Age and the current Levantine population, indicating genetic continuity in the region. A more recent study, in 2020, revealed significant genetic continuity between the human remains of Palestinian and Israelite populations from the Bronze Age, suggesting a genetic linkage between various Arabic-speaking groups in the region. Palestinians, like the Druze, Lebanese, Jordanians, Bedouins, and Syrians, as well as various Jewish groups such as Ashkenazi Jews, Mizrahi Jews, Iranians, and Moroccans, have been the subject of studies on their ancestry. It has been found that Palestinians, among other Levantines, derive about 81% of their ancestry from ancient Levantines of the Bronze Age, who are related to the ancient Israelites and several other Semitic tribes that inhabited the region, including the Canaanites themselves. Regarding Ashkenazi Jews, genetic studies have revealed that, in addition to ancient Israelite Semitic DNA, they also have an average of 42% to 60% of European ancestry, derived from Germanic, Italian, and Slavic peoples. When analyzing ancient Semitic Israelite genetics in current Jewish groups, Ashkenazi Jews are shown to have between 20% to 28% of their genetics derived from ancient Israelites, with some reaching up to 39%. Yes, Ashkenazi Jews have 20% to 28%, reaching a maximum of 39%, of ancient Israelite genetics in their DNA. The majority of their ancestry, about 58% to 60%, is of European origin, resulting from mixtures during the diasporas with Europeans. In contrast, Sephardic Jews show a slightly higher percentage of ancient Israelite origin in their genetics compared to Ashkenazim, but approximately half of their genetic composition is similar to that of Ashkenazim, with European influence. As for Mizrahi Jews, who remained in the Middle East and did not mix with European peoples, they have a significant percentage of their genetics, exceeding 63%, derived from ancient Israelites. Among Jewish groups, Mizrahi Jews are the closest genetically to the ancient Israelites. Many people wonder which current Jewish group is most similar, both genetically and historically, to the ancient Jews of the Bible, and the answer is clear: Mizrahi Jews.
The ones that been in the land. But that's them Bin Laden people that all of y'all say didn't exist. Dunamis, come onto the microphone. Cue up that African video on your screen. You're not on the highway, right? All right, I'm
at home. What's up?
Nothing. Cue up that screen. What's the one I just had with the man with the dress on? I hate to even say this now. I hate messing with these people now. Talking about what's this brother? The brother right here. And what do you think about what you just heard? Other one got some European ancestry. They're mixed with the Levantine people, and Reddy Bruno won't that. That going against everything Bruce saying.
Oh, hold on one second, Matt. Man. Russell Higgins. When you telling me none of your family members experienced some of the curses your whole family tree had been preaching Queen? Every black family has been, bro. Russell Higgins. If it's about a bloodline, you are what your father is, right? We know that not all descendants of slaves are a homogenous group genetically.
That's what make the prophecy nonsense, unless y'all going to prove like Israel wasn't either, and y'all going to follow those lines through to the slave trade. Everybody over here is not either. That came over here weren't either.
If folks are going to go with E1B1A, E1B1B, some of them might go with J.
Wasn't they taught that E1B1? Wasn't they taught that E1B1A for about a year straight?
Yeah. So if folks are going to go with DNA, right? Then there are folks. They're just folks who have been supplying prophecy to themselves. The same man has the same folks over there.
I don't know.
The same way that the same folks over there are quote fake, but you have folks, if I'm not mistaken, in Ashkenazi Jews who E1B1A as well.
Yep.
So what do we do? So all they
got
got
some consistency with the argument, y'all. Y'all can't turn around and just throw DNA in the garbage and say we just going with scripture when it don't fit you when you brought it up in the beginning.
And then also now if we're gonna go with scripture, scripture says that Judah will be scattered through the four corners of the earth. But then you got this man up here saying that the Igbo are Gadites. So folks connecting to the
beef. That's major beef. That's major beef, y'all.
Yeah, to what we've been hearing.
All right, Fee, let me let it play then. It's almost done. Then you'll pull up whatever you want to.
What does this means? The weeks, the market weeks.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that's
and
written that
your
right there to the calendar.
Calendar is based off of the 4 days.
So maybe he's gonna break it down, but 4-day weeks.
That's why I was waiting for Bruce. This takes it a whole different. They ain't been listening to us in America. They got their own whole lore over there. They ain't been listening to us. But we'll see. Maybe you can come up to the feast days the same thing because he gonna argue that they still deal with the moon. We'll see what Bruce say. Fair use.
Days of the week,
which makes 1 week.
Which makes 1 week.
Yes.
Okay.
And 7 weeks makes 1 month.
7 weeks makes 1 month.
In our local calendar, in Igbo calendar.
Yes. I asked the question.
Yes.
Of how do y'all determine the seasons and the months? You said the first month is when?
The first month is March ending into April.
Is the first month?
Yes, that's the first month of the year.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you count 7 weeks and you go to the next.
Yes. Next month.
The next month.
Yes. We'll count with the moon.
You count.
Yeah. We'll go with the moon.
You'll go with the moon.
We don't go with the calendar. We'll go with the moon.
Okay.
Yes.
And that will dictate when the next month comes in.
Yes.
By either it's a full moon, half moon, a crescent moon.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So you all go off the moon.
Yes.
But I want to make sure I'm clear of this. So this stands for what?
This stands for 8 days making 2 weeks.
Okay.
And in these 8 days making 2 weeks, look at it now. I say each of the day connected to Eri.
Yes.
Like now, when we have 8 days. Okay. Like now, as I'm putting here, we are male.
Yeah.
When you have a male child, if your male child is born to your when you count the 8 days, that's the day of circumcision and giving him name. You can't pronounce a name to a male child until he's 8 days on earth.
And he has a circumcision on the 8th day.
Yes.
The 8 days, according to the Igbo tradition.
Yes.
Okay.
That's
Primacy of that
and that 8 days is what is represented here.
Ah,
yes.
We're getting somewhere.
So we call it Ekenabo. 2 major, that's 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
In Igbo local calendar, 8 days is 2 weeks.
Yes. Okay. Gotcha.
So in that 8 days is when circumcision take place.
Okay.
And the female cannot put on this.
Yeah, a female child cannot put on this.
Okay. Okay.
This sign is made for male child.
Supremacy of our father, the 2 steps.
Say that again.
Supremacy of that our father.
The premise.
Yes, God. The major part of it is God.
God.
And the lesser part of it is Eri.
2 steps.
The root that is connected to this circumcision.
I know it's wrong, but it feels so.
Shake a leg. The brainstorm's kicking off in the boardroom. No.
That produces a male child.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the meaning of this.
Okay, got you. I got you.
Okay, you are clear now.
I'm very clear. I want to make sure everybody who's going to watch this video that they're very clear.
Let me comment.
Because my whole reason for having this interview is because of the fact that you all have been going in this life's journey having these symbols, right, for thousands of years.
Yes.
And you all didn't take nothing from the Europeans over there that they call Israel.
Rather, the Israelites imitates our tradition.
They copied from us.
The Israelites copied from us. But because they have a wider broadcast, a wider media,
media.
they portray themselves as the true owners of this.
Yes.
We are the true owners of this.
Yes.
Though they are our brothers. Not Israelites. Though they are our brothers.
They're your brothers.
Yes.
Okay.
Israel.
The black Israel is your brothers.
Now, wait a minute. Don't put words in his mouth. What he's saying, the black, the white, what Israel he's saying? Who are they brothers? Them folk over there in that land?
They are our brothers.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes. When you say you are an Israelite, you are our brother.
Yes.
Yes.
But you got to be real and truth.
You are the one to say the truth.
Yeah.
When you say you are an Israelite, you are our brother. If you are white and claim Israel, fine, you become our brother. But we know the color of our brother.
What color is that?
Yeah. You know the color.
What's the color? What's the color?
What's your color?
Mine's black.
Yes, that's our color.
Somebody find Jones. Somebody find COVID. Give me that white song that to the prophet that they were playing. That we are the white man. I want to hear that song again.
And then also it seems like
did he say that those are our brothers in that land?
No, he said the black ones.
The black ones are their brothers.
And then also, but Berean, if I'm not mistaken, we can go back to the source. I could be mistaken. I think to the prophet says the Igbo appropriated Jewish culture.
Yep.
So why is to the prophet saying that they're appropriating the culture?
You can't say that Jordan and them might be listening because nobody want to be no converts to do. What's the name of them? They don't even want this Israel garbage if they ain't bloodline. Bruce and a few of them other people. If they ain't bloodline, they don't want near a bit of this garbage. They don't want it by faith. They don't want it by faith. They want it, but they are bloodline, period, and nobody can tell them nothing different. Bruce already said y'all can't tell him nothing different. I want that song, We Are the White. I want that song again. Russell Higgins and them got to explain that song to me. Because white ain't always white, black ain't always black, forever ain't always forever. I need y'all to start giving me some examples of that because some of y'all don't believe that. Is white always white? When they start talking about they the white man, is white always white? Or white represents purity? Is black always black? Is eternal? Is forever always forever? That's the question. Fair use.
So what I mean, if you may, please let me comment. Yeah.
Yes.
No. What I'm saying,
I'll let you know to stop. Yeah.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, we are the true Israelites. Yes. The Igbo people of Nigeria are the original. Not because some people are saying Eastern Nigeria. The Igbos are not only settled in Eastern Nigeria. We have Igbos in the northern part of Nigeria, which is Benue State. Yes. We have the Igbos of Cross River State. Yes. We have the Igbos of River State, Akwa Ibom State, Igbos of Kogi.
In Africa.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're saying they're the descendants of Eri, right? I got another video line that we got to play about the timeline. When was the Star of David, Shield of Solomon, when was that established?
All of that's a good question. In light of their story, that's a fair question.
So if could I've heard tell that Eri left the area where God was and traveled inward onto the continent.
Maybe this is a case of because maybe this is a case of the devil's in the details.
We want to get the story right.
Yeah, that's true. Fair use. Get the other video. Let me see. Lined up.
Yeah, we have Igbos in Equatorial Guinea. Yes. Igbo is one of the major tribes in Equatorial Guinea. So what I'm about to say is, we are the original Israelites. So take it to anywhere, take it to any debate, take it to any social media or any media platform. We are here to defend what we have here, rather than making logic, baseless logic.
Yes.
We have told you the true meaning of this, and we have told you the real meaning of this. The reason we use gold color, when you look at during the Biafran War, we have what we call the Biafran rising sun. So this color represents sun. Yes. The yellow color represents the sun, which is in the Biafran coat of arms and the Biafran flag. While this blue and white represent the sky. We didn't copy anything from Israel. Yes. Rather, they copied it from us. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Go on.
So you heard it here first, family, of the Igbo people stating their claim of truth.
Yes.
The original.
We are the original Israelites.
Israelites.
Yeah.
Israelites. I hear you.
Yes.
I was going to ask one more question.
Go
on. Israel.
Yeah.
And one of the and see that COVID deep. One thing about black folk don't never think that they have taken anything like Elijah Muhammad. It always got to originate with the black man. But y'all don't know some folk have taken some things and used it for the culture that they got being open abroad to other areas or other groups of people. Some people went to Arabia and they saw certain things and they picked it up.
But hold on, you pull up Second Exodus comment.
Second Exodus, this.
Most people wear stuff really donated to them. Okay.
He's really talking about the dress, or you talking about the headgear? What is Second Exodus talking about? Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. He said Israeli organization went there and gave them stuff. Second Exodus, you talking about the it's not y'all stop it. It's not a dress. It's
no, that might be a dress from the Salvation Army. That might be a dress.
Yeah. I don't know. Look. But if you're talking about the Star of David and the menorah, they were saying that this is original towards them. So it can't be that they, unless you're trying to say that an Israeli organization gave it to them and they appropriated and made a story to say what it really means. We got somebody email Go Black to Africa just to verify what he's wearing. All right.
Yeah, because D-folk over here take this and run with that.
Yeah.
But and I ain't gonna lie, that Salvation Army makes sense, but I don't want the kings and the princes over there to be wearing.
But second is, are you saying that he's saying this is original to them? So he said that they saw the Star of David, the menorah, and they made up a story afterwards? Or what? There's just lore? All this time he's just giving lore?
He want to harass you, Dunamis. He want to harass you. He want to harass you today.
The main focus was who the original Israelites and Jews, and somebody has been lying about the truth. It's just coming out. The 12 tribes were people of color, and it wasn't light skin, white. Okay.
People of color, them Bin Laden people who he said had 60-something% DNA. That's so Roger is free. So that's a Roger type one. That's Roger. What Roger is this one right here? Roger done got freed. What? See, the thing is, y'all been saying those Bin Laden people wasn't around.
Yeah.
They want everybody black like me. Russell Higgins, them Bin Laden people been around just as ancient as y'all. And light-skinned folk too.
So Russell Higgins. Okay, Russell Higgins. Let's get past the original Israelites.
No, you crazy? How you gonna get past that? We stuck on black. We
got because the whole submarine. It's like I'm talking about.
The of this channel will die. You don't have no oxygen, you'll die.
Brent, we're talking about the curses and the slave trade, right? Why do we have to run back all the way back to the original Israelites being black?
Okay, if we're gonna deal with the 400, let Russell add. Don't I?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It seems like whenever we get stuck at a certain point in time in history. Like we're talking about the Igbo and the Igbos and Gad and Erie, right? They're black. So we have what's that matter right now? They're black. Are they saying that Erie left that area and essentially started a small colony or a group in another area? They all migrated.
Russell Higgins, is Gad over here? Yes or no? According to the scriptures,
are they the tribe of Gad?
I know how to fix these Negroes.
That's all.
It's Gad over here in America. Bruce is Gad over here in America, according to the Holy Scriptures. Y'all people tell us. It's Gad over here. Anybody claiming they Gad over here is fake.
Why?
I'm gonna drag you back to the curses. Who's supposed to be here, Russell?
Judah. That's what Scripture said. Sister LaShawn J pointed that out. And here we go again, Brother Berean. Do you know there's black Arabs?
Yes.
If you don't show, Russ Higgins,
Yes.
brother, the Igbo, the curses, right? Are the curses assigned on Israel? Were there those taken in the slave trade that weren't Israelites?
Red letter, I need a timestamp. The video, 132 minutes. I'm looking at it right now on my phone. Go ahead. Oh, that's how I want to do them. Let me finish this right here. So
yeah, and I got a big line that we get.
Okay. We've already. I want you all to understand. We've had conversations of Israel, this being the Holy Land, Jerusalem, and all that. Please watch my video on that to come too, because I will interview. What's the king's name?
Okay, His Majesty is Dr. Chukwuemeka Ere.
So please watch those videos and others.
Go ahead, Dunamis.
Well, when he says that this is Israel, the Holy Land, he means that's like metaphorical.
That's what I just asking. That's what I'm asking them. Are they trying to make a law and trying to set it up and make them the 1948 people and make that the land? Is this a whole power move? Tell you and all the people down with a power move making their own law. All black folk need is law. Elijah Muhammad gave y'all law. Y'all cool, the big head scientists. People give y'all law. The more science temple, people give y'all law. Then y'all mad at Freemasons. They the founders of this. They showed y'all how to do this. The nerve for y'all. This is where that beef come in right here. And if it's law, Farrakhan and all of them, he gave you all that garbage to years later show you he established and recognized by Freemasonry. Y'all crazy, boy. Y'all are funny to me. Farrakhan said we was Israel. And he's showing you stuff that's the whole opposite in the occult tradition. But y'all can't look at that. Long as they say some black stuff, y'all gonna eat it up. You don't care if you see contradictions through the history of their teachings. You don't care about that. Long as it's black power, y'all gonna eat it up and y'all gonna put money in that offering plate. Y'all gonna do it. Just like them church. If the church got you dancing, you're gonna put money in the plate. It goes hand to emotionalism. It goes hand to hand with the giving. You make them happy. It's like a get high. Y'all making them feel good. Dance. Everybody dance. And Blackity Black is making you folk dance. Go ahead.
All right. So hold on. Because some of the tribe we got been amongst Judah. Of course. So yes, it could be. So Russell Higgins, were there Gadites scattered amongst the nations?
According to the Bible, Russell, only according to the Bible. Don't make me go call ass. I ain't even got, somebody go find ass for me. Don't do that. Don't do that, Russell Higgins.
So there's no
scattered. Luke 20. Who should be scattered? Russell?
Plain.
This is where he finna go against the chart. He finna go against he finna do what he want to do. Go against the scripture. He finna wild out. He finna wild out in the name of of course, in the name of blackness, y'all that wild out.
This is wild. And then folks are running to the prophet. Anyway, to the prophet said this. All right, let's see what she's saying. Fair use.
One popular misconception about the Igbo people, which Eurocentric scholars who first studied them propagated widely, is the notion that they were stateless before the arrival of British colonialism. This notion was based on...
So, if Gadites are spread throughout the world, being that Igbo, we gotta ask who. So Gadites are spread throughout the world. Is that going against scripture? So is the brother wrong to say they're Gadites?
Or is that going with the lost tribe theories?
And also with homophones taking a progenitor that sounds similar to another progenitor, but it's not the real case. What do we do? So then some were Gadites. So how you know who's a Gadite, who's a Judite? The ones that remained are the Gadites? The ones that were taken with Judites?
That's where they say it don't make no difference. They can never say it because they think the scripture they got the answer for everything.
Because the scripture,
people say, I just don't know. Well, that's a good question. They're gonna find an answer. If it's right or wrong, if it makes sense or not, they're just gonna give an answer.
So now, because the whole thing was Judah was targeted. So you're telling me the Gadites are different from the Judites, even though they're both Israel. All right, fair use.
On the European worldview, which equated the idea of centralized monarchical systems and the often violent pursuit of empire with statehood. They equated monarchical system and empire with statehood. Now, what these early scholars failed to appreciate about most Igbo groups was the egalitarian nature of a lot of Igbo societies. But before we look closely at Nri and Igbo Kingdom, which is quite unique and admirable, please remember that this channel cannot survive without your support. So please take a moment to support us by clicking on your subscription and notification buttons. Thank you. We'll come to the unique model of Nri's governance and expansion later. Now, like the case of most other African ethnic groups, the origin of the Igbo people, who are found predominantly in southeastern areas of Nigeria, is difficult to piece together because, again, it is steeped in oral tradition. Today, we will be looking at one of the most enduring cultures in Igbo land, the Nri. The home of the Igbo people, like I said, can be found in southeastern Nigeria. And the area is divided by the Niger River into two unequal sections, the eastern region, which is the larger section, and the midwestern region. The Niger River, however, rather than being a barrier to cultural unity, has provided a solid means of communication in an area where many settlements claim different origins. Now, the Igbos are surrounded on all sides by other ethnic groups like the Ijo, the Ogoni, the Igala, the Tiv, the Yako, Edo.
So real quick, in this area, right, it's just the Igbo that are Jews, right? Just the Igbo. Edo, Ikoi, all these other folks, they're not Israelites. It's just the Igbo. We understand. It's just the Igbo that are Israelites, and the other tribes there, they're not Israelites. All right, let me let this play.
Ishekiri, Ibibio, and others. While some accounts insist that the Igbo are indigenous to where they are now, others suggest that they came from around the River Benue, while others suggest that the Igbo came from the land of Israel. The predecessor of the present ruler of Onitsha, one of the principal cities in Igbo land, Obi Ofala Okagwe, is actually on record declaring a kinship between the Igbo and the biblical people of Israel, in the same way that some Yoruba traditional rulers claim that that a relationship to the Middle East through Lamorodo. According to the late Obiofala Kagwe's account, the founder of Inri, whose name was Eri, who came from the Israelite tribe of Gad, traveled from Egypt, arrived at the confluence of the river Niger, Manu, and Anambra. This man named Eri then lived there as an alien among the people he met, and somehow managed to become their high priest and judge in much the same way as Samuel in the Bible ruled Israel. Now, while the jury is still out on the veracity of this connection between Igbo land and between the Igbo and Israel, one thing that scholars seem to agree on is the fact that Umri was one of the earliest settlements of Igbo-speaking people. And according to Afiigbo, the Umri developed an egalitarian and highly centralized society headed by a priestly king known as Ezenri. The Umri also had highly developed agricultural practices, which some scholars believe was more advanced than those of their contemporaries. Some accounts credit the people of Umri for discovering the secret.
So, y'all, according to the law, you're right. So, Eri left the Levant, traveled down all the way to the western coast of Africa, right? From there, he met with the people, right? People were already there in the land, and he rose up to become a priest king. Are folks going with the story? Type of one if you're going with the story. Eri, the son of Gad, traveled from the Levant all the way down to the west coast of Africa, rising up to become a priest king in the area. The progenitor of the Igbo. All right, type of one. Are folks going with this? Folks going with the oral tradition set up by the king, making the same claim of how some Yoruba princes try to tie themselves back to the Levant. So did Eri meet people there or bring people with him? Even if Eri was Israel, that means he converted the population in that sense. Kobe, sounds good to you? Only racially a black man can't come up like that? Yeah, I'm not dealing with you, Kobe. I don't know, Ezra. Maybe he brought people with him, maybe he traveled by himself, but I'm not too sure. Both. So I'm gonna let this play. We're gonna come back to this.
Of yam cultivation, the ability of the Nri to cultivate this highly valued food product gave them advantage over their neighbors who needed to learn their secret to cultivate yam. This scientific breakthrough boosted the profile of the kingdom, and its reputation as a commercial center spread easily far and wide. According to Anda and Kwanda, around 900 AD, Umri also made a technical breakthrough in mastering the art of iron smelting. With iron technology, the Umri further advanced their ability to farm and hunt. But one of the most admirable things about the Nri is that they could easily have used their knowledge of iron smelting to make war implements with which to dominate their neighbors. But they did not. Rather, Nri kingdom preferred peace and therefore prioritized trade and respect for the sanctity of human life. To ensure that its iron technology was not weaponized and misused to cause bloodshed, the rulers of Nri, known as Ezenri, transformed weapons into ritual objects, thus militating against unnecessary violence. As such, when any of their neighbors, which were under their influence, broke the convention, such communities were outlawed by Nri priests, and an embargo or curse Nso was placed on them. The curse on Nso was not lifted until a cleansing rite was performed. It was really admirable. Though not militaristic in its foreign relations, Nri was able to maintain a ritual or spiritual control on its neighbors. And according to Walter Rodney, that formidable Caribbean scholar of African affairs, who studied the Nri, it was widely believed that the streets of Nri were the roads of gods through which all who died in other parts of Igbo land, which were under Nri's influence, ascended to the spirit world. So this simple mythical reputation and the ritual importance of the kingdom enabled the Ezenri to send delegates to other settlements. His delegates would then request those settlements to pledge their allegiance to Nri. It was a really peaceful way of expanding their control. So apart from this, and unlike any other groups, Nri diviners, priests, and blacksmiths enjoyed immunity to travel due to the value of their services to the communities that they traveled to. Another factor that is believed to have strengthened the influence of Nri was the prestigious title of Ozo that was conferred mainly by the kingdom, the Nri kingdom, to other parts of Igbo land. Holders of this title were well distributed across Igbo land, thus creating a link between other communities and the Nri. Again, according to Afikpo, with this high level of influence, Nri traders and blacksmiths were able to travel far and wide, thus bringing to Nri items from far away places. Some of these imported items have been unearthed in the burial chambers in archaeological excavations at Igbo Ukwu, which Anda and Akwanda situate as part of Nri civilization. Excavations carried out so far in the Igbo Ukwu.
I hear you. Basically, there's a lore to where the Igbos come from. Then with Eri, son of Gad, right? So now what's going on is she's saying that That's out there. The Yoruba have made certain claims to be descendants of people from the Levant, right? Yoruba royalty. So you have this king who's saying he's a descendant of God. He made it official to where how he saw it. Now it's kind of saying that the area Henry is known to be like the epicenter of Igbo tradition and things of that nature. Now she's going over the reforms that were made and their status, things of that nature. You know, we just want so second Exodus is what she's saying. Is this Israelite history? Or how we view it? This is Israelite history that's been developed amongst other nations, so that's why some of the artifacts don't match up. I believe Igbo have multiple origin stories because they're not a homogenous group. I hear you. So, second Exodus, is there a second origin story, the ones with someone descended from Gad, and then the ones that descend from Judah come through? Let me finish off, and then let's go to the Igbo today. Fair use.
Area revealed that the people had a flourishing metal working art. 3 sites excavated so far reveal hundreds of ritual vessels and regalia, as well as castings of bronze heads or leaded bronze that are among the most inventive and technically accomplished bronzes ever made. The people of Igbo were the earliest smithers of copper and its alloys in West Africa. They worked the metal through hammering, bending, twisting, and incising. They are believed to have been among the earliest groups of West Africans to use the highly advanced lost waxed casting techniques in the production of bronze sculptures. Anda and Kwanda also has said that in addition to the bronze objects, elephant tusks, staff heads, human and animal figurines, ritual ornaments, feathered hand fans, bells, whole and fragmented pottery, glassworks, clay, as well as copper artifacts were discovered in one of the Igbo burial chambers. Now, what this discovery affirms is the fact that the Umri were highly cultured and well-traveled people who may have had wide trade networks as far as that spread as far as the Nile Valley, the East African Swahili coastal areas, and the Trans-Saharan trade network. The fact that the items found in the Igbo excavations were wrapped in cloth and housed in a burial chamber also imply that the people who were buried there were important personalities and possibly ancient Ezenri. The Ori began to diminish in prominence with the imperial incursions of the Igala and Benin, which began to reduce its spheres of influence. Of course, like other places in Africa, Uri's situation was further complicated by the emergence of the Atlantic slave trade and its disruptive consequences. These factors led to the shrinking of the kingdom and the recession of its influence. By the time the European scramble and partition of Africa took place, Uri's position was already much diminished. The kingdom was then conquered and surrendered to Imperial Britain in 1911, thus marking the end of an ingenious, scientific, technologically minded, and egalitarian kingdom in southeastern Nigeria.
So with the Star of David, granted, she just showed some of the artwork. Did we see the Star of David anywhere?
What Garfield want? Why Garfield here?
Hey, peace and love, man. How y'all doing? I just joined the show. I saw that you were live, and I said, let me jump on and talk about a wonderful interview I had yesterday. And I learned some more about the awakening. I interviewed Rebecca Wallenberg. She's a doctor. She has a book called, what's the name of this book? She has a book called, and this is very interesting. It's called The Closed Book: How the Rabbis Taught the Jews Not to Read the Bible. Now, yesterday, I found out that rabbinical Jews didn't start using the Bible per se, the Tanakh, to teach in everyday living until around 1000 of the Common Era. So I asked her, so I said, where was Judaism at 400 AD? And I'm not trying to change the argument that we're having. And then it hit me in my head. There's some folks in my community that thinks that they are the original Israelites. So ask yourself, at 400 AD or the Common Era, where were you at teaching Torah or Tanakh? And everything I realized from that interview, just thinking to myself, that all the people that we hate, as far as we, as in the Black Hebrew Israelite community, comes from pretty much the rabbinical community. Torah, Tanakh, when you see the Sephardics talking about it, they come from a rabbinical perspective. So if Dante wants to say we're from the Sephardics, you're talking about the teachings that come from the rabbinical school of thought, out of Babylon or out of Yavne in Jerusalem. Then when you look at the mindset now of Maimonides and Rashi and all those guys who influenced the thought process, this is again is rabbinical thought, which was over a lot of schools of thought when it comes to quote unquote Judaism. So I'm trying to figure out how could these people be the Israelites. I'm looking at all angles. I don't see the Igbo. I don't see any African people being Israelites at all. I think they're all converts. Even when my brother Moore comes on and talk about the Yemenites from the Himmerite kingdom, those people in their oral tradition tell you they're converts. So I'm trying to figure out where is the link. Even when you use the Ethiopian conversation, the Ethiopians through genetics, Kobe would tell you they're found out to they're not connected to Israelites or part of the Israelite family. They have that on record. They just let them stay there in Israel, but they don't think they are part of what they are. And people, we continue to push this narrative that we are the Israelites because of the Bible. We've never looked at it on the other side of the coin that maybe we're just making this up and just adding on as we go in. And then that whole thing with the ships coming off the slave ships, we think we're those people because of that. If my brother allows me to share my screen, I will show you people coming off the slave ships because of the Portuguese. Because of the Portuguese, the same thing happened to those people. Those people were enslaved and they're still in a strange land today. They're still suffering. You're talking about different cultures, people in North Korea, people in Japan, people all over are suffering, are in strange lands under signs of the eagle and all that stuff. Does it mean that they are the people? I think we need to have a conversation with no strings attached, no preconceived notions, and see where it leads. Because I don't see how I'm talking about Africans right now. I don't see how Africans become Jews unless they're connected to rabbinical Judaism. I don't see it. If it's the Berber trade, those are the people from Morocco who came from Babylon. Still not us. Still not Africans. How did Africans become Israelites? That will end the conversation, because even if you look at the Igbo said they had contact with who? People who were rabbinical Jews who were telling them, hey, these people are X, Y, and Z. They are circumcised or whatever. So who is making the decision of if you're circumcised properly? And another thing, Barry, that we never talked about, why don't you tell us how did they circumcise people in Africa? Just cutting the penis area is not the Hebraic circumcision. I hope people know on the walls of Algeria 6,000 years ago, there's an example of circumcision. So 6,000 years ago, there's no Hebrews, there's no Israelites. It's on the wall. They're cutting the penis area off. That's circumcision. That's way before there's a Hebrew. In Igbo land, in Wida, where they like to claim, they circumcise the woman, cut the clitoris off. Let me just talk to the Israelite females right now. You want to claim Wida is Judah because you heard some guy say it who you like. Why don't you ask yourself, did they circumcise females? And I'm going to do my hands like this because I want to show you what the Africans was doing, mutilating the female organs. That's what they were doing. So you want to say they're Hebrew because they do circumcision. What kind of circumcision? And I would even call it circumcision. I would call it mutilating of the male and the female genitalia. That's what I would call it because it's in no way symbolic like circumcision. Those men want to cut a woman's clitoris off because they want to be dominant. They don't want the woman, sorry, Amberine, to have an orgasm. They want them to walk around like mules. And you want to say these people are Hebrews or Israelites. No Israelite man would do that to their woman. None. And I'm not even an Israelite claimant. I'm telling you, you guys need to start thinking. If you want to be an Israelite, spiritual Israelite, hey, Garfield want to be that. Anybody could be that. But when it comes to saying that these people are Israelites because they practice or whatever, bro, even the folks who talk about the Native Americans, did you know that the Native Americans said it because of the female's menstruation? That's a part of their creation story. The woman would separate because they thought the woman's menstruation had power. That's why they would put them in huts, not because of them being Israelites. In their tradition, oral tradition, menstruation created the world. But when we read it, oh, look, they separated the woman, man, when they're on the time of the month. So they must be Hebrews. No, because in different cultures, in Roman culture, they celebrated the woman having their menstrual and whatever. So when you separate, that's one of the things that they like to claim. Oh, they separated you and the woman's. I mean, as a man, who wants to be around their woman or wife when they're on that time of the month? We don't want to be around our woman in a realistic level. So saying that we separate from women is not because of the biblical text. Study the culture, man. We are disrespecting African culture. Every time we say that we're disrespecting African culture, we got to stop it. None of these people say, yo, the Africans say, yes, they say it today. Yes. If Bereen, this is what I wanted to talk about yesterday before Bereen get off stage. I wanted to go through the oral traditions and why they claim it. Nobody's talking about that. If I could share my screen for 5 minutes, I could break down the Yoruba, the Ghana, and Africans in general. This is why the anthropologists don't take these stories serious. The Yoruba say they come from Arabia. Earlier records, they come from Arabia because of the Islamic influence. So you want to come from Mecca or Medina or Arabia. Then they said later on, they said, oh, we come from Canaan. Then they say they come from the tribe of Nimrod. There's no tribe of Nimrod. No, I'm not Kemet, beloved. I'm not Kemet. And if you want to talk to me, let's be respectful in the audience. I'm not disrespecting nobody's culture. But we need to understand, if you as an African American or a West Indian, a Caribbean person want to claim Israel, I am with you if you're claiming your spiritual Israel. You can't go back. There's none of y'all in the audience. You could bring your teachers. I'm friends with Gorilla Hebrew. He's unable to show it. That's my good buddy. You could bring on Deacon. I'm good. I'm cool with Deacon. I could text him on the phone right now. But if I'm talking to you, if we say we do that, you run to the Bible and say, hey, this is this, this is that. No, it doesn't. Let's look at this right here. Whether you agree or disagree with me, I'm not disrespecting that you're calling yourself Israel. I agree. We can all be spiritual Israel. All of us can be a part of that family. Well, let me do this real quickly and show you something real quickly. West African sources. Several West African traditions indicate a genealogical connection between Black Africans and the Canaanites. Mohammed Bello, scholar and second sultan of Sokoto in Hausaland, northern Nigeria, wrote a history of the Yoruba in 1812. He included this account. Hold on one second, family. Yeah, he included this account of the Yoruba origins. This is 1812, right? This is early 19th century. The people of the lands of Yoruba are from the remnants of the people of the Banu Canaan, who were the tribe of Nimrod. The reason for their dwelling in the west, based upon what has been narrated, is that Arab ibn Qatan drove them out from Iraq towards the west. Now, ladies and gentlemen, listen to this carefully now. Drove them out of Iraq towards the west. They then journeyed between the lands of Egypt and Abyssinia until they reached the lands of presently known as Yoruba. In every land in which they passed, they left behind a group of their people in that land. It is said that the indigenous blacks who reside in the mountains of Nuba in this region is Syke from them. Likewise are the people of Yaro from them. The explorer Hugh Clapperton visited Bello in Sokoto and copied large parts of Bello's work, which he later published. The story of Yoruba origins corresponds to what Bello wrote, except that Clapperton has the Canaanites originating not from Iraq, but from Arabia. Why did they switch from Iraq to Arabia? Another traditional history has the Yoruba coming from Medina. Now, Medina, still others put their origin in Mecca. So we have Arabia, Mecca, Medina, Iraq, Canaan. Another West African source, the Kano Chronicle, details the history of the Hausa people of northern Nigeria, whose origins it claims lie in two migrations, one from Baghdad and one from Canaan. Now ask yourself this question. Why would they say they come from Mecca and also say they come from Medina and Arabia, right? Three Arabic places. Then also say they come from Iraq and Canaan separately. Why are these traditions in this culture? Now look at this now. Older scholarship accepted the historicity of these migration stories. Now listen to this carefully to my brother Second Exodus and Covey. The consensus of scholarship today, however, does not. Let me read it again. Older scholarship accepted the historicity of these migration stories. The consensus of scholarship today, however, does not. Robin Law, this is the guy that wrote about Wida or Judah or whatever y'all call it. He's the expert anthropologist and historian and archaeologist on that area. Robin Law and others have concluded that the Yoruba stories are legendary. The more general views nowadays, at least among academic historians, is that these traditions of migration from the Middle East are to be explained by the expansion of the influence of Islam in sub-Saharan Africa in relatively recent times. The concern of African peoples to claim origins from the Islamic world reflects no more than a desire to relate themselves to what was seen as a prestigious world civilization. Now, watch this. Similarly, Murray Lass wrote of the Hausa accounts in the Kano Chronicle that they are almost wholly legendary, reflecting 16th or 17th century anachronisms. An indication of the Islamic influence is the adoption of various Muslim traditions and personalities in these stories of origins. Let me read this again. And I want everybody, Covey, if you want this book, I got you. Anybody who wants this book, I got you. An indication of the Islamic influence is the adoption of various Muslim traditions and personalities in these stories of origins. See, that's key. What is that? That's saying when they're telling their oral story or their oral tradition, it has people from Muhammad's time period that saying, yeah, they're related to this guy, Muhammad, or his brother, or his uncle, or his grandfather. What would that mean? That means you're developing a story. Sure, anybody who wants it, email me at askbrothergarfield@gmail.com. As law has shown, these traditions and personalities were adopted even to fashion stories that legitimately opposition to Islam. These are some of the sources that's used, right? Now let's get to Ghana. The claim of origins in the East goes beyond the Yoruba and Hausa. Law mentions the kings of Ghana who claim descent from the Caliph Ali, the son-in-law and fourth successor of Muhammad. Now, let me stop right there. Now, let me ask you this. When have you ever heard that Ghana claims that they come from the Caliph Ali, the son-in-law, fourth successor of Muhammad? You don't hear that today. All you hear the Hebrew Israelites saying is that they claim that they're Israelites, but they never used to claim that. They used to claim Islam too. But they changed. Because guess what happened? You see, after the Biafra, when they started saying they're gonna ship Ethiopians over, everybody started flipping. When they saw the Ethiopians being migrated and taken out of Africa to Israel, all of a sudden everybody's Israel. Everybody. Let me finish this part. The founder of the first royal dynasty in Shanghai, believed to be of Yemeni origin. The royal dynasty in Mali, which claimed descent from two companions of Muhammad. And this is what's his name? Talk about the dynasty in Mali all the time, about Mali. My brother Orthodox more. But you won't hear a lot about this part, which claimed descent from two companions of Muhammad. And the royal dynasty in Borno, which claimed descent from Saif ibn Dahi Yazan, who, although living before the time of Muhammad, can be thought of as a proto-Islamic hero, as a defender of Mecca against Christian imperialism. The Saharan Kunta people trace their descent to Uqba ibn Nafi, the commander of the Muslim conquest of the Maghreb in North Africa. So too the Berbers, who claim a Canaanite or Yemenite ancestry. The genealogical claims made by virtually every significant Arabic and Berber-speaking noble group in the Sahel invoke an Arab Muslim origin. I hope Orthodox Moore is paying attention, because that's where he concentrates a lot on. And more, no pun intended, Murray last writes to me, in the 1960s, my professor and I did a survey and account of all the peoples in West Africa. Look, 1960s, for whom there were traditions, of all the peoples that claimed a Middle Eastern origin. And when we reach 43, we call it today. More such stories are coming up almost every year. They are making it up. They are making it up. This is why you have this family. You hear in the Hebrew Israelite side, because we're in the West, and you claim that. But you're not hearing the Muslim side. They was claiming Muslim first. So which one is it? Are they from the Islam, from Arab, from Mecca? Or are they from Canaan? It has to do with the change of the tone of Africa. Africa unite. But guess what? We want to claim Israel because we will get helicopters coming, taking us out of Africa. The Nigerians and the Biafra is the perfect example of that. So everybody in Africa wants to be, hey, I want to be an Israelite. Look at the explanation from the scholars. The explanation given for these genealogies that they reflect the inhabitants' desire to relate themselves to what was seen as a prestigious world civilization makes sense for the genealogies that are traced to Muslim or proto-Muslim heroes. But how can they explain the traditions that consider the ancient ancestor to have been Canaan, who is not considered to be the forefather of the Muslims or the Arabs? The Arabs, they say, so now when Garfield say, yeah, they trace back to Islam and it's all Islamic. So what about Canaan? That ain't got nothing to do with Islam. Watch this now. The Arabs trace their genealogy to Shem, not to Canaan. The answer seems to lie in the common Muslim tradition examined above, which goes back to the 7th century, that Canaan was the ancestor of the Cushites. Remember when I told you all about blackness and how they attribute Ham to slavery? And what the Muslims did was change the biblical story to make Canaan, Cush, Canaan's son instead of his brother. Let's see if Garfield is on point. Which goes back to the 7th century, that Canaan was the ancestor of the Cushites. No, they were brothers. But in Islam, they changed it. They made all the black people Cushites. Canaan was the ancestor of the Cushites and other dark-skinned African peoples, because Canaan was cursed in the biblical tradition. So if you dark-skinned, you are a descendant of the Canaanites. It does not seem unreasonable to conclude that this tradition influenced some of the inhabitants of West Africa as Islam moved westward into the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, whether you want to believe Garfield or not, I am telling you from my heart, one of the reasons why black folks or dark-skinned people are mistreated is because of the curse of Ham. You are cursed. So when the Portuguese saw it, see, look at how it started. Let's take a look at it for a second. The blackness and how the blackness messed us up. Everybody emailing me for this book right now. Beyond implications, an explicit link between blacks and slavery. This is history now. Blacks and slavery in the context of the Noah story. Now, I'm going to respectfully say to this channel, we know the biblical tradition don't teach that Ham is cursed because he's black. We know that. We know it's not even Ham that's cursed. It was Canaan that's cursed. I want you guys to listen. This is not Garfield talking. This is how it originated. No, the link between blacks and slavery in the context of the Noah story first appears in a Syriac Christian work known as the Cave of Treasures. Remember I said it the other day, the Eastern Church, dating in its present form from the 6th to the 7th century at the latest, but originally going back to the 4th or 6th century. Now, this is before the Talmud. I know we like to blame the Orthodox Jews and the Talmud, but this is a Christian story from the Eastern Christian Church that started this. They make blackness and attach it to slavery.
Wait a minute. You shut your mouth and get out of here right now. Shut your mouth and get out of here right now.
Now watch this, family. Dating in its present form, so go back to the 4th or 3rd century, expanding on the biblical story. The work quotes the biblical text, "Cursed be Canaan, a slave of slaves shall he be to his brothers," and explains why Noah cursed Canaan with slavery. Although Ham sinned.
I got to put Garfield out. Christianity is not ready to accept that. There's too many black Christians that don't even want to say that Christianity got a criminal record. I can't do it. We can't do it. That level of that cannot be red letter. Should that be discussed here? Where the pure folk at? Where the holy folk at? Where the apologists at? This should not be discussed here. We can't connect Christianity to chattel slavery in no way. If we do, we'll do it to the Pope and the purgatory people. But we're not going to do it to no Protestants. We can't do it. We love the Pope in them so much, we can't even say that the Catholic, certain things can't be discussed. Hey, yo, do me a favor, Sakari, whoever you, do me a favor and get up out of here. Do me a favor and get up out of here. I didn't want to put you in outer darkness. Just leave on your own free will, your own volition. Just go ahead and go. It's okay. Everybody ain't got to be here. This ain't the place. There's nothing to see. Move on. Why would Garfield, 1 minute y'all Christians think Garfield doing God's work, but now I'm going to get emails. I could tell on Friday, I don't feel like emails. See, you see that? You see Russell, you see Russell? You see the type of people? Hey, yo, Garfield, I'm going to give Garfield 5 more minutes because I like Garfield. He got to go. He got to go. You're not going to talk about God's holy, pure church that has never done no wrong.
But in your defense,
not going to do it.
It's the Eastern Church. But let me just say this, though. The reason offered is that Canaan had invented musical instrument by means of which sin had multiplied in the world through song and lute play and lasciviousness. It then continues. Canaan was cursed because he had dared to do this. He and his descendants were reduced to slavery, and they are the Egyptians, the Mysians, the Cushites, the Indians, and the abominable ones, the Musrai. The Arabic and Ethiopian versions of the work expand Canaan's descendants to include all blacks. Noah was angry with Ham and said, "Let Canaan be cursed and let him be a slave to his brothers." Noah increased in his curse of Canaan, therefore his sons became slaves. They are the Copts, the Cushites, the Indians, the Musin, and all the other blacks of Sudan. They are the Egyptians, the Kerboians, the Indians, the Musawarians, the Ethiopians, and all those whose skin color is black. When it says Indians, by the way, it's talking about the people in India, not the Indians as over here in North America. In these versions of the Cave of Treasures, the biblical story is retold. Canaan is cursed with slavery. And then in addition to the biblical account, we are informed that Canaan's descendants were various dark-skinned peoples and all those whose skin color is black. Here, for the first time, we see explicit association of blackness with servitude in the context of the Noah story. I'm not going to read the rest because I got to go do an interview with this Egyptologist shortly at 1 o'clock. But let me just show you this.
When that video going to drop with the interview from yesterday?
Sometime on a Friday, probably 4 to 7 weeks from now. If you look at this now, you could see the Arabic sources. All these Arabic sources are agreeing and repeating all of this stuff. So dark-skinned African people are called Sudan. So the Bilal al-Sudan. So you see the Muslim tradition that Nimrod, a black flat-nosed boy, was the son of Canaan, is also related to the Canaanite Cushite association in the Bible. So you see that they are the ones, that the Muslims are the ones that switched up the story and made it that if you are dark-skinned, you are cursed. This is why in Arabia today, Saudi Arabia, there's still racism up to this day because that's how they feel. That's how you feel? The curse of Ham migrates to the west. How does it migrate to the west? Remember, I told y'all the Portuguese saw the information and said, you see, they're dark skinned, so we could mess with them. Look at it right here. So the first grew out of the tradition of the black Canaan appeared in the Eastern Christian cave of treasures, which associated dark skin with servitude in the Noah text. All right. The second grew out of the Muslim etiology of Noah's curse of dark skin, which morphed into a dual curse of blackness and slavery, also found in Eastern, primarily Muslim sources. It is not until much later that the curse makes an appearance in the West. Scholars have traditionally pointed to the Portuguese chronicler Zorara as the first in the West to record the curse. As we shall see, the curse appears in Western sources earlier than Zorara, but still centuries later than its appearance in the East. In the Chronicle of the Discovery and Conquest of Guinea, Zorara recounted the Portuguese expedition to the African coast in 1441 when some Moors were captured and brought back to Portugal. We are given an indication of the ethnicity of these African Moors when Zorara tells us that their language was Azunagai of Sahara, according to Kenneth Wolfe. So Azunagai is a transliteration of the singular form of Idzagen, the name of a nomadic Berber people who inhabited the Western Sahara. The Portuguese captured some of these Moors, including one black Mooress who was a slave to them. Black Moors appear again when we are told that among those captured was one who was said to be a noble. This noble, upon arrival in Portugal, said that if he would be returned, this is the guy called Adahu the Moor, if he would be returned to his people, he would give as ransom for himself 5 or 6 black Moors. After telling of the noble's offer, Zorara continues referring to the black Moors. These black Moors were like the others, though they're slaves in accordance with ancient custom, which I believe to have been because of the curse, which after the deluge, Noah laid upon his son Ham. Curse him in this way, that his race should be subject to all the other races of the world. So when you say you are cursed, this has to do with interpretation. Because remember, these people are using an Abrahamic faith to condemn you. So the Muslims saying that you should be subject to all the other races of the world. So when the Portuguese are reading this stuff now, they're like, oh, so we're justified in enslaving black folks. And from his race, these blacks are descended, as written the Archbishop Don Roderick of Toledo and Josephus in his book of Antiquities of the Jews, and Walter with other authors who have spoken of the generations of Noah from the time of his going out of the ark. Some believe that Zorara was distinguishing between Muslim blacks who did not fall under Noah's curse and non-Muslim blacks who did. As I understand, however, his distinction is not one of religion, but of race. So you see, the Portuguese got it. Portuguese said, aha. So here it goes right here. But Zorara was not the first in the West to refer to the curse of Ham. Some 30 years before Zorara wrote his chronicle, Don Luis de Guzman, churchman and Grand Master of the Catholic Order of Calatrava, asked Rabbi Moses Aragel of Castile. Okay, so this rabbi is from Iberia. He's a Sephardic Jew. So if he's a Sephardic Jew, look at what he wrote. To compose a translation of the Hebrew Bible into Castilian together with Jewish interpretations. The work, illustrated by over 330 paintings, was completed in 1430. In his comment on Genesis 9:25, Aragel wrote, and Canaan was a slave of slaves. Some say that these are the black Moors who are everywhere captives. An accompanying illustration depicting the biblical scene of Noah's drunkenness is the first known iconographic representation of Ham as black African. The introduction of black skin into the retelling of Noah's curse of slavery grew out of 2 early traditions, an ancient genealogy of black Canaan and an etiology of black skin based on biblical Ham. Let me leave that alone.
Grady Brew, I hope you're looking at the screen.
These are the Romans. They talk about people getting cursed with chains around their neck. The Romans were doing that too. People around their neck running around with slits. But I do want to point out to everybody that's watching, and we got to be very, very careful, right? When we talk about oral traditions and so forth, I could go more into it and let you guys know. What time is it? 12:50. I gotta get ready for my interview. But I want to say to you,
we'll be on later on.
It's very, if you're still on in an hour, I'll jump back on. But I want to say to everybody, don't take my word for it. Do like what Kobe did. I don't know if Kobe jumped on and told you he found his great grandfather in what's his name book as a source.
Yes. I talked to you. He hit me yesterday.
Yeah, so he this guy is I don't care what y'all want to say. Kobe's a Jew.
Kobe's a problem. They don't want Kobe's a problem, but he likes it. Kobe was dark skin like me. Oh my goodness. He'd have a channel with 200, 300,000 people on it, but the light skin person's on him. It is what it is. All right, come back on. Jump back on an hour.
Before I go, the only thing that's going to reverse us as our status in life is if we reverse the curse of Ham tradition. It's not biblical. We need the Christian church. I'm talking the Roman Catholics, the main Protestant churches, and the Orthodox Jewish community. Hold on to denounce the curse of Ham. This is very important, Brother Bereen. Yesterday, when I was interviewing the lady, you got to hear this.
Go ahead. I'm coming.
You got to hear this. I didn't know the Reformed Judaism that they trace lineage by the males now. They've been doing a couple of decades. They tried it out. So they have lineage by Judaism to the male and the female now, right now, for the last couple of decades.
Oh, and both.
They're doing both. You could be a Jew by male and female. Yep. So that changes the whole conversation. I didn't know that. I did not know that. All right, I'll be back, family. Peace.
All right. Let me see. Let me grab my phone, y'all. I'm gonna play some of this. Let me grab my phone, see how long the other one is. He started talking about the church got to turn around and speak on that curse and that darkness and all of that stuff. Church talking about truth and church talking about moving forward, and they folk ain't finna do all of that. That's how they'd rather these folks saying, why worried about that? Let the bygones be bygones. The past is the past. Everybody else can get reparations, and you ain't spiritual when you start talking that. That's the carnal mind.
Welcome to One Brooklyn, presented by.
Hold on just a second here. Let me get some context here. So in this video right here,
another video. They wanted us. Because you say what you want. They think we fair over here. They wanted us to play some of this other video. Let me see how long it is. If not, I want to put my energy into it. We may have to jump back on in an hour or two and go over the video that this gentleman dropped. I don't even know who he is, but we'll play it. Somebody in here probably know. I said, we'll look over it as a people. They said, please do.
At the time, ladies and gentlemen, Eric Adams was a borough president. He was a borough president. New Yorkers understand what a borough president is. Everyone else, it's sort of a foreign concept. But at the time, the man who is now the mayor was a borough president.
Gary
and since he was there in Brooklyn, it made sense after this happened that he went and tried to help raise money to rebuild for this congregation. And I hope people understand by now, when we talk about practitioners of Black Judaism, clearly we are not talking about one-Westers. Okay, I hope people are catching that. And clearly we are talking about people who are Tanakh only. Okay, they're not thinking that Yeshua, Jesus, is the Christ or the Messiah. I think people should understand that as well. But Wentworth Matthew, that is where Edward Meredith Bibbins left out of that congregation that was established in 1919. And about 50 years later, Edward Meredith Bibbins started his school, which eventually became One West. So this all does relate to the practice of Black Judaism there in New York City. Before I play the Eric Adams video, which again, it's significant. This was at the time of the fire 6.5 years ago. Now he's a president. I'm sorry, not president. Now he's the mayor of New York City. Any comments before I play this, Eduardo?
No, that's good. That was a great setup.
Yeah, this is interesting. So this is his speech. The audio is a little quiet on this, but hopefully you'll be able to hear it.
Welcome to One Brooklyn, presented by Brooklyn Borough President Eric L. Adams. On this edition of One Brooklyn, Brooklyn Borough President Adams joins with members of a historic Bedford-Stuyvesant synagogue that suffered a devastating fire last month. There, they announced that thousands of dollars in donations had been raised to help in the rebuilding process. The borough president thanked local residents and businesses who are providing critical assistance during this holiday season, and also shared information on how New Yorkers can get involved with the ongoing relief effort. They gathered outside the destroyed building beside a 5-foot-tall wooden menorah on the first day of Hanukkah.
It's clearly cold outside, but it is warm in the borough, and that warmth is being shared as we acknowledge the Hanukkah time of the year, where you see the outpouring of Brooklynites to show their support for this synagogue that is really part of the history of this building. The hammering you hear in the background is this the continuation of the restoration process that needs to take place. And when you think about parts of this building has been around since the 18th century, it is a very significant part of the history here in Brooklyn. And so we want to thank the members who are here of the B'nai Adath Kol Beth Israel synagogue, and all the supporters in Brooklyn, and what has been done since the fire that really took their place of worship temporarily from them. But just as the building is strong, the people are strong, the spirit and energy in Brooklyn is strong as we show our support to date. When we responded here during the fire and put out the call to the rabbi and the members of this synagogue, we were able to raise over $20,000 on the GoFundMe page with 150 contributors. And we're going to give a special thanks to Home Depot, part of Brooklyn's historic,
because that's what they're practicing. However, they're not exactly aligned with the Orthodox in that. So comment a little bit on that and what you heard there. And did you ever know Eric Adams is the did you even realize he was the borough president of Brooklyn back in the day?
No, not at all. I mean, I've been out of New York for a while now. So no, I didn't know that. But I missed a little bit of what you said because I got dropped out for a second. It kicked me off. I don't know why. Did you see that?
Good. Yeah, you were real quick. You weren't gone too long though.
I remember all of that. He was a lieutenant in New York City Police Department. I think before he was even borough president. My man took his position actually. Shout out to Ty. Fair use. This other video, oh yeah, this is gonna be a good one. Yep, this is gonna be a minute. I think we might have to take a break and come back on this other one. This looked like some camp nonsense, but we'll keep it a buck. We'll keep it a buck with them. We got a matter of fact. I ain't gonna even. I'm just gonna play in front of everybody, and we're gonna see what's
just kind of discussing the fact that it's significant that he knows who they are, and he's now the mayor of New York City, and it's kind of
now when we come back. I'm gonna see if y'all can keep. It's hard for y'all. Some of y'all, it's hard for y'all to keep it a buck. I'm gonna see if y'all do that with the camps, bro. Remember, broken clock. However y'all want to say about them. We'll see how fair y'all are, how straight up y'all can be, because it's rough with y'all. I played some to the pop, and I expected y'all to say some stuff, and then last night with some stuff with Pastor Mike and them was on there. I said, well, let me see if they can. Let me see who say what, who keep it a buck. Boy, it's hard with some of y'all.
And they're being afforded normative status, right? Which is fascinating. You can have Ashkenazic Jews who are Messianic, who don't always get that same sort of treatment as being within. It's like they're getting the arm of fellowship of normative Judaism, right? Being accepted as normative. And so the senior rabbi of my synagogue may not get the same kind of treatment as an Ashkenazic Jewish person with ketubot, marriage certificates, being circumcised on the 8th day by others in places of politics because of being Messianic, but they're still being accepted as normative by government officials. That is fascinating.
Yeah, and it is fascinating. And I think one reason is you think about the building. Parts of the building have been around since the 18th century. That's significant. And the fact that the congregation itself, stems from a congregation that goes back to the beginning of the 20th century in Harlem, but they themselves there, and as they used to say, do or die Bed-Stuy, they've been around since the mid 20th century. So there's history there.
crazy.
So I bring this out. I know this is not going to be the hottest show I've ever done or anything like that, as far as people, tuning in and all that. But the thing is, I think it's important for people to kind of get a sense of this history and the larger scope and scale of these issues when we talk about Hebrew Israelism, and kind of understand that. So I have another couple clips I'm going to play. Go ahead, though, brother.
Before you show them, I just want to show this. So Rabbi Mark Shulman, who's the senior rabbi of our congregation, Ashkenazic rabbi, brought up in Orthodox Judaism. He serves as a Messianic Jewish chaplain in the Air Force.
Okay.
And he actually had some static with the clergy that were the Orthodox rabbis because he wore the tablets. Now, mind you, he's a Messianic rabbi. And they didn't want him to wear the tablets because that was supposed to be a Jewish symbol, and they viewed him as outside of Judaism. And now there's this whole big thing going on of the Messianic Jews having to have their own symbol in the Air Force and in the chaplaincy to differentiate from them. And for these Black Jews to get the right hand of fellowship, right, is really interesting. It's a big deal. It's not a small thing, right? To be viewed as normative and to be called a synagogue even on the news, So, and when we get into the services, we'll see more about some of the differences that they actually do have. That.
And what do y'all think about that? They just accepting the white bottle. But Black folk, they want you to go through the rings. They got a certain amount of people, certain amount of rabbis, folk that's recognized, got to look at you and say A, B, C, and D. Like I said a long time ago, that's what Dr. Ben was like. Who are y'all to have to want to recircumcise people coming from Ethiopia, folk that got a more ancient tradition? And it's going on in so many different circles when you start talking about awakening and who's original and who got the original authority and who tradition and comparing oral stories and all of this is big stuff. For y'all to say that, oh, this thing is dying out, listen, this is big stuff. And politics are involved in it. All right, y'all, let me see what he finished saying there. We're going to pick this up. We're going to pick this up in a couple of hours.
That would never happen in the Orthodox congregation.
Yeah, it's interesting. So the question of acceptance with practitioners of Black Judaism is it's a touchy subject in a lot of ways.
Because say what you want over here, Black Messianics are in this little small community. Black Messianics have been in a struggle. They haven't been in a struggle. They just come through. But I've been attempting to fight for them because say what you want. Other folk want to say you're not recognized saved if y'all do this, or even if they don't say it, they allude to it with shots being fired. Yeah, we say we love each other, but folk blow shots. We do it at family dinners. We do it at the cookout. Oh, another guy. It seems like every cookout, every family reunion, you got a new man living in your house. You got all them folk around your kids, and we blow shots. This is what we do. But shots are being blown for some Black people all over in every area, even when it comes down to the awakening, who is a Jew and things of that nature. I wonder why Blacks, based on the curse that Garfield was talking about. Y'all want to put on the curses on the Bible and black skin, and they dying skin in America. I mean, in Jamaica, they dying skin in India. Prince Hall and them being the mulatto class house, Negroes, paper bag test among the Divine Nine and all of that stuff. It's been a war. Light skin, dark skin, it's been a war. It's been some nonsense, and others are saying we're so spiritual, we shouldn't even be able to speak. We shouldn't even speak on these matters. They don't care to Christ and God in the spirit world. It doesn't matter, but it's a reality to some people. And just being able to navigate through that in life as a believer, it's rough for some people.
They would definitely say they were not very accepted, especially in the beginning. And I think that that's pretty much true.
A lot of people say they don't get notification.
The Orthodox, my understanding in general, Eduardo, and you would already probably know and understand this, are a little slower to have open arms to what they may view as upstarts. The Reform, though, the Reform branch of Judaism, they're a lot more, willing to kind of open their arms. And in fact, one of the fun.
But when you have some Jews that wanted to bang against, I think it was Wentworth and them guys cherrying them back in the days, and compared to some people now that don't want to be accepted by them, that actually want to argue and say they're fake, they're fraudulent, they're nothing, and we are the people. Is that a better position to take? I know a lot of y'all think that's the pure truth. Is that a better position? Is that a worse position? Because y'all, some of y'all blatantly saying the skin color, they not it, we're it.
Fundraisers that this group did, I believe, was with a group of what it looked like reformed Jewish practitioners, meaning their help. They were trying to help raise funds. Now they raised $20,000, is my understanding, but they needed $4.5 million for the proper repairs for this, and that didn't happen, and so that's why it's in the process of getting demolished. It's in the news there in New York. So we play the old news, but pretty soon I'm gonna play here the new news as well. And I would say, they've been around a while, so they've got a little more acceptance from certain factions, but other factions I don't think would ever fully accept, But I guess probably, yeah, to your point, more so than Messianic Jewish folks. Shout out to Yondell, my man. Alan, how you doing? It's very good to see you, brother. Keep the program going. I hope today is an interesting program for you today. This is, a little educational joint, and hopefully people appreciate it. All right, let's go back to this right here. Oh, that's the wrong. I keep on doing that. That's the Dow clip. Sorry, guys, I'm playing the wrong. Okay, here's another clip though
Demolition is underway at an historic synagogue in Bedford-Stuyvesant. Fire destroyed it in 2017, but the faith leaders say the congregation still thrives.
In the spirit of the Hebrew people, we survived.
Rabbi Baruch Yehuda says the roughly 200 members of B'nai Adath Kol Beth Yisrael congregation have worshipped since the fire in borrowed spaces, including in a private home.
We have families that have depended on us for years and throughout the generations.
This temple was home to the oldest Black Jewish congregation in Brooklyn. Originally founded in 1954, B'nai...
That's important right there. So we're talking about the oldest Black Jewish congregation in Brooklyn, and they're founded again in 1954. And they have Torah scrolls there. What's the outside cover of the Torah scrolls called? What's that name? Does it have a name?
So it's like a mantle. It's a man. We normally just call it a mantle. I'm sure it has an exact name in Hebrew. So on the top of it are called the Rimonim. They don't have any Rimonim on there, which is interesting. On top of the poles, you would basically that when you move around, it makes noise. Some of them are like in shapes of pomegranate bells, and then they have the yod for the pointer on the top.
I see the yod.
So
I see the
it's
yod.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yep.
But this looks fairly standard though, right? I don't.
This is standard Ashkenazic practice. So like if they're coming from Africa, Yemen, Morocco, I mean these types of areas, their scrolls basically stand up in cases. So Sephardic Yemenite Torah scrolls, they go in cases and they actually stand up. They don't have what's called the Eitz Chaim, which means tree of life, which are on the poles. That's really an Ashkenazic European way of like having the scroll.
Yeah.
So
what about
some of the other scrolls do that.
What about the style of dress? Any comment on that?
Yeah, so it's interesting. They have the talit. I know that many wear large hats like these. They're a little bit different, but I'm not familiar with those in my community. But they do have. It seems like the normal stripes of talits, which are the prayer shawls. They seem to have that around them, which is interesting. So this is probably in front of the ark because it looks like they have the parachet in front of it, which is like the curtain.
Oh, okay. When you say the ark in relation to a synagogue, can you explain that to the audience, though, brother?
So the ark is what the Torah goes into.
Wow.
So behind them would sort of be facing east, if that's where they have their Torah scroll at.
All right, and
It's
then
hard to tell with the angle that it's at.
I got you. The previous picture. Notice anything about that picture? I mean, it's not a game. I'm just asking if you notice anything. Just anything you would want to point out to the audience.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just interesting. I mean, this almost this looks like a wedding.
Well, it might be.
V'kol kala, and the voice of the bride. V'kol kala, and the voice of the bride.
Oh, that's what it says on the top.
V'kol kala. That's what it looks like to me. V'kol kala.
Well,
it looks like the voice of the bride.
All right. Well, I'll continue watching this clip from Spectrum News, and you guys can see why we want Eduardo on. Listen, the stuff I choose to do is obscure. I'm covering a historic Black Jewish synagogue in Brooklyn. Honestly, some of the stuff Eduardo chooses to do might even be more obscure So my point by saying that is he needs your support and help, not because he's hard up. He has great support system there in PA, from what I understand, and a lot of blessings. And he runs a very professional channel with a lot of entertainment value too, and educational value. But I just encourage you guys to definitely support content creators, as they call them now, like Eduardo, because he does great work and really presents an invaluable contribution to the discussion of apologetics online in relationship to this. You really can't get commentary like this just anywhere that he is presenting. So great appreciation for that. White Lily, who gave a super chat, thank you for the super chat, by the way. Thank you very much for the super chat. Says, stop accidentally playing the polyamory song. I'll get restuck in my head, and I'll definitely use it as a conversation starter. So I don't know if you know, when I was playing the wrong clip a few times when I was going to the video. That's from a previous program where we were covering Charles Dow and Straightway Truth Ministries. And someone, again, we understand it'd be very painful. She showed clips of the fire back then. That is the rabbi himself. I would hope to speak to him perhaps one day. I've heard only good things about him. And just one other picture I didn't get your commentary on. And by the way, my understanding is they are kosher, because I watched some of their live Q&A, and it was a lot of questions about kosher stuff, especially during Passover. There, I think they might have grape juice or wine, because I saw one of the questions was about that, and someone was asking why they did that. I don't know. Comment on what this looks like.
This looks like either an Erev Shabbat Kedusha, where they're doing this and the entering in of Friday night. And they're wearing talits, which is also interesting, right? If it is a Friday night thing, it could be them, doing Passover also, and they're wearing talits also. Everybody seems to have a cup of grape juice. If that's a stack of matzah in the middle, I'm wondering if they have a Seder plate on the other side. It'd be nice to have the whole table, right? If we did, maybe he's leading a Passover Seder there. It's hard to tell. But it seems like they're opening up the books. If we could see the front of this book in a high definition picture, that would be good. But it's kind of hard to tell. It could be a Haggadah or it could be their Siddur, because the one you sent me, it seems they print some of their own material to use. So could it be their own Siddur, which is a prayer book on Friday night, yet they're wearing talits, prayer shawls? Conservative synagogues do that as well. Orthodox synagogues won't wear the larger prayer shawls at nighttime services, except on high holy days.
So these little differences, you're able to tell some of the influence and stuff, which I think is very interesting. And again, that's why I appreciate your commentary.
Yeah, and the other thing about the name too, when I think about emerging Jewish communities, usually when Jewish communities have a continuity, a lot of times there is, when the Jewish identity is strong, right? Very strong. There isn't a problem with having a rabbi with a non-Hebrew name. So we have rabbis in rabbinic literature and the rabbinic text. We have like Rabbi Alexander. Alexander's not a Hebrew name, right?
Right.
But in the rabbinic text, we have a Rabbi Alexander who is Jewish and he's part of the community. When you look at the Sephardic communities, there were rabbis and founders of the congregations that have Spanish names just like everybody else. The need to really hinge yourself back into a Hebrew name is a strong claim of identity that is shaken, right? It's not to be offensive, but it is a way to kind of hinge ourselves back in the identity intensely. This would be normative for communities to do, to change their names and take on these Hebrew names. And even to give their children names that are more Hebrew, to really pass that strength of Jewish Hebrew Black Jew identity on to their children.
Right.
So seems something intentional. If we have rabbis in the Talmud who use Greek names, if you're Jewish, then what's the problem with using your regular African name or Spanish name or Greek name or whatever, right? It shouldn't be an issue.
Right. Yeah, I think it is part of the reclamation process, like you were saying. There you can see back in 2017, Eduardo, where the firefighters were able to save the Torah scrolls.
Yeah.
I imagine that was high priority to the congregation.
100%. And there's things about Jewish law about saving the parchments that are written with the divine name Yod Hey Vav Hey on them, that you should be going in and saving them. It's a high priority to go in and do that. And specifically the specific examples in rabbinic texts are, if a building is on fire, do you go in and save the scroll, right? And the idea is that you would go in and save the scroll if you can.
Is a Gentile allowed to touch?
That was the next good. That's a good
like
question.
This, in this
And
instance,
bringing out,
is it
or in
kinda
the case
like-
of
is there
emergency,
something to
God
that?
don't
I don't know.
mind.
It's, I mean, the Jewish law gets so entangled up on handling that stuff, right? I mean, I'm sure they would say, hey, if he's saving it, it's not an issue, right? It's not
Yeah.
ritualistic in the process. So
I'd imagine so, yeah. But so there it is, kind of a close up to it.
yeah.
You know, I
But
kind of
those
wonder
aren't
if
those
they,
aren't cheap, man. Those aren't cheap.
I
You
wonder
know,
if they
just
had
so
them
people
custom
know. I
made
mean,
or if they had bought this from another congregation. You know.
so typically when you go to order these type of mantles, they have some pre-made. Sometimes Torah scroll dimensions are different. There's a range of lines that a Torah scroll can be written on in the Ashkenazic tradition. Certain amount of lines. So depending upon the lines and the dimensions, the centimeters, you would have to order it and get it made for it, or standard. So you know you could have a certain amount of lines, but the letters are so big, right? So you can have Torah scrolls that are a lot of different sizes. So it's not like just go shop and pick one up. They're in New York City, so maybe they have access to more, but you know you don't
Right.
just walk in and grab one all the time.
Yeah, they're not just sitting on the shelf. There you can see the new building they were hoping to work on, and they were talking
Massive.
about making. Yeah, this is what their plan and hope was. They wanted to do a lot more, I think, than sort of just have a synagogue, and I believe that is the proposed inside. Any comments on that?
Well, they probably want to retain where that star was. That
Yeah,
was
you
on the
think?
outside.
Yeah,
That's probably why
yeah.
they put that there. And then, so that's probably facing east on that side of the building. What's interesting to me is that I don't see mechitza in the congregation, right? Which will be like the divider between male and female. Typically in Jewish law, male and female don't.
Go ahead, gentlemen. You want to queue up to here, or you want to? I don't know how much time you got.
No, what I just want to bring, and all the Israelite assemblies. Have you ever seen a Torah scroll?
Never, 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 never.
Is that
Always seen
Bible?
just a Bible? No, just a Bible. Never seen that before. Never. No one West. No, I don't even with non like Dowell and them. I don't see that. Not that expensive. Not them scrolls that they got for the 5, 8, 9, 10, 17,000. None of that. They just crack a Bible open.
Would that be important to have? Or was that just traditions?
If I was Israel, I would. That would be important to me. If I was Israel, that would be important to me. Ella Green even got that. But he said that's Ashkenazi tradition, so they're going to put that part of white man. But I could think that back in the days, they would have this. I'm talking about ancient Israel. I could think that ancient Israelite would have this. But
and then when Jesus opened the scroll, it said this.
Come on, that's a tradition they come from. Oh, I forgot the tradition that made the word of God of none effect. So Jesus had a little Ashkenazi. He was confused a little bit. One West came and brought us the truth. Jesus had some confusion and Paul had some confusion, but they come to fix it for all of us. I don't know.
Because during Passover, is a scroll read or just folks just read from the Bible?
Come on.
Logos software or Bible Hub, Blue Letter?
I don't know. Let them answer that. Y'all know why we slow over here. What say ye y'all? Or is it book worship? Y'all got the spirit and they just confused, but they got the ceremony and the book and the ancient scroll and parchment and the yard and the thing for pointing and all of that nonsense. And you don't need it. You just need to read the words and have them in your heart and keep the commandments to the best of your ability. Go ahead, look at it.
Yeah, Torah scrolls have always. Yes, Torah scrolls have always. Torah scrolls have always had scrolls in it. Always.
So what would that say to these modern people that say, some people may just say that's part of synagogue nonsense.
So with the going back to
Jesus doing it, is it nonsense if y'all say y'all follow Christ and you see Jesus doing it, and you see the ancient Israelites opening up a holy scroll?
Now, going back to the Ebo and Gad, with Eri the son of Gad.
Father God, do them misleading people alone.
No, Brent, no. Because then, if I'm not mistaken, didn't say in Igbo land they have a Torah scroll that was like burnt into that was burnt. It wasn't written, no ink. It was like the letters were burnt into the pelt or whatever it may be.
Hold on, let me put a link out right now because that might be some good talk coming up right there. That sounds good right there.
So with that Torah scroll, who brought that Torah scroll if Eri would have existed before Moses? So it seems like Eri would have followed some primordial Yahwehism. And in Judah Igbo land, who taught them these things?
From
there's no Torah during the time of Gad. Was anything written down during the time? Was it just oral traditions? And it's only until Moses when these things are written down. So once it's written down, how long did it take for that Torah scroll to come to those lands? And then why did they receive it?
Because they had something prior to it to make them say yes, this, and bear witness.
That's the whole thing. Because why, if I'm a Gadite, Erie, and I've left the Levant and I've gone to
land. Come on.
Another land, and you say, hey, we have the laws of Yah from who? Moses. Who's Moses?
Because they've been left already.
Yeah. So there have to be a standpoint of what do we do? Like that's why I asked about the Star of David. When does that we come this?
Hey, yo, don't feed him. Don't do that. Don't do that. Work. He getting wrecked. Don't feed him that.
And okay, BC said, what did Ezra have and from who? But Ezra is after the Babylonian
he's a trying to fit. Come on, it was some way established before him. They trying to go back to established thing, and what they couldn't establish, he established himself.
Yeah,
that's why we hold Ezra in high regard. Y'all may not do the one West, but Ezra is somebody in this tradition.
Yeah,
don't let these Negroes fool you. Ezra is somebody.
So with the kippah, the head coverings, dealing with the Torah scroll, is that later on that Israelites come down and say, "Hey, you guys, Israel too," and here goes what we all the traditions we've had over the years. After like first century,
because some things they say they follow a tradition. They say the stuff Johanna and them, the clothes that they wear, they act like that clothes was ancient. Them towers having captains, they act like that go back to Joshua and all. They act like it's so some stuff they claim is ancient.
But then if the Igbos are saying they have a more ancient claim,
even y'all, come on,
is the outfits that they're wearing, should that be the traditional wear?
Come on.
I see Ryan here saying some might have scrolls or law must have been doing Abraham because you're saying Torah because you some Abraham's time because you some Torah for laws and now, but what the law, the Torah for Abraham is not the Torah at Mount Sinai. Why, BC? Why are you going to Halakha? I'm talking about the Torah scroll. If not mistaken, the Igbo have a Torah scroll. Where did they get that from? Why hold Moses in high regard? The woman said that he was a priest king. They had people who would deal with the divine, oracles and whatnot. So why need a Torah scroll? Why come basically under the authority of Moses? Because we know during the time of Abraham's law is not the same as Sinai. There might be things that carry over, but no. Abraham married his sister, which is condemned in the law, and would have made his son Isaac a mamzer if he was under the law, exactly.
But Enoch and all of them was following something. Cain and Abel was following something.
Something ancient.
Noah was following something. Come on, y'all. Let's make this get. Come on, y'all. Tell us.
So there has to be that if Eri goes from the Levant to the Niger area, he's a priest king, and he's dividing with the spirits. They had to have a spiritual system in place.
All back with Job before priesthood was even there.
Yeah. So then why?
They act like the patriarchs were kind of like the priests. Job wanted to make sacrifice in case of kids sinned. There wasn't no Levitical priesthood. Y'all got to break this down.
Unless dividing with the spirit, Eri and his descendants found out about the law.
Through tapping into the Akashic records.
And then they wrote it down, or would someone have, because it's not like you can just, someone have to have the knowledge how to write a scroll to come through. Right? Yeah. Around what time period? Let me see if I can find that video.
Everybody agreed the practice was on the set before books were written down.
Yeah.
Almost everybody agreed with that. I don't know, these barbershop people may not, but most other regular folk, They agree with that. In some oral form, then it took shape in the form of book, writing, parchment. But the oral story was there already.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, that's something. Because folks are saying, folks are saying, "Doom, you're doing too much." But when do these things come into place? And then also with the Torah scrolls, with the Torah scroll, yeah, mind you, it was a mistake. I wasn't sure what you were trying to say. With the Torah scrolls, Berean, did Ezra make edits?
Of course, yeah. And if he did, what's wrong with that?
Because if they have the edited version, if they have another, like I did with manuscripts, if they have a version that goes one-to-one with Ezra, that would mean they'll have. This is after the Babylonian exile.
Some people and some may believe that most of this stuff was formed afterwards. What's wrong with that again? Once again, what's wrong with that?
Going back to the timeline with Eri, he left the Levant, son of Gad, went to the Niger area, and established himself as a priest king.
That's how come it's good to establish what they have, what Samaritans have, what them Ashkenazi over there have, what them Ethiopians got, to compare it all. Different traditions coming from the same, and then get to comparing.
Yeah, which one's older? But if they have a Torah scroll, they have the more ancient one.
And how to work out the differences.
Yes.
There are some major differences. What you do here, especially when you say God divinely handled this thing coming down, and we see different things coming down from different places.
Okay, so you're saying halakha before Torah. But BC, if you can make it plain, what are you trying? So halakha for Torah, what are you saying? I mistyped. What I'm saying is we know that there were laws in Genesis with Pharaoh and Abraham. God sent plagues when he told Pharaoh his wife was his sister, which was before the law. No, the whole standpoint was so that Pharaoh wouldn't sleep with Abraham's wife. That's what the plagues were sent. And the same thing, man, like Isaac and Rebekah, that was his wife. And he didn't say that. So that way Sarah wouldn't be defiled by this other man. And there would be no confusion about who the father is. But the whole standpoint, as it comes to with the law, if the law of Sinai was in place on Abraham would have been a lawbreaker, marrying his sister, and then their child Isaac would have been a mamzer, unfit to be a part of the assembly. Abraham, Enoch, Noah followed the eternal law, in my opinion. Okay, but with that, right? Going back with the Torah scroll, is Eri found the eternal law, and then when folks are coming down, other Israelite brethren with Torah scrolls, or a Torah scroll, or later traditions, do they update the tradition going back to Levant when they already have established a priesthood, a kingship, they already established trade routes, they established a central place of power? Why would they subject themselves back to the Levant centuries after the fact?
You want to pull up your screen? I gotta step away.
All right, let me pull my screen up. How recent is that video?
Oh man, that was a good question. No, not this one. Which video?
The one you're playing. You want to play it?
Vocab? No. Go do any way you want to. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me do this one first, and we come back. Videos.
The reading of the Torah is the most important part of a service in a synagogue because we believe that it contains God's words. So a Torah scroll is treated with great respect, almost like a king, and before it's put away, it will be dressed in a robe and a crown. This is to protect it, but also to remind us of how important it is. Dressing or undressing the Torah is called Galilah in Hebrew, and it usually takes 2 people to do it. One person rolls up the scroll and carefully lifts it up by the bottom handles of the rollers. Then another person can start the dressing by tying a sash or belt around the middle to keep the 2 rollers together. This belt is called a chagura, or a garter. Then the scrolls are covered with a mantle, which is usually made from a rich material like velvet and often beautifully embroidered. There are 2 holes in the top for the handles of the rollers to poke through. In some shuls, a breastplate, or chosen in Hebrew, is added over the mantle. This is like a silver apron or bib on a chain and represents the breastplate that the priests used to wear in the temple in Jerusalem before it was destroyed nearly 2,000 years ago. Sometimes the yad, the pointer, will be hung over the top. Finally, the top of the Torah scroll will be adorned with a crown. This might be an actual crown, called a keter, that fits over the top of both roller handles, or 2 finials, or decorated caps, that go on each handle. These are called rimonim, which means pomegranates in Hebrew, because they are often made to look like fruit, called pomegranates. People used to believe that there were 613 seeds in each pomegranate, one for each of the commandments in the Torah. Now, the scroll is carried very carefully to the Ark, or the Aron HaKodesh, which is a special cupboard at the front of the shul where all the scrolls are kept. And then the doors of the Ark are closed.
With another video of African history, culture, and worldview. And welcome back to my series, A Closer Look. Today, we're going to be taking a closer look at...
Well, the point I'm asking, right, if the story is that Eri, the son of Gad, left the Levant and went to the Niger area, and he rose to prominence becoming the priest king, right, then to bring up the Torah scrolls later on, right, it's just a timeline, right? The Igbo guy is saying that in the previous video that the Star of David, the menorah, these are iconography that's native to Igbo land. Igbo land is Jerusalem. So it's just to figure out the timeline, one, and then two, the claims that they're making. Do they stand up to the history? By the time the Eri left, there is no Torah scroll. Right? The iconography didn't exist. Unless he's saying that later on, there are further Israelites that came into the land. Is that what the whole history is trying to say? That's how I'm asking about that. But by the time Eri left, if going with the oral tradition, right? Play an earlier video, that if Eri left was a priest king, right? Where does the Torah scroll come from then? Then why does he recognize the Torah scroll? They already had a spiritual system in place. They had a priest. They had a king. They had laws. They had rulings. What is the need then for a Torah scroll? Or is it a synchronization of what's going on in history? But fair use.
At the Igbo people of Nigeria. And as always, if you want to support the home team, you can do so on patreon.com. I have some new rewards for you guys, so be sure to check that out. Also, Go to Afrographics.com, a website where you can find unique illustrative infographics summarizing African history. All links to Patreon, Afrographics, and home team merchandise are in the description box below. The Igbo are the third largest ethnic group in Nigeria. The origins of the Igbo are shrouded in myths and legends, but oral traditions and archaeological evidence suggest that they've lived in their present area for several millennia. The Igbo had a unique social and political organization as it was not uniform and sometimes not centralized. There were variations from one location to another. Many communities were segmented while others were centralized. Igbo communities west of the Niger were generally chiefdoms with titles and chieftaincy paraphernalia. East of the Niger, however, possessed monarchies with a king of what the Igbo called Eze. Men, and in some cases women, were either conferred with titles or they bought them from existing title members. Initiation into these associations gave members some privileges and obligations in society. Age-grade organizations and the deities acted as centralizing agencies.
But ultimately, just going to it, it's, to me, watching that Go Back to Africa video with the Igbo, it's not a standpoint of a subset of Igbo or Gad. It's one, all Igbos are descendants of Gad. That's the first thing. Next, dealing with the lore and history, if they're going back to ancient ancestors before the law, then why are they so hung on later iconography and writings and such things of the sort? Shouldn't they have their own oral tradition that's written down? Why go back to the people in the Levant? You know what I'm saying? So then, if these are Gadites, these are Gadites, we've been told multiple times there was Judah that was spread throughout the four corners of the earth. Many folks, along with Sao Tome, they want to use the Igbo, right? So how do we really parse the Igbo claim? If there's oral traditions that at times, to me, clash in terms of, is it all the Igbo, a subset? Is the subset just Gad alone? Is it mixed? So if they're Gad, what do we do with the system? Why would they need a Torah scroll if they already had a spiritual system in place where they had diviners? They had a king, a priest king. So it's just, yeah, that's the ultimate kind of thing, just trying to parse out this history dealing with Jews in West Africa. And this is where, to me, it always gets murky. There's either a maximization, timelines unfitting, things of the sort.
In Igbo communities. Like some other African peoples, the Igbo have a pantheon of gods and goddesses ranked according to importance and function. The head of the pantheon is Chukwu, the supreme god. Other high gods in the pantheon are Anyanu, the sun, Egwe, the sky, Amadi Oha, the lightning, and Ala, Chukwu's daughter, the earth goddess and mother of the Igbo people. Lesser divine beings include deities associated with nature and agriculture, such as Aha Njoku, a goddess associated with women's activities and cultivation of yams, a central ingredient in the Igbo diet. In a myth told by the Igbo, humans sent a dog to the supreme god, Chukwu, to ask him to restore the dead to life. The dog was meandering along on his journey, and slowly his message was overtaken by a toad that had overheard. The toad wanted to punish humans for whatever reason, so it gave Chukwu the message that humans did not wish to be restored to life after they...
Yeah, but Ryan Harris, the Igbo have a history that pre-exists the law. The Igbo have a tradition and there's a system. And we're going with the whole symbol that Eri left the Levant, went to West Africa, the Niger. He becomes a priest king. So if he's a king, there's laws that he's going to put in place. If he's a priest, there's a spiritual system he's going to put in place. So there's a more ancient and recorded spiritual system, and I guess that's where Remy Iona will say that Omiana is a more ancient practice. But does Omiana fall in line in totality with the law? It would seem that it would have to more so synchronize the whole thing. They have a more ancient system. So why would they need a Torah scroll? Fair use.
They had died. Chukwu agreed to the request and, of course, would not reverse his decree even upon the dog's arrival with the true message. The dog pleaded with Chukwu, but Chukwu already made his decision, and so according to the Igbo, death became permanent. The Igbo had many regional powers, but the most popular and perhaps the most effective was the Kingdom of Nri. The Kingdom of Nri had tremendous political and religious influence over most of Igbo land. In all honesty, the Igbo Kingdom of Nri is the most fascinating African kingdom I've ever studied because of how it developed and grew. I'll go as far and say that the Kingdom of Nri is definitely the most unique kingdom in all of African history. Why? Well, because the kingdom grew not because of war, as did all or most other African kingdoms. It grew
All right, Ready Brew. Why was Abraham told to leave his people? You're speaking about black migration from the Levant. That's fine, Ready Brew. I'm asking about the not all Igbo, certain Igbos who are making a claim that either the progenitor of all the Igbo or a subset of the Igbo is Eri. The story goes that he left the Levant, traveled from the Levant all the way down to West Africa to the Niger, right? Established a kingdom. He became a priest king. Does that story line up? Then with the whole standpoint, then why are they going to later iconography to say that Israel, when they have a more ancient system? Do we see an ancient Igbo art? Stars of David, menorahs. What kind of art do we see? Then what? Let this play. Fair use.
because it sent religious missionaries or priests to convert the people and incorporate them into the larger Nri state. The entire kingdom was ruled by a sort of priest king called Eze Nri. The kingdom of Nri was perhaps one of the most moral.
You see, Eze Nri. And the folks saying Nri goes back to the son of God. Right? So with this, so are we going to say that when the son of God came to that region, he adopted certain practices that they were doing there, even though his great grandfather Abraham had one God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that was passed down? Or is a spiritual system a synchronization? Or maybe that's how the Bible really explains it, but the Igbo have a better pronunciation of how the spiritual system really works. Are fetishes in Israelite culture, but when Moses comes around, they stop doing fetishes. What do we do? And then is this a true way to worship the Most High, or do we have to wait for the Torah scroll and things of the sort?
Morally upright places in West African history. It became a sort of safe haven for rejected people in their communities, and also a place where slaves were set free from bondage. The socio-religious influence of Nri at its height of power developed into what historians have acknowledged as a sort of holy land for Africans and compared it to other religious cities across the world. The kingdom of Nri is considered by the Igbo to be the oldest Igbo state, emerging around 900 AD, and they've been called the warriors of peace. The Igbo displayed advancement in technology in their region in their quest to improve their situation. They learned ironworking, which helped them overcome the difficulties of the forest environment, and they engaged in other crafts and industries as well. Traces of ancient Igbo civilization can be found in the village of Ukwu. Beautifully crafted artifacts discovered by a farmer in 1938 gave us clues about early Igbo culture and way of life. As the ancestors of the present-day Igbo, the people of Ukwu are currently considered the earliest smiths of copper and its alloys in West Africa. Radiocarbon dating places the Ukwu metalworking site at 850 AD, which would make the Igbo Ukwu culture the earliest known example of bronze casting in the region, even before the fantastic and more popular bronze metalworking of the Yoruba at Ele Ife. The metal artwork of the Igbo at
All right, I see. The Igbo have holes in their story, and the threads of truth aren't being acknowledged by many Igbo leaders like the BHI. That's the whole thing. But there are many that say, well, if you have Igbo, the Igbo are recognized by the Jews, the Bet Din, all that kind of stuff. I can't let you. Marine, I don't know if he's still around. He might have stepped away. Yeah, I can't. I don't have access to do that right now. Yeah, that's the whole thing. That folks are saying that if you have Igbo, the Igbo recognized by Jews and all that kind of stuff. But then we look into Igbo claim, what's really being said? They're recognized as immunism, and they reject that. More, what is immunism? Anusism. Break that down. I gotta step away. All right. Fair use.
Here we are in Jerusalem. I'm Harry Rosenberg, and this is Remy.
So we got a good friend, Harry Rosenberg, and the good doctor, Remy Iona.
Ilona. Remy has traveled here from Nigeria, well, really from Florida. He's studying at the Florida International University, but he comes from Nigeria, from the Igbo tribe, otherwise pronounced Igbo. And Remy's a scholar, was a lawyer in Nigeria, and dropped what he was doing to research the legend or the tradition in his tribe that they actually come from the, I wouldn't use the word the lost tribes of Israel, but I will, the lost tribes of Israel, from the scattered Israelites from 2,000 plus years ago. Remy has done a lot of research and written a few books on the topic. The Igbo people number, I think, about 40 million people. So we're about to have a conversation, and I think it will get interesting. So you're saying that the Igbo are from the tribes of Israel. Now,
Yes.
are you saying this, or the people on the ground in Nigeria also saying this?
Every Igbo says that the Igbos came from Israel. The 40 million Igbo people say that they came from Israel. And an opinion poll has been done. Daniel Lees, who earned his PhD studying the Igbos, who worked at the University of Basel and the Tel Aviv University, conducted an opinion poll. He interviewed 500 Igbos, some in Nigeria, some in Europe, some in America, some in Israel, and 497 say that they believe that Igbos came from Israel, and one said that he has had it, but that he doesn't believe. Two say that they don't believe, but they spoke further, and it was clear that why they don't believe is because they have the wrong notion that there are white people and the black people in the world, and they wrongly believe that the people of Israel are white. They didn't know about the existence of the Ethiopian Jews, and they also did not take cognizance of the fact that a lot of Igbos could comfortably fall into the category of white people from their complexions.
I understand. So time out. This is pretty fascinating. You're saying that there's 40 million people in Nigeria who have an identity that they come from the house of Israel, from the people of Israel.
Yeah, who also have oral traditions to back it up, and whose lived experiences are unquestionably Jewish.
So now I'd like to ask you furthermore. You said that it's not a simple idea that was planted in your mind that you're from the people of Israel. You have oral tradition, and your entire culture reflects Israelite culture, so to say.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to give an example or one or two. Let me ask you a question first of all before you do. A simple thing. Do you circumcise on the 8th day?
Every Igbo
is circumcised on the 8th day and the Igbo people have been circumcising their males on the 8th day since immemorial times. Yeah.
Fascinating. And now you have a word for the Torah or for God in your culture?
The Igbo word or the Igbo phrase for the Igbo culture is omenana. If you translate it to English, what you have is things, commandments you observe in the land.
That's interesting because when you look at the Torah, a lot of it is based on the actual things that we have to do when we're in the land of Israel.
Yeah. We made sure we retain that so that because the retention of that helped us to observe the commandments.
And now at the time that the Igbo went into exile, I'm trying to put this into perspective of when this happened so we understand what culture they might have retained and what happened in Israel after they left. So this was around the Babylonian exile, the Igbo were?
Yes. My studies, my probing indicates that we were the group that moved into Egypt, while you were the group that moved into Babylon. We are taken into Babylon.
Right. So historically, this was at the destruction of the first temple before the second temple was built.
Absolutely.
And the Jews, quote unquote, the Judeans were exiled into Babylon, but not 100% of them went into Babylon. We even know some were left in the land, but a lot of them were exiled south into Africa as well.
Yeah, the Torah says that a large part of them trying to evade Babylon, which came to exact retribution for the killing of Gedaliah, moved into Egypt.
Okay.
Yeah.
And from Egypt, you can trace your travels all the way throughout Africa, where you ended up in Nigeria. How many years ago?
We have been in Nigeria more than 1,000 years, but I think we lived around North Africa and other parts of West Africa for at least 1,000 years, and the roots are very, very clear because life continued in the roots until even modern times.
So here's where I'm going with this. So you left Israel at the time of the Babylonian exile. You were in Africa. So by the time that the Judeans returned to Israel with the second temple with Ezra and Nehemiah and came back from, not all of them came back, but a large percentage did, they settled the land and they started to codify the law and write down laws of Israel. And eventually, a few hundred years later, they redacted the laws and they made an oral law. And this became what the Jewish law is today. But by the time that was all happening, you were already deep in Africa, lost.
Yeah. But interestingly, to show you that those laws belong to all of Israel, we see those laws that the people that went to Babylon codified in Omenana. Yeah. Everything that was codified and called the oral law, the Mishnah, Gemara, and the Talmud, you find them in Omenana as well, which means that the group in Babylon simply wrote it down, while the group that moved into Egypt and moved into the hinterland of Africa continue to live it.
And this is obviously what your books speak about a little bit.
Yeah.
I think on the title of your book, you said the largest Jewish diaspora.
The Igbos and Israel, an intercultural study of the largest Jewish diaspora.
That's great.
Yeah.
It's phenomenal. Okay, so we can move on a little bit now. Now, you and I are having this conversation. Does anyone else in the world know about this? I recall, I'd like to bring up, we were at a university together, actually at a scholarly conference where there was professors there from Hebrew University, Tel Aviv University, University of Utah. And this conference was specifically designated to talking about the Igbo-Israel connection. We both spoke at this conference. How did you feel about that conference?
That conference was very, very good because it was an opportunity for people in academia to have access to what we call primary sources. Because all along we know that they have not had access to primary sources. They have relied mainly on works done by people that did not know the culture and did not know the history very well.
Okay, that's amazing. I spoke alongside you there, and we addressed something very interestingly. Not only did we make it very clear and understandable that there is a connection with the Igbo tribes and the people of Israel. There's a history and it's real, and we're going to move forward doing something together. I also spoke about something which could be a little controversial, which is the Hebrew Israelite phenomenon in America, where you have descendants of the transatlantic slave trade identifying with being of the children of Israel. Now, can you tell me, in this transatlantic slave trade, was there any Igbo blood?
31% of the African American population is believed to be of Igbo ancestry, because Igbo land suffered more from the slave trade than any other part of Africa. And the Igbos we are dumped in places that are presently the United States of America more than in other parts of the Americas. So definitely, a lot of the group identified as African Americans today have Igbo ancestry. The question now is for us to know who and who descended, and a few of them have gone ahead to do their DNA studies. And what we see is that they have Igbo roots. We have T.D. Jakes, we have Forrester Whitaker.
That's very fascinating. I mean, we know that Israel isn't, like we mentioned before, pure blood only. It doesn't have to be you are a direct descendant of the house of Israel to be part of the house of Israel, because the Torah is very clear that people can join the house of Israel. But if the 31% of the slave trade you're saying was made up of Igbo, now today, with all the marrying, everyone marrying each other, we could assume there's Igbo blood scattered throughout the whole African-American diaspora. Is that correct?
We can assume that because with the intermarriage, they were mixed together. It will be very, very difficult to find an African American that does not have Igbo blood today because the group intermarried.
This is mind-blowing. Now, I'd like to go a little deeper. The African American Hebrew Israelite groups, they identify mainly with this movement. Not mainly, but they say they fulfill a lot of the curses in Deuteronomy in the Bible that says when God's going to curse the children of Israel if they don't listen. They identify with being from the house of Israel because of those curses. What we're trying to suggest here maybe is that could be true, very well true. That's not the only reason that they are from the children of Israel. If you follow where they actually came from, there is a clear trace. I say there's no smoke without a fire. Look where the slave ships came from. Look where they came from. There's Hebrew Israelite culture. There's the people of Israel saying that they're right there.
And Olaude Equiano, whom I'm sure some of them may have had access to, spoke about this and wrote about this as far back as the 17th century. This guy was captured at the age of 9 as a slave. He made his way to England, educated himself, bought his freedom. Once he saw the Jews, he said, "These are the Igbos." He almost said that these are the Igbos. He compared the traditions, compared the culture, even went as far. I'll be a little bit funny here. He said they wore beards like our ancestors wore their beards.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yes, they say it's a recent phenomenon that the people of Israel shave, but hundreds of years ago was not the case.
Everybody's in Igbo land, everybody's grandfather had beards.
Okay, that's great. Okay, I'd like to continue a little farther. Once we're in controversial topics, maybe to dive a little deeper. Now, Israel and the Igbo people, do we have any history, modern history with each other? I remember you were telling me something about there's a Biafra and some political issues where Israel intervened and stepped in.
Deep history, quite a deep history. From 66 to 70, the Igbos were in real trouble.
1966.
1966 to 1970, the Igbos were in real trouble, and the state of Israel and the world Jewish community helped. There was genocide against the Igbos. People were starving to death. At the end of the day, 3 million starved to death. From our records, the world Jewish community, alongside some other good organizations, contributed a lot of food, and Israeli pilots made sure that the food was flown to the starving Igbos.
Okay.
And it was why I said that the history was deep was prior to that, to the terrible problems, the state of Israel and the Igbos had special relationship. From what we learned, the relationship was deep to the extent that Israel.
My bad, y'all. I had to step away. Park, what do you say? I know that were Jews who were forced to convert and need to convert back. Okay, so more with that. And I'm folks going to say that the curses and whatnot, but the Igbo are saying themselves they have a more ancient Israelite culture. What do we do? And would the Torah scroll go more with the ancient culture or more in line with what we see in Levant? From Moses to Ezra, you know what I'm saying, going forward. Yeah, Remy fuses. Okay, I see more here. Yeah.
Okay, y'all are me on. Oh, cool. So Yeah, there's a few issues with the story, right? Like, so you're already seeing that there's two different stories, right? You got some people saying, no, we've been here for thousands of years, etc., whatnot, right? And Remy talking about, well, we came here for we've been here for at least 1,000 years, right?
Yeah.
Those are two monumentally different stories or whatnot, right? And so that's why you're seeing, like, so in Igbo land, there's a huge fight over this stuff. Are we Hebrew? Are we not? Or whatnot. A lot of people don't accept, like, when Remy says 40 million Igbo say we come from Israel. No, that's not the case. I've talked to more Igbo you can shake a stick at on Clubhouse. Like, nah, we reject all this. They like people, they started saying this when the missionaries started coming in and whatnot. We reject all this, right? So the stuff that vocab says and whatnot, right? However, I will say this, like the story that Remy just said though about coming over 1,000 years ago, whatnot, that has some reality to it and whatnot, right? And shout out to people like Rabbi Damota, like, so when he says that they're Anusim, which Remy rejects and whatnot, he says it based upon a history of what Remy's talking about, and then them eventually converting to Christianity and whatnot, right? And Remy accepts, like, so this is the part that there's a love-hate game I got with Remy, right? I ain't gonna lie to you, fam. He's got some good information. He's got a lot of headaches he doesn't want to deal with and whatnot, right? When Tudor said that Remy was one of his students or whatnot, I want everyone to listen to this. There's reasons why you don't ever see Tudor pushing any of Remy's books. Remy got a stack of books, and there's reasons why. They're written like a lot of the BHI books over here. There's not a lot of sources in there. There's a lot of anecdotal evidence, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's not a lot of facts you can really walk on, right? You can just really stand on and whatnot, right? There's also reasons why you don't see Tudor going into Nigeria doing DNA collects to see if their DNA matches the Lemba whatnot, because he knows they don't and whatnot, right? So there's layers to this thing, right? A lot of layers to this thing. However, when you go into this story that they're talking about, like that Remy's talking about 1,000 years ago in Nigeria, that links up with a multitude of other Black Jewish stories from like Mali and Senegal and Guinea that say the same thing, like the B'nai Israel in Senegal and Mali and whatnot and Guinea. They say the same thing. We came from a migration from Egypt, went to East Africa, and then came over here over 1,000 years ago. And we stopped off in Nigeria first. Nigeria was the first place they say they stopped, and then they went off to Mali from there. Then they went off to Senegal from there. Then they went to Guinea from there, etc. Right? So there's a group of people talking about this migration and whatnot. Remy does have DNA from the Levant and whatnot. And if they were there thousands of years ago, they shouldn't have as much DNA as Remy has. I'm gonna say that one more time. If they were there as long ago as like the first elders you were showing said, or that they were Israelites from that long ago. Like, first of all, past 3,000 years, you're talking about Abraham time and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So like that just gets iffy in and of itself, right? You're saying like you predate Abraham and the thing and whatnot, or you're from around it, like you predate Ari and the thing is what you're saying, right? Which is some funny stuff, right? But if you go to this time period here that Remy's talking about, this is what I was saying in the chat about like people accepting or rejecting the actual threads of truth that you can find. Because you have to get past a lot of what's being said, and even Rabbi Damota had to do this. He spent a month in Nigeria studying the different stories of the Igbo whatnot, and seeing if what Remy just said matched up. Because Remy said, "Oh yeah, we have all the Torah and the Talmud in our stuff or whatnot, right? All right, then that should be able to be walked out or whatnot. And so if you got all the stuff from the Torah and Talmud, then you have a younger tradition than what some of them elders are talking about, right? And what Rabbi Damota is finding out. So Rabbi Damota is he's a Sephardic Jew, wouldn't it, right? He's able to go. He spent the month over there talking to these cats, and he was able to find a lot of similarities to that concept, right? To the concept of what you might find in a society that had the Torah scrolls and the Talmud and whatnot, right? But that's not everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like that. This is small pockets of people he's finding this among and whatnot. And what he's finding proof for is for what Remy's talking about in this this younger migration versus the older stuff that people are talking about. There's a lot of Igbos that are trying to make this we're the original we're the original argument, just like their BHI in America. And that stuff's not like just like in America where the scholars aren't able to make that pan out. They're not making that able to pan out in West Africa right now either.
And that's something that's a little concerning because more from what you've seen, right? From Kelly, Dr. Brown, Dante, and other Israelites, with the Igbo, are they making a nuanced claim or a broad claim to the Igbo are accepted? And majority of slaves who came on translated slave trade are Igbo.
I'm sorry, I got sidetracked in the chat right quick. Ask that one more time.
For over the years, has there been a nuanced claim with the Igbo, or has it been a broad claim from Kelly, Dr. Brown, William Brown Boonchurch, Dante, other folks?
Oh, from the BHI in America?
Yeah, dealing with the Igbo.
Oh no,
is there a nuance or the white Jews accept them? Why don't y'all?
Yeah, and
majority of slaves who came from slave trade are Igbo, so thereby we're Israelites as well.
And so, yeah, there's issues with all that, right? Like, so again, they're not accepted as Jews; they're accepted. And again, this isn't like all Jewish communities. That one particular Beit Din Sakdin accepted them as recognized them as Anusim, right? And understand, like, even if, and this is the same thing, like if you were a BHI in America, right? Like, so the best you could ever be accepted as in world Jewry as Anusim, as a group of people who could have come from Jews that would need to reconvert back into the thing. Remy's making the same argument they're making here. No, I don't like. I'm not on the scene. Like he said this on my channel. Like he said this when I interviewed him with that. Right? He's like, no, like I don't accept being on the scene. Like we part the original thing. So, okay. Like from that video there that you're playing with
Rosenberg, yeah,
Rosenberg and whatnot to now, like Remy's definitely gotten a little bit more BHI-ish or whatnot, right? I ain't gonna lie to you on that. He shout out to Second Exodus. He's mad tribalistic with the thing and whatnot, right? There's a lot of his arguments. Like, so if you get again, there's reasons why Tudor doesn't promote his book and whatnot, right? If you get his book, he'll say stuff like he's not connected. Like, so most Igbo are E1B1A7 and E1B1A8, right? They're not 100% genetically homogenous, but they're real close. He'll say that they have no relation to the Yoruba, who are also E1B1A7 and E1B1A8, but that they're directly related to like the Fulani and the Hausa in the north, right, in northern Nigeria, that got more R1B than you can shake a stick at. Like, it's ridiculous, fam. There's a lot of his claims that, again, it's a lot like reading Dante's books and whatnot, right, or reading someone else's books that are very similar, whatnot, right? But there's some stuff that he says that's on point, and like I'm not shooting at all of it and whatnot, right? And I've tried to talk to him about this stuff behind closed doors and all that kind of stuff, right? And unfortunately, I got the same reaction I got from the BHI and whatnot, right? Like, if I'm not accepting the major claim of the majority and whatnot, there's a problem and whatnot, which is crazy to me too, because even Remy himself says that the Igbo are not all one people. He says that he believes like there's more than the tribe together, that it's all 12 tribes, but even he believes that there's subsets amongst the Igbo that are different.
Okay, so more with the bridge from Igbo to American Israelite.
Mm-hmm.
How synced is that bridge? Is it 1-to-1? And forget coming to the Western Hemisphere. With Remy, are there other competing Igbo voices? Right, beyond the fact that saying Igbos that say they're not Israelites, I got a video lined up for that. But are there other Igbos who say they're Israelites? You brought it out. Who's the leading voice?
Well, Remy's going to be the voice that you hear everyone talking about. This is the big problem of it, right? And the other problem is there are other West African scholars, but again, in terms of being able to prove this thing out, like so again, right now the ball is in the court of trying to figure out which story is real. The old story or the young story, right? Which is the more, or are both of them real, for instance, right? And so shout out to people like Demoto, because he's the only person I've seen on the ground. Like he recorded every day that he went to go, the whole month. He recorded every day that he went to go speak to the Igbo and recorded everything that was being said back and forth and whatnot. He put it on a SoundCloud account. I wish he put it on YouTube. I might do it myself or whatnot, but because it's fantastic, because that's the kind of research that's going to have to be done to verify this stuff out. You know what I'm saying? And people don't understand, like, you can't just go off of what people are saying or oral tradition. You got to see what you can verify from the thing, because we have very conflicting traditions and whatnot, right? And that really needs to be understood, because the conflict raises huge problems. And if people don't want to recognize that, they're not grappling at it from the scholastic level. There's reasons why a whole bunch of scholars aren't saying, yeah, there's 40 million Igbo Jews and whatnot, right?
Now, with the we played a video earlier from Go Black to Africa, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I went back and watched.
Yeah, I see Jason Price. Yeah, Go Black to Africa is on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So who do we follow? There seems to be more than one young Israelite story, old Israelite story, right? Folks are talking different people. I don't think Go Back to Africa, he's not, how do I say this?
He's not scholastically trained in any way, shape, or form.
I'm not, how did I say that?
I did.
He's not a religious Israelite. This is where it gets weird because folks say spirituality. You know,
so,
he's not like Damona. He's not like Rabbi Damona. You know what I'm saying?
Go back and listen to that video you played. And it started and ended with confirmation bias. Like he's trying to prove a story versus actually go understand what's going on and whatnot, right? And so that's like so Rabbi Damona went there and said, okay, I'm hearing y'all say y'all got some stuff. Let's walk through it right quick. I'm gonna see I'm gonna ask y'all questions about your whole way of life from top to bottom, and we're gonna walk through this thing and see what matches up and what don't. And I'll say this, I was shocked. Like, so I've read a lot of Remy's books and whatnot, right? There was the stuff that came out in Rabbi Damota's interviews and whatnot are beautiful information, and almost none of it's in Remy's books. And it's a lot of good information there for people who really want to actually grab onto something like a thread of truth and try to actually weave something real with it versus these fake stories and whatnot. So that's why I keep pushing this stuff so hard. So people can hate on me in the chat all you want to. More is about trying to find out what's actually real. We can tell the story, like the real stories about in terms of like West African Jewry versus the pie in the sky stories for him. Period.
Yeah, but we gotta make this plain. Because to me, I've seen folks there are claims that Remy Iona is about the money. He wants to be that middleman to kind of quarterback this thing.
No, I don't. Real quick, I got to answer a question in the chat. No, I don't have any degrees. I got a GED, and that's about it for him. This is why I interview the people with degrees. This is why I read their books and make sure I got them straight when I talk to them.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's where now, to me, this is not my area of expertise, but I'm just listening to these stories, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to piece together from what we've heard from Israelites, only Judah was scattered, the curses, and it just seems like things are adapting. It's fine, but it's like, how do we synchronize all this stuff?
It doesn't. That's the whole point. That's why I'm here trying to be like, okay, you got to chop away all the fake nonsense and build on what's real, right? Because so like in talking to Remy about Omanana and whatnot, which is a beautiful system. Like I wish people could talk about that more than the actual like the nonsense and whatnot, because it's actually like there's a lot of true stuff about it, about their culture, and it's really beautiful and whatnot, right? In fact, like I want people to hear this, right? Remy and I were able to actually make a cultural connection based off of some practices I found amongst the Gullah and some stuff he was talking about, right? Although he thought it had to do with Igbo culture, it didn't have anything to do with Igbo culture. It was part of the Mende Fulani culture or whatnot, right? But he still was like, oh, that's Omanana right there, right? Like, so that like there's real threads that people can start grabbing and holding on to, whatnot, right? It may not weave the story that you want it to be, right? But there's an actual real story there, right? But I'll also say this and whatnot, right? Like so with the Gullah Geechee and whatnot, they have stories about when the Igbo came over, because the Igbo weren't part of the first migrations and whatnot. Please understand this. This is verifiable. The Igbo came over later and whatnot, right? And when they came over later, they were separated from the Gullah people. They didn't see themselves as the same on either side, and they separated the Igbo separated themselves from the Gullah and whatnot, right? And they didn't have, and they were they had very the Gullah stories about them are very magical stories and whatnot. They're nothing about like any kind of Israelite culture you're going to find or whatnot. There's stories about like people like flapping their wings and turning into crows and flying back to Africa and whatnot, right? They're more so stories about like mysticism and magical stuff than anything you find
like folklore.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
So they're not saying like, so there's nothing about even with the Gullah that recorded that said that the Igbo were practicing Hebrew practices when they came over to whatnot, right? So they're like, so if this is why the Anosim thing is important to understand. Like, so if you're not talking about like coming from practicing Jews or whatnot, right? In the world of Jewry, if you change your tradition and you're trying to come back to it, they're going to see you as Anosim, and you're going to have to convert back into this thing. That's just when you don't get to claim the identity without doing that concept. Now people are, oh, there's atheist Jews and all that kind of. Now I'm with you, fam. Religious Jews don't respect that. You can go on Clubhouse all day and see all kind of religious Ashkenazi Jews calling out all kind of atheists, just like, y'all ain't Jews. What are you talking about? Y'all don't practice this thing.
That's what it's kind of go down to where a lot of this does come down to methodology.
Mm-hmm.
What methodology are we using to see these things? And if you're saying that, okay, we're going to go by oral tradition, okay, that's fine. But when the oral tradition doesn't line up, what do we do then? And if there's holes in the oral tradition to where, now you cleared up something about the young Israel versus old Israel.
Mm-hmm.
So about the Torah scroll, because old Israel shouldn't care about the Torah scrolls. You know what I'm saying? If you have an older tradition.
Well, and now here's what's wrong with that concept as well, right? So they're saying they're coming from Ari, right? With the older tradition, right? And so we can clearly see that Ari is there after like the like after, like they're there in numbers and whatnot, right? They're there after Sinai and whatnot. They're there after there's a portion of the Torah that they're like. So at this juncture in the book, there's literally a portion of the Torah that everybody recites every year at a certain day. Whatnot, they recite it for the whole morning and whatnot, right? This is in the text by this time and whatnot, right? So at the very least, they should have that, or like an oral tradition of the Torah like that, right? Versus like, not if they don't got the written scroll, they should be able to recite that thing to you though. That, like, you understand what I'm saying? So they're not, they don't even have the piece of the culture that they should have from that old part that they're talking about, right? The part that that so far can be verified via other, like by the person, like again, Rabbi Demoto is the one that said, like, I recognize y'all as Anosim. When he went to go check them out, what he's looking at looks more like what Remy's saying about, like, from 1,000 years ago versus the over 3,000 years ago.
Yeah, but then Remy's gonna talk about Gad, and it just seems strange. There's one thing, like I played a sister earlier who said there are those who claim, so she acknowledged their claims, but they're still working that out.
Yeah, and Remy also
is saying, like,
says
it's
12
like
tribes. Don't forget that Remy also says, like, he says Gad, but like on my channel, he literally said, I believe that all 12 tribes are here.
But does Remy believe that? What does Remy believe Israel is?
Now, see, this is where it gets murky. This is why I say it's like a changing doctrine. Like, so when I interviewed him, I got different. I got different answers than I thought I was going to get, and that's what kind of got me with it, right? So he definitely sees it as a there's a religious culture to the thing. There's the Omanana, which is older than them. There's the genetic aspect of the thing. They believe that they're of the actual real bloodline and whatnot, but they don't reject converts. I've never heard him talk about rejecting converts and whatnot, right? So I don't think he does that, but he definitely rejects other. And this is the part that gets me, that I can't find like common ground with him on, is he rejects other neighboring African people as Jews and whatnot. They come from the same exact people group that he comes from. I'm like, I don't understand this. Like, it's like, so he plays a real interesting tribal game with them, right? So I don't know his full framework on what being Israel is. I'd love to talk to him again and get him to break that down even more, because it's murky to me at this juncture.
It does seem like he feels like you have to practice Omiana to be an Israelite, then too.
Yeah.
He's not Messianic.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. And I'll tell you this, like, if you're an American Israelite, air quotes or whatnot, and you believe yourself to be an Igbo Jew, he's like, not unless you come through us, fam. That's how he believes it. You don't get to claim being an Igbo Jew unless you go back through them. You got to go back to them, convert through. Again, you got to convert through their way. So he does it just like he's from some other group of Jewry, whatnot, right? This is the cool part. He doesn't accept being Anosim, but he accepts us as being Anosim. I want you to hear this. He doesn't accept being Anosim, but we're Anosim. We got to go convert back to their team.
I know
I hope
Kobe
you
mentioned
understand
it. I know Kobe mentioned other Jews rejecting. So it's kind of like it's weird. So why does he care about the Bet Din and the Pesach about me recognized as a Jew? If he sees himself as the original, shouldn't matter.
So here again, this is the whole bit, right? Like, so a lot of the Dean's information came from Remy, right? This is like, so you can go back and forth between Garfield interviewing Demota and me interviewing Remy, whatnot. This is where it gets interesting and whatnot, right? So Remy will talk them up because they used him as a source for a lot of stuff, including the genetic stuff, which was wrong, 1,000,000% wrong on its face. And I was trying to help him with this stuff, right? And there's better arguments to make than what was made in that paper, whatnot, right? However, like when you talk to Demota, he says he relies on Remy for that stuff. He wasn't able to double check the DNA information and whatnot, right? But again, Remy will reject the ruling that they're Anocene. He accepts that they relied on him for info and we'll talk that up all day. Like they recognize us, but we'll reject the actual recognition that you're Anocene, right? They can't say that. They can't wave their hand and make everybody a Jew because they can't do that and make everybody convert. There's ways, like COVID keeps talking about, there's ways they got to go through this thing, fam.
Then more, it seems like, who's the real authority then? Because it seems that there's a level of, as much as folks call things fake religion, it's pagan, whatnot, there seems to be a level of either by and just waiting and hoping, or that them folks over in the land have some kind of power.
This is where methodology becomes the authority, right? This is why, like, I stick on this thing. This is why Abu sticks on this thing, etc. Because, like, it's the only thing that shakes out the truth, man. It's the only, like, proper methodology is the only thing that shakes out the truth. Like, if you're going into this thing with confirmation bias, okay, you can just stick with the story of like, oh, we're here 3,000 years ago and whatnot. Okay, you've been Israelites before Abraham. Got you. That is not going to ever shake out scholastic, right? Like stuff like Remy's talking about could shake out scholastically, right? The question is methodology, right? And what you're willing to do with that. You got to press it. You got to put everything to the same fire and whatnot, right? And see what comes out the other side, and see what truth comes out the other side. That's what I was like. So I did the same thing with what could be done in terms of making a connection to people coming off the slave ships here and whatnot, right? I got to be real on a scientific level. I got to, okay, what's real about this? What can I stand on? This is why me and Garfield have different conversations than what everyone else talks about. Because I'm not building a conversation on speculation. I'm starting off the facts and what can be said off that. And I'll let you know when I start to speculate, right? That's this whole thing about methodology and whatnot. If, like, we have to recognize, okay, we're trying to be forensic scientists about this going back through time. So we have to be real about that and go with the forensics. What can we find? What's the material culture that matches the oral tradition? What doesn't match, we got to put down and stick with what we can match it with, right? We don't say the oral tradition is not important, et cetera, whatnot. But so with the story with Tudor Parfit and the Limbo, when they're talking about the song that they're singing, we are the white men, we came from Santa, we went to Pusela, we sailed to the sea, whatnot, right? That whole song and whatnot, that's oral tradition, right? That Tudor's like, okay, let me see if this pans out. And literally every piece of that story panned out. Every spot he went to go check off on, like, oh, they said they went here. Let me go see. Oh, they were here. Oh, they said they went here. Let me go. Oh, they were there. They said they came from here. Let me go check. Oh, wow, they came from here. Oh, let me go double check the DNA says they match from the place they say they came. Got it. That's how you do the thing.
But then even to the Parfit, it had folks harp on him. To the Parfit, if I'm not, I can correct me if I'm wrong. To the Parfit believes that the Igbo appropriated Jewish culture as well.
Again, this is 100%.
So it's weird. Like you say that's why he doesn't go. It's weird that there's a lot of other groups that just don't recognize the Igbo. But it seems like the folks who come heaviest are the rabbis, but they're trying to get them to come under the authority, it looks like. that Remy Iona can talk, but I don't know Remy Iona to be a chief or a big person like that in Igbo land.
Exactly. Like,
and it seems like they just use them as a prop, and when the rabbis come in, just get on the authority of the rabbis.
Yeah, and I'll say it like this: Remy gets more pull from non-Igbos than actual Igbos, and that's, I hate to say it like that, plain and cold and whatnot, but like, so it's really the truth. Like, he gets more pull from, like, you'll see him talking with more non-Igbos than actual Igbos and whatnot, right? His interviews are all with non-Igbos, etc. He doesn't have from 40 million people, you know what I'm saying? If 40 million Igbos are Jews and they're rocking with the thing, like, none of them are subscribed to his channel. You know what I'm saying? And
it's mostly Americans.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the whole sample, does Remy have a research society that's recognized? I don't know.
Right. No, this is what I'm saying. And this is why I wish Tudor would do the same thing with the Igbo claims of Remy that he did with the Lemba claims, being that Remy was one of his students, right?
So when you say his student, did he actually go to the university?
That's what Tudor said. I can't call the depth of the relationship.
So he has a transcript or the classes, like he was seen as what's it called?
Menak and Khalid. I know that Tudor said, like, in the video y'all were playing, Tudor said that Remy was a student of his, right? And so no matter what, like, whether he was a real student, he ordered the classes, they got some kind of relationship either or. I would love for Tudor to do the same thing with them. Now, Tudor's an old man. I ain't mad at him. I don't expect him to go back and do field research no more. That's a young man's game, right? I'm with that, right? But I would hope that he would direct the same kind of research to be done towards the Igbo.
Okay, so you can say, I don't say his protege. But that's where it's weird, because that's why I want to bring the other paper by his student, Alfonso, saying the appropriation of the South Tome orphans by African Americans.
Mm-hmm.
Tudor is a first advisor. He signs off on it.
100%.
So, but it just, like you're saying, I didn't know that Tudor doesn't promote Remy Iona's books. I've never heard him mention Remy Iona in, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right. Exactly. You can't show me the video where he's extensively talking about Remy in any way, shape, or form, right? It's not there. And again with Tudor, like, so I love Tudor, right? Again, I'm gonna go replay, and I hope y'all do it here, right? Y'all should go re-listen to the whole conversation we had on Sister E's channel, whatnot, right? Because I'm on there with Sister E, I'm on there with Benai, I'm on there with Pastor Kelly, whatnot. And we're all asking them questions, and you can see the difference in the questions that we're asking them. And there's things that Tudor says in front of Israelites. He could clearly paint the picture of what he's saying a lot clearer in front of Israelites than what he is. I'll say it like that. I don't know that he's purposely trying to lead them to believe certain things and whatnot, but he could clearly paint the story a lot clearer. And what I noticed when I talked to him is when I was trying to talk to him about connections to Jews in Africa, his first concept was to talk about the Luango Jews. I was like, wow. I was like, in my head, I was like, but we don't like, and it was crazy to me, because I know he knows the genetic side of the story. Because again, he was helpful in the whole the CMH concept. He was doing DNA collects with the Lemba, people in Yemen, people in Melanesia, Austronesia, all that type. You know what I'm saying? So I know he gets the genetic argument. So I was like, why would you try to link us to the Luango Jews? And you in your literature already know, like, what was, like, you're trying to figure out, like, what's up with them there in Africa. Like, you know that they're not here. I was like, so what is this? Like, what's going on with this? I was shocked.
Yeah, and then it just seems like Tudor supports Black Judaism, not necessarily in sample of Black Jews, but there are Blacks, for lack of a better term, who practice Judaism.
And that's what I got when I talked to him. I was like, okay, I get it now, right? Because I hadn't read his book that he was promoting at the time before I talked to him, because it had just came out. I got it after I talked to him. Read the whole thing. I was like, now I get it. I get your point. And this is why I say where he's important. This is why I understand why he came in front of the whole group that he did and whatnot with Sister E and me and everyone. Is because for him, he respects the concept of there being Black Jews and that Black Jews should not be rejected for the simple fact that they're Black and whatnot. He respects the fact that there's intricate stories of Jewry throughout West Africa, whatnot. And he respects the fact that those lineages haven't really been like the light hasn't been shining to see like where we connect to them in West Africa and whatnot, in the Americas and whatnot, right? But again, what he's also not for, and I do appreciate him for this, is he's not for the false appropriation of concepts and whatnot, right? And he may or may not be, I don't know if he doesn't go at Remy because he got love for Remy, or if he's trying to let Remy live, or if he just doesn't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole, or if he feels like he's done enough work in the game or whatnot, because he's done a lot of work to the points where a lot of people would just bow out at this juncture, right?
Now this just means, do you think it's a concept like, because To the Power has done a lot of work?
Yeah, a lot.
But do you think it's a concept? You know what Jordan said during that election? Republicans buy shoes too. Is there a concept that? Huh?
What did Jordan say?
Jordan said Republicans buy sneakers too.
Yeah, right.
Then he want to get involved with it. There's a concept of there's a complaint, but these folks buy the work too, so I might as well just leave it alone.
Yeah, and they're the main people that buy the word, right? Like, so there's that aspect of it, right? Like they're the main people that buy the word. But I'll say this: he doesn't say enough, even in front of Sister E and everyone else, for people to be making the claims about his work like they're saying, right? And that's why I appreciate y'all for going through his stuff real slow and whatnot, because like Yeshub did the same thing on his channel. He went through his books and Edith's books on his channel, like chapter by chapter with that, right? Long, like many videos going through with that, right? And they don't say what people think they're saying. It gets sad because all people hear is Black Jew, and then they run with it, fam. And they don't run with the nuance. And this is something this is the thing, fam. This is what gets me. And I don't mind taking the hate for this, right? Because the ancestors that did legitimately have this tradition and whatnot, that we can potentially connect to, they deserve for us to really shake this thing out for real. Not on some whole, like, let's just make up their story. We deserve to know what their actual story is, and they deserve to have their story actually known.
Yeah. I got the video up more since you're here. Let's just see this ties into the multiple migration of Jews into Africa. Let's see, fair use.
And for whatever reason, the Christians will tell you they can't put all this stuff together. One of the Jews we know to have had initiated relations with a Wolof woman on the West Coast was Manuel, the son of a spiritual head of the community in Porto de El, Jacob Peregrino, who was accused of sleeping with one of the daughters of the Wolof king. Not only did Portuguese take local women, they also sometimes adopted local dress. So they had native wives, and they dressed like natives. So chances are they could have been mistaken for natives. But let's keep reading. In 1619,
I'm going to pause it. Chances are. So it's a possibility. Again, we're going to possibility. Is it definite? Because when Rudy Rockman, hold on, let me put something real quick to this point, right? You have this rabbi right here wearing the Igbo cap. There's tons of people going to the area that wear native clothes. So anyway, let me not harp. Chances are it's possible they could have been mistaken. All right, let's keep it going.
The official start of slavery in America. There was a case where inquisitorial authority was brought to bear on a man born in Malacca and now living in Cachu, Guinea-Bissau, by the name of Manuel da Silva. He was arrested and taken to the Cape Verde Islands and thrown into jail. The charge against him was that he had been seen in Bashanger, today's Zinguacor, in Senegal, dressed like a local Black Como Negra de Terra, wearing rings through his nose as a boo-boo or bow-bow. Da Silva claimed to be a Christian, and he may well have been. In any event, there was no other evidence against him other than he had gone native. Reading between the lines, it might suggest that Jews and new Christians were even by this time prone to adopt the garb and habits of the local population, and this in itself was sufficient to attract the unwanted attentions of the Holy Office should they fall into its clutches. So now we're starting to put together more of history. So these Negro Portuguese or Black Portuguese are taking on native wives and having Black children with them who would be Israelites. They started dressing like the local population. There's a slave trade going on in the area by the Portuguese who are already persecuting Jews, Black Jews specifically, under the order of the Pope during the
but more when this go back to the whole thing about them being the Igbo being claimed as Anusim, that it'll convert back in.
Oh, this got nothing to do with Anusim. So this got to do with the fact that like we're talking about the children of these people, etc.
No, in terms of it's saying like they took on native culture. If that's being the case,
yeah. Oh, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, like so. There's two things to point out here. Like so, one, please understand that the African culture that they're converting into, or that they're picking up, is not their original culture from Spain and Portugal. Right? These are two different people groups. So that part needs to get distinguished and whatnot. Right? But yeah, like Dunamis is 100% correct. Like this is where they start walking away from their Judaism and whatnot. Right? So even in this concept, their descendants would have to be seen as Anusim.
And so the whole thing with the Igbo and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but this is different. He's talking about a population.
But, a lot of this stuff more to me. A lot of this. Well, let's see what he's saying. Because again, to me, when he starts doing Cape Verde, Sao Tome, they're out there. But now when he goes into Negro land and Ouida, it's just like a leap.
Yeah, but I think you should let this particular video run because in this section he's talking about migration directions and whatnot.
Okay,
right?
yeah, you're right.
And so, but like, so what he's saying about in the 1600s there being Sephardic Jews in Senegal and Guinea-Bissau, like, no, that's legit. Like that's 100%. Like, no argument with that.
Yeah, there's not an argument in terms of them being there, but in terms of going with the narrative, the fullness of the narrative, it's like folks have pieces. But when you try to log them together, you have Mega Blocks, Legos, then you got, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but to the point of his video, like, so this particular part that he cut up is like the multiple migrations of Jews in actuality. And so like the Sephardic migration into Africa is legit. Like we can't say that it's not there, right? And that's all I'm saying.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But you're right. Let's let it finish. That's the only thing I want to bring up. Much easier to argue who's Semitic than the sons of Abraham. Yeah, Kendrick.
So much easier. So much easier, Phil.
Inquisition. And yet people will say they can't figure out what happened to all these Jews. Where are they at? Did they just disappear from history? Or is it possible that they were the target of the transatlantic slave trade? As they adopted local dress, they also, in time, in some cases, adopted local beliefs. All right, I'm going to start over because I want to point something out.
Can you pause it real quick?
As they adopted local dress.
So he asks a very legitimate question. This is probably one of the few times I ask you to pause it because you should let the video play. He asks a very legitimate question. Were these people the target of the slave trade? So that's a good question that deserves a good answer. And so this is where I'm saying apply methodology and whatnot, right? And this is where, like, it's a bad thing for the people to ask the question and leave it open and be like, ooh, I'm gonna suggest the answer and not really come to a scholastic answer, right?
Yeah, because it is a good question. Goes to the possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
But this is where Garfield will come and say the definites. Can we definitely prove without a shadow of doubt?
And so if we're going to link what he's saying to the part for this, that, and the third, what is scholarship saying about these people? Is scholarship saying these people came over on slave ships, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? And so though that answer needs to get walked out or whatnot, right? And so when people try to walk out that answer, it shouldn't be like guns coming out all the time and knives coming out all the time because you're trying to figure out the answer. Is this real? Is it not? And if someone comes to the actual conclusion, like this is what if someone's saying scholars right now don't agree with this, scholars say like the majority of the people stayed in Africa and we're trying to go find them there. Like if that's untrue, we should look for information to the contrary.
Because now I see Big Nate saying it's a framing question. because now it's the suggestion leads into the curses or prophecy, scattering, Luke 21:24, and all that kind of stuff, 400 years.
Mm-hmm.
That methodology raises other questions.
Yes. An unanswered question becoming a suggestion is a problem.
Yes. To where now, this is where sometimes the arguments come out, to where did the video say it was definite, or did it ask a question posed on the viewer to now show and prove? And if you just disagree, although there wasn't a definite claim made, just a possibility, then what are we doing? Let's let the video play and see if there's any definite claims made, or is it possibilities and framing questions left up to the viewer.
They also, in time, in some cases, embraced local beliefs. In this way, the religious practices of Jews and Africans interacted symbiotically in the creation of religious practices analogous to those created by the fusion of Christianity and African religions elsewhere in Africa. Not very much is known of these new religious movements. Indeed, Judaic religious movements of this sort worldwide require more research. These dislocated people with such traumatic histories on the contested frontier between Africa and colonial interventions eventually, in many cases, lost contact with the Jews of the world and sought cultural reassurance in the religious and social landscape which surrounded them. Little is understood of this process. So now this can be confirmed or corroborated by another source, which I'm going to read right now. All right, so here we have West African countries and people, British and Native, and a vindication of the African race, written by James Africanus Bill Horton, Cambridge University Press, 2011. This is actually a reprint. This is not the original date it was written, and I'm going to show you here. The first book, this book, first published in 1868, became the best known work of medical officer and writer James Africanus Bill Horton, 1835 to 1883, who was born in Sierra Leone to parents of Igbo descent. He was chosen by the British to train as an army medical officer and attended King's College, London, and Edinburgh University. Let's see. He returned to West Africa and published his doctoral thesis, which was a medical topography of the region. Subsequent works called for health reforms. West African countries, however, went beyond medicine. In it, Horton refutes the derogatory racial theories about Africans rife in Victorian Britain and its empire, and he examines the possibility of self-government and how it might function in Sierra Leone and other territories in West Africa, foreshadowing the decolonization that took place almost 100 years later. So let's see if this man, who was born in Sierra Leone, West Africa, to Igbo parents in the 1800s who could clearly read and write, let's see what he has to say. And we're going to start from, right here. This is page 186, and we're going to start at the very bottom, and I'm going to read down a couple of pages, and then we'll get back into Tudor Parfit. Do not these religious rites and ceremonies remind us forcibly of the Jewish dispensation when sacrifices were made to atone for the sins of the people? And does this not present a emphatic proof of what Mr. Locker wrote, that part of the native religion of Africa, Judaism, forms an element which enters Africa by the natural current of nations from the northeast, from Egypt, Ethiopia, and northern Africa? All right, I enlarged it just a little bit. That though there are comparatively few Jews south of the Sahara and Abyssinia, still by the connection of the Jews with African countries since the days of Moses, Abraham, Joseph, Solomon, as well as the destruction of Jerusalem and the consequent scattering of the Jews all over the globe, the influence of Judaism on Africa is greater and farther diffused than that of the Jews in their geographical extension. If we take, for instance, the race under consideration, I will go still further and assert that the more we study them in all their various relationships, the more shall we be convinced that they form a portion of those lost tribes who disobeyed the command of God and were dispersed, but are now mingled with the original inhabitants of the country, and so denigrate in the form in which they now, or so degenerate in the form which they now appear. Interesting. So now he's talking about Jews in Africa. Now he's going to give, we're just going to read it, but he's going to give some.
So this will be the second, the third time out of three that I ask you to pause this, right? So please understand everything he just said. I agree with all the migration routes that he just talked about. The dude that he was just talking about said that one, that we recognize that these people to be a portion of the lost tribes, not the totality of the lost tribes, not a majority of the lost tribes. So the dude that he's talking about is literally shooting the majority and all thing in the face. Just understand that. He's also stipulating that things not native to that part of Africa, that it's influenced from North Africa, Northeast Africa, Ethiopia, etc. Whatnot, right? I respect and accept all those migrations, and all those need to be looked at. All of them need to be looked at. Like, so the coming over from Egypt, Ethiopia, that matches a lot of people's migration stories in the Western Sahel. Unfortunately, there's an overemphasis on this Sephardic population and whatnot that comes a lot later on into the thing and whatnot, right? But everything he's saying about the migration patterns, yes, they all need to be looked into. But the emphasis also is what the guy is saying, and Dante does not emphasize this part. He skips over. He just sticks to, oh, there's Judaism in Africa. No, that's for all fine and good. No, that should be recognized and understood. But the guy's also saying they make up a portion from all these different migration sources. They only make up a portion of the lost tribes.
And with the source, how old it is, it goes into older lost tribe narrative, and I see. As we're saying, there's a few Jews. More's been talking about Wolof Jews. That's probably, yeah.
We've been talking about Wolof Jews.
But then with Wolof Jews, would that be the entirety of the Wolof people or a subset of them?
No, subset. And that's what I keep trying to tell people. It's subsets of these people. That's what we keep finding out. We never find.
Y'all ain't got through this 15-minute video yet. They've been stopping and going.
No, I just stopped.
They've been stopping and going.
I live in a play, Bree.
I know what's going on right here.
All right, fair use.
Some interesting history here that's not talked about a lot, because we are told that Africans were swinging on trees with bones in their nose. They were worshiping the ancestors. They were worshiping Allah. They were Muslims. Now he's saying Judaism had an influence all over Africa. We're not taught that. Do me a favor and give me a 1 if you were taught about how much Jewish influence there was specifically in West Africa, but in Africa in general. Give me a 1 if you were taught that in school, not just after school, but in school. Give me a 2 if you were never taught that when learning about Africa and Black people during Black History Month. It says, but to prove this further, we must admit the acknowledged and everyday fact that the moving passion of men's minds, even from time immemorial, is a disposition to change their abode. Thus, the children of Israel, directed by some supernatural influence, migrated from Egypt to Canaan, expelled its inhabitants, and became sole masters of the land. The Phoenicians of ancient date were characterized by their spirit of enterprise, and they formed colonies in various quarters of the Eastern Hemisphere, adopting the views entertained in Northern Africa. We should conclude that migration was the natural effect of a far greater or more important cause. It is affirmed to be an immutable and essential decree of the Creator, who, when he placed the sun and stars in the firmament and directed their diurnal and apparent courses from east to west, ordained that mankind should not be an exception to the law which was intended for all the earth. Under these considerations, we see that the opening line between Egypt and Arabia, between Africa and Asia, known as the Isthmus of Suez, plays an important part in the history of Africa, as it formed the gateway for Asiatic immigration, and consequently, at various times, numerous Occidental tribes poured into Northern Africa through Egypt, either peacefully as immigrants and settlers, receiving special license, as at the time of the Abbasid monarchy or by force of arms. We find amongst the earliest tribes who tread the soil of Africa the Babylonians, the Arabs, the Ammonite, and the greater part, if not all, Canaanites, which last were doomed to destruction by the hands of Joshua. And if we believe the account of Procopius, while the army was on its march in pursuit of Gilomir, who was afterwards led captive by Justinian by his general Belarius, it halted near the Numidian frontier, where a sculpted stone was found, whereupon was written or engraved in Punic, Phoenician characters, which nearly correspond with the Hebrew, "We are the remnants of those tribes who fled before the robber Joshua, the son of Nun." Interesting, he mentions that description in Africa, that those who fled from Joshua fled into Africa. Now, here's where we're going to get into some more stuff where he starts to talk about Jews in Africa specifically. In those early days, Africa was known and famous amongst the civilized portions of the world, and the Assyrians and Babylonians were among its earliest conquerors, so that about 67 years after the destruction of the temple, we are told in Esther 1:1 that Ahasuerus, the king of Assyria, reigned from India unto Ethiopia over 127 provinces, or 127 provinces. And since the king of Egypt was considered lord of the people of Ethiopia or Sudan, we read in Isaiah that the king of Assyria will led away the Ethiopians captive, young and old, naked and barefooted, to the shame of Egypt. Northern Egypt then was the most known portion of the globe, and into it vast immigration took place from time to time, even to the most remote period. Now, the 10 tribes of Israel, after they were left to follow the dictates of their own mind, and during the commotion and destructive warfare which ensued, to escape utter extermination, migrated, according to the usage of the times, in vast numbers into various countries, but principally into northern Africa. We see the same thing with the Inquisition. They fled into northern Africa. Some were placed into western Africa. So in the Bible, we also see them flee into Egypt, which is in northern Africa. So when history is consistent, you have to ask yourself, why do these people constantly flee into Africa? Is it so they can blend in among the native population? Just a question. And if they keep fleeing into Africa, what happened to them? Just another question. So it says principally into northern Africa, as it then presented the safest and easiest route. Once settled, every commotion and intestine war had the most powerful effect of inducing these migratory bands to shift their abode still further, and so lose all connection with the other branch of the tribe. Isn't that what Parfit just said?
All right, do
about
me a
them in
favor.
West
Stop the
Africa
video right
and
there.
Central Africa losing
Stop the
connections
video
with
right
the
there.
other
Now, I
branches
wanna
of the
know
tribe
if
as
anything
hundreds
he's
of years
saying
pass
here
on,
is
and
bad.
generation after
If
generation
anything
roll
he's
away.
saying here
They
is
lose
wrong.
a great many of their habits and customs.
Where Dunamis? Dunamis don't walk away. Let me shut the video down. When something Dunamis don't want to hear, this intellectual interference. I'm telling y'all what this is right now. What's wrong with what Dante's saying right now? Is it a custom, Covey? Maybe you'll keep it a buck. Is it a custom to go into Africa or to run into Germany when they had beef from the time of Joseph and them, from the time of the 70 and them? That's the question. That's what we're dealing with right here. They don't want to deal with that. Dunamis will walk away. Dunamis won't be on the live when it's Dante playing and making sense. Is that making sense? We examining this together, y'all. That's not the pattern.
I'll just let him play out.
Hold on. That's not the pattern, Leo. Let me harass them right now. Is that the pattern, Leo? Is that the pattern to go into Africa? For all of a sudden, everybody looking at Ashkenazi all up in Europe, for Israel all up in Europe, when Israel already had a pattern, as Ardeen Mama would say, in the Bible of going to Africa. That's all I'm saying. That's all. Let's hear Leo. Let's hear this intellectual interference. Go ahead, Leo. What you finna say? He muted. Oh, y'all ain't hear me.
Nah, I can hear you, Brian. You might be trying to.
He said, "When was?"
I hear you. I got 5 seconds. I got 5 minutes. So I shared this source in the back chat before we talked about this. Is the portion mentioned, like the migration patterns are being brought up, but you notice Dante did not focus, and we were talking about in the chat, he's not focusing on what was said earlier in this same page. If you go up the next page, he talks specifically on the source is talking specifically on only a portion of Jews. So I know Matt Rich is saying, well, that doesn't mean it's like the source is telling you it was not a large, the majority of them were not Jews that are making these migrations. It's only a portion in which they're making these migrations. And then also Dante brought up the mention about Judaism. Judaism had more of an influence than the Jews themselves. So he's separating the two between Judaism as a religion and practice, as opposed to like some would say bloodline or those Jews that are actually like already within Judaism. That group of Jews as opposed to the system. Yeah.
My man said he smoothly reads right over the big parts. Catch those big parts from me. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm trying to find a screwdriver. I'm working.
Yeah, the big parts is like he said, the portion, like he glossed right over that. But then he jumped to the Judaism part. So like to me, what I notice is if based on the source, if Judaism had a larger impact across Africa than the Jews themselves, then that means that whoever is claiming to be Jews could be deemed a convert to Judaism rather than, like some would say, a bloodline descendant of those Jews mentioned here. Because if only a portion made the migration, then that means it wasn't a large body of Jews making these migrations. That's the issue. Like I said, it's only a few Jews. It cuts through most of the issue. Like I said, like Ezra sees it. Like we and we're going back and forth with Matt Ricks. That's the beef there.
Now, Kendrick, the whole standpoint is, if it's a few, that's fine. Again, to where some, not all, but folks are saying there's still folks saying all, and still there are folks that say majority.
If you go with the 400 years, it got to be all. If you're going with the Bible, you got to be all. It can't be even the majority. But
and then folks are saying the majority.
Yeah,
but
can you back it up some too? Can you back it up like a couple minutes too after?
What time, Sam?
So go back, probably you're at 12, go back to about 11.
Okay. And then Leo, from what you've seen, when the Jews are going to Africa, yes, they might be refugees, but eventually what happened? What do they establish? Do they establish trade routes? Are they merchants dealing with West Africa as they're being expelled? Because to me, we hear time and time again they're being merchants. They're traders.
Yeah.
They're business people.
Correct.
So is there a
They're
tie to not just refugees, not just slaves?
Correct. Yeah, not the slaves that are ambiguous, being traded from different people to different tribes. They're not powerless people. They have some type of rank and actually are doing business. They have established comms. They're not just like what many would say. They had no power. They had no status or anything. They're just
these are people of some means.
They can influence kings and chiefs and princes. And if they don't like the area, they can just move. I fear you.
Correct.
Hey, real quick, Brent, can I ask you a quick question?
You good?
So maybe you could help me out because I don't catch all the arguments that go out there. But like, as far as I understand, like the concept of Jews going into Africa during those time periods that he was talking about, it wasn't in question, was it? Like, were there
No. But they trying to establish that if there's a pattern for them doing that, most likely that's where most of them would have went after in Luke 21. The text don't say that, but that's what people they would have automatically assumed that they would flee into Africa. Why it seemed like so many went into Europe, even though the Bible say all over. People want to make Africa a big thing, especially if we're claiming most of us from over here came from Africa.
Right. And also, but then reading the Bible, Paul goes to Rome and meets
the book of Acts closes. Correct, absolutely correct with the gospel. And it was Israel already there before the time of Christ and John the Baptist.
So do we agree that the only way we could get to like all or like most people coming off the slave ships is if like you would have to accept like a big portion being converts, right?
Correct. That's the only solution. Even using this source.
Right there. Somebody call. Get my phone. Let me call Forever Charity. Go ahead.
Even using this source. Using this source specifically, if Judaism had more of an impact than the Jews themselves, then it's all converts. If we're going to go with that generalization.
That would mess with the argument with Deuteronomy 28 that this will be a sign and a one on you forever.
And
that you have folks who say the converts can't go
for
through it.
bloodline and not converts. Correct, Dunamis.
And then 2, you have folks who are still not who are not bloodline and not converts that are going through the curses.
And
so how's it a sign of wonder on?
That's right, regular Africans. That's right,
regular Africans.
But that's also like if you got like I have a different, like I say, I would say view on what a Jew is. I kind of go more with Orthodox understanding that like anybody that practiced Judaism will be deemed a Jew if you're raised in a Jewish household, you were born a Jew. So even with the conversion, they can then say they are Jews. But like the beef is these are the real people that came on the slave. This is the real bloodline descendants that came on them slave ships, not converts, not any of that. So like I said, based on my definition, even if they were Jews and we go with this source, then majority of them may be converts, if we even go with that. So that's kind of where the beef will have to come in, is if you're saying these are bloodline Jews that all descend all the way back to even first century, to after 70 AD, they just kind of didn't mix, and then they landed in West Africa and they didn't mix at all, and they just got on the slave ship, then that's where the beef comes in, because even using the source, tracking the migration patterns, if only a portion of them left and went into Africa, and then Judaism itself as a religion had more of an impact, then that, to me, if you just use some more deductive reasoning, you can then see it's very possible most of the Jews that we talk about in Africa, North Africa specifically, could be converts.
But then there's a whole thing about against synagogues, against all this kind of stuff. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not as one video can be fine per se, but when you try to connect all the pieces together, it just seems like there's holes. I know Leah had to say what he said 5 minutes, but let me let this play.
Depending on the argument being made, right? Like, so if you try to go for all in its bloodline, there's holes. If you go for some and there's converts, there's no holes.
But more than in mass, majority of the argument, is it all and the curses, the curse will be assigned on one on you forever, prophecy, there can't be Jews in the land right now. Which one is the biggest argument amongst Israelites?
Oh no, I'm with it. Like, I'm the minority position, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, there's holes in the majority position all day.
And then folks will use this play. Yeah, and then even with Bruce saying he says a convert. Okay, well, Bruce, by the time in the first century, majority of Jews are converts. Oh no, then that means they got converts got scattered. What? And fair use.
Babylonians were among its earliest conquerors, so that about 67 years after the destruction of the temple, we are told in Esther 1:1 that Ahasuerus, the king of Assyria, reigned from India unto Ethiopia over 107 and 20 provinces, or 127 provinces. And since the king of Egypt was considered lord of the people of Ethiopia or Sudan, we read in Isaiah that the king of Assyria led away the Ethiopians captive, young and old, naked and barefooted, to the shame of Egypt. Northern Egypt then was the most known portion of the globe, and into it vast immigration took place from time to time, even to the most remote period. Now, the 10 tribes of Israel, after they were left to follow the dictates of their own mind, and during the commotion and destructive warfare which ensued, to escape utter extermination, migrated, according to the usage of the times, in vast numbers into various countries, but principally into northern Africa. We see the same thing with the Inquisition. They fled into northern Africa. Some were placed into western Africa. So in the Bible, we also see them flee into Egypt, which is in northern Africa. So when history is consistent, you have to ask yourself, why do these people constantly flee into Africa? Is it so they can blend in among the native population? Just a question. And if they keep fleeing into Africa, what happened to them? Just another question. So it says principally into northern Africa, as it then presented the safest and easiest route. Once settled, every commotion and intestine war had the most powerful effect of inducing these migratory bands to shift their abode still further, and so lose all connection with the other branch of the tribe. Isn't that what Parfit just said about?
Sorry, remember. Okay, go back to 8 minutes. Sorry. All right, let's go back to 8 minutes. All right, fair use.
Jewish influence there was specifically in West Africa, but in Africa in general. Give me a 1 if you were taught that in school, not just after school, but in school. Give me a 2 if you were never taught that when learning about Africa and Black people during Black History Month. It says, but to prove this further, we must admit the acknowledged and everyday fact that the moving passion of men's minds, even from time immemorial, is a disposition to change their abode. Thus, the children of Israel, directed by some supernatural influence, migrated from Egypt to Canaan, expelled its inhabitants, and became sole masters of the land. The Phoenicians of ancient date were characterized by their spirit of enterprise, and they formed colonies in various quarters of the Eastern Hemisphere, adopting the views entertained in Northern Africa. We should conclude that migration was the natural effect of a far greater or more important cause. It is affirmed to be an immutable and essential decree of the Creator, who, when he placed the sun and stars in the firmament and directed their diurnal and apparent courses from east to west, ordained that mankind should not be an exception to the law which was intended for all the earth. Under these considerations, we see that the opening line between Egypt and Arabia, between Africa and Asia, known as the Isthmus of Suez, plays an important part in the history of Africa, as it formed the gateway for Asiatic immigration, and consequently, at various times, numerous Occidental tribes poured into Northern Africa through Egypt, either peacefully as immigrants and settlers, receiving special license, as at the time of the Abbasid monarchy, or by force of arms. We find amongst the earliest tribes who tread the soil of Africa the Babylonians, the Arabs, the Ammonite, and the greater part, if not all, Canaanites, which last were doomed to destruction by the hands of Joshua. And if we believe the account of Procopius, while the army was on its march in pursuit of Gilomir, who was afterwards led captive by Justinian by his general Belarius, it halted near the Numidian frontier, where a sculpted stone was found, whereupon was written or engraved in Punic, Phoenician characters, which nearly correspond with the Hebrew, "We are the remnants of those tribes who fled before the robber Joshua, the son of Nun." Interesting, he mentions that description in Africa, that those who fled from Joshua fled into Africa. Now, here's where we're going to get into some more stuff where he starts to talk about Jews in Africa specifically. In those early days, Africa was
So Leo, so this is where he skips over what he's saying.
Yeah, Leo jumped off, I think.
Yeah, I know, and he's in the comment section. But more, if they're running from Joshua, the robber, are those Israelites, or would those be who would those be?
Back when I was in the Moorish Science Temple of America, we was talking about them being Canaanites, man.
Because why would Israelites call it?
Why would they be running from an Israelite?
Yeah, Joshua the robber, when this is the Israelite conquest.
Yeah, like I said, back when I was in part of the temple, we used to talk about them being Canaanites. But I mean, that's how it is literally in the Moorish literature. That's what it's talked about.
Yeah. So is Joshua called a robber in scripture or a conqueror?
Exactly.
Because if he's robbing it.
But that's inconsequential to like the whole point, right?
I know. It's just to me.
Nitpicking, right?
I don't know. Okay, maybe I am. And let me let this play.
Because I'm not mad at you, but I'm just saying like it's
But to me, I'm hearing that he's saying that Joshua the robber, the people called him that, and they ran into Africa. The ones running to Africa are those the Jews.
Oh yeah, you never hear me use this source for like. There's a lot of sources you never see me use for certain reasons. I never use this one for this reason. I use it for other reasons or whatnot, right? Like so you can use this one if you want to use this one to talk about like a Punic language or like a language that's connected to somewhat like a Hebrew script in North Africa. Sure, it's a great thing right there. However, it ain't Hebrew and it's not not written by Jews.
Yeah, and then there were some folks who the Gibeonites did convert. But okay, so he's saying that basically the logic is because the Canaanites who called Joshua robber, they fled into Africa. It should be recognized that the Jews themselves will do the same thing to flee into Africa when
he's just trying to like make an argument for the North African migration, right? That's all he's trying to do, right? And that's why I'm saying it's kind of nitpicking at the juncture, because I agree that it's not a good source to use for that argument, but at the same point in time, the argument for the North African migration is legit, and you can't.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, but it's just
now that's something that a lot of apologists do try to cut off, right? Like, so if I'm sitting there trying to, like, if I was having a debate with vocab, he'd try to cut off North Africa all day. Now, this is why I particularly like. Most Israelites you hear, they start the story like they try to go from North Africa to West Africa. I don't do that because of people like vocab to try to completely disarm that argument and whatnot, right? And to me, it's actually more important to understand the Eastern migration anyway, right? Because it's the older, like it's older than what we understand and whatnot, right? It's older than these other migrations that we're talking about, right? And so it's more foundational to the West African concept of what West African Jewry is than these other concepts we're talking about, right? And so however, like I definitely can understand where this is a legitimate area where even though this source is being not used in the best way, the argument for solidifying
going to okay, that's what I'm trying to understand. That's been throwing me off for a while. What is he trying to make here? So okay, the Jews.
Yeah, no, in the urban apologist realm, like that was an area of dispute for a long time. Like there was a big.
Oh, okay. I think that's the whole. Because to me, it seems like sometimes there is some, we can say on all sides. Sometimes there are straw men. Yeah. But there are times to where it's an argument being made to people who aren't making that argument. Because I don't think we've ever made the argument they're not be North African Jews. That's why it's throwing me off.
Yeah, but if you're
kind of hard, like to lock in to say,
right. But if I was to replay vocab's last debate with Zion Lex, he's literally telling Zion, "Hey, do this without North Africa. Why are you trying to connect to North Africa? What, he's to cut it off with?" I was like, bro, okay.
Oh, okay. But then now for me, yes, North Africa. They went south to
No, and this is why Brent says like there's still like, even though you got scholars saying certain stuff, you still got certain apologists like again like Damon Richardson and vocabs and like, nah, there is still Jewry in West Africa, blah 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 blah. Like, and they got some hard-line arguments that aren't matching up with the scholarship at the moment.
No, but
so this is where they're giving room for Dante to make these reversals.
Okay. But then now, now West Africa. Now, I'm not saying there aren't Jews in West Africa, but then the whole thing is, West Africa gets rushed from West Africa, the Jews in West Africa, to the slave trade, and impossible.
No, what gets rushed is there being Sephardic Jews in West Africa and then being Jews in the slave trade. That's what gets super rushed, right?
Yes,
that's where we need to slow all the way down and stop asking suggestions. If I ask a question like a bunch of times and don't answer the questions, I'm suggesting something now, right? And if I keep suggesting stuff with questions, I'm not asking questions, I'm grooming you, fam. You understand what I'm saying? And so these questions deserve answers. Like they can't be 3, 4, 5, 6 years old, fam. Yeah, we can't have the same people asking the same questions with no answer, fam.
Yeah, because more from all the discussion with me personally, have I said some, not all?
Some.
Have I changed that position? Have I ever said none?
I've never heard you say none.
So that's where it's just weird when folks come around, y'all change position. Where no, that's a sect of apologists who might have said that.
Yes,
that's not all, and everyone who dealt with the situation with Israelites.
But to be fair, it was a large, it was the foundational sect of the urban apologists, right? Like, so just understand that, right? It wasn't all of them though, but it was a good chunk of them, and they did like. It wasn't, and I keep reiterating this point, it wasn't because of nothing that the BH Howard said that made them switch up. Their own scholars started throwing them stuff saying like, no, you should the same stuff that we're pointing to for West African Christians says that there's West African Jews. We need to switch this up a little bit. Like, shout out to Vince Bantu. He single hit. Like, I had, like, the moment they started citing this book, I started laughing because I knew it was over with. Because I was like, I've been had that book and I've been saying the same thing. And I was like, okay, I don't got a doctor next to my name, so what I say don't even matter to this thing, right? But he said it on a real legit level, and a lot of people picked it up. I was like, okay, I can't even lie about this. However, this is why people like Dante can sometimes rightfully call people liars or whatnot, because like you got people who will also hold up that same book that are Christian apologists and refuse to acknowledge that there's more sources recognizing West African Jewry in that same book than West African Christianity, right? And so that does deserve to get called out 100%.
Okay. Yeah. And Jesse, man, I never heard you guys say none. That's where it just seems like a lot. There are folks who are still around that didn't say none at the beginning.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying. Like it's the minority saying none now. It used to be the majority back at a certain point, but it's the minority now. And shout out to my man JT Mack in the chat. No, he ain't never said none. I ain't never heard him say none.
And then
real quick, like you said, that was Cherry and them. Exactly. That was Cherry.
That was Cherry, Faithful. And then that's where it's like when folks come over here and saying y'all changing, who are we talking about? And the UA.
Right.
But more real quick, the Koshin Jews.
Yes, sir.
Were they around before the transatlantic slave trade?
Technically, yeah.
Okay, because I asked that because now we're talking about migration into Africa. Well, there are Jews in certain areas that are recognized in trade routes.
Yes.
There will be Jews that scatter to the east as well.
Hold on. Let's stay right here. Like, so if we're gonna, like, particularly, and this is what I'm talking about, the emphasis and the overemphasis on the Sephardic thing and it being immediately thrown into the slave trade without slowing down, right? Because if we're gonna recognize the Sephardic migration into Africa, North Africa and West Africa, we have to recognize all their migrations. We can't just say that's the only place they went, because that's not even the truth. They went as far east in the Mediterranean as Turkey and Bulgaria and Hungary and all the kind of things that went on, Italy, all that type of stuff. But they were also going north into Holland and into Germany, et cetera, into all the Dutch colonies and whatnot, in the Americas and whatnot, right? And so we're hearing this argument that like, oh, Black Jews didn't mix with white Jews or whatnot, right? Got you. So if these Sephardic Jews are these same Black Jews that you're talking about, and they didn't become Black because of intermixing with these people, the women they mixed with in Africa or whatnot, and you're telling me they didn't intermix when they went into these German and Dutch populations, I need you to show me them same Black Jews now. They shouldn't have changed colors if they didn't intermix. But that's not what the literature says about when you try to look for these populations and whatnot.
Yeah, that they look the same as the local populations. That's what all the sources are saying. So it just seems like there was a Jewish dispersion all around.
Yes, sir, 100%.
To Africa, to Europe, to the east.
You can't cut off the rest of the Sephardic Jews that went everywhere else that wasn't Africa. You can't say that they're not the same people or whatnot, right? They didn't come from the same people or whatnot, right?
And that's the whole thing, dealing with the Negro doctrine. Who else but the Negro, and also dealing with the curses?
Right. This is where we get the Amerocentric Israelism.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem like these Jews are going to West Africa. Many of them seem like merchants who there is discrimination, but they have a level of autonomy. Autonomy of
running kingdoms. This is the part that's killing me, fam, is running kingdoms. And Dante's showing you this. They're running kingdoms after and during the time that the slaves stopped coming to America legally. You feel what I'm saying? Like, so the slave trade gets cut off from coming to America legally, and they're still running kingdoms in these the Sephardic parts of West Africa and whatnot, right? So how are they the slaves?
Yeah. And that goes into the whole narrative with the slave. That's what there's a bigger picture being said. And we can we can accept migration of Jews into Africa. But that's just one part. As a larger conversation. Just like with the pews, you can't, you have there's specialists needed, and it's also a huger picture. That has to be architect.
100%. I 100% acknowledge the Sephardic migration into West Africa, etc. But it's the last, it's the youngest Jewish migration into Africa, not the oldest. And we keep starting at the end of the story. We should start at the beginning of the story and work our way to the end.
Because what are the Jews in Timbuktu and Lamland, were they taken as slaves? Were those areas overrun? And then people were enslaved?
Yeah, there's literally documentation of slave rates on Jews being taken to Mali and to and taken from Lamland, etc. Like,
okay.
There's literally like this is what I keep saying. Like in the books, in the same book that these Christian apologists are the ones that are the last few remnant that are rejecting this thing, and the same book they keep holding up and quoting and whatnot. The same books talk about slaves being taken from Central Africa to Savun that were Jewish and had the Torah. There's literally sources talking about slaves being taken from Lamb and whatnot, right? That were pretending to be Jews, but they weren't following the religion and whatnot, right? And there's sources in that same book that talk about how this slave class, or how that Jews made up a regular portion of the slaves of the Maghreb.
Okay,
now, are they the whole of the thing? No, but you can't shake that off. You got to acknowledge all that stuff.
Okay, yeah. So there's more research that needs to be done than can be done.
Facts.
All right, fair use. Let me just finish off.
Was known and famous amongst the civilized portions of the world, and the Assyrians and Babylonians were among its earliest conquerors. So that about 67 years after the destruction of the temple, we are told in Esther 1:1 that Ahasuerus, the king of Assyria, reigned from India unto Ethiopia over 107 and 20 provinces, or 127 provinces. And since the king of Egypt was considered lord of the people of Ethiopia or Sudan, we read in Isaiah that the king of Assyria led away the Ethiopians captive, young and old, naked and barefooted, to the shame of Egypt. Northern Egypt then was the most known portion of the globe, and into it vast immigration took place from time to time, even to the most remote period. Now, the 10 tribes of Israel, after they were left to follow the dictates of their own mind, and during the commotion and destructive warfare which ensued, to escape utter extermination, migrated, according to the usage of the times, in vast numbers into various countries, but principally into northern Africa. We see the same thing with the Inquisition. They fled into northern Africa. Some were placed into western Africa. So in the Bible, we also see them flee into Egypt, which is in northern Africa. So when history is consistent, you have to ask yourself, why do these people constantly flee into Africa? Is it so they can blend in among the native population? Just a question. And if they keep fleeing into Africa, what happened to them? Just another question. So it says principally into northern Africa, as it then presented the safest and easiest route. Once settled, every commotion and intestine war had the most powerful effect of inducing these migratory bands to shift their abode still further, and so lose all connection with the other branch of the tribe. Isn't that what Parfit just said about them in West Africa and Central Africa losing connections with the other branches of the tribe? As hundreds of years pass on and generation after generation roll away, they lose a great many of their habits and customs, becoming more amalgamated with the population which they associate. We just read, Parfit said that they were taking on the religious customs and the dress of the local population. And here in 1860, this is published in 1868, we see Africanist Bill Horton saying the same thing. But when Mohammedanism or Islam overspread northern Africa,
real quick more, someone saying, so far the Ashkenazi Karaite nor Mizrahi are no Mizrahi.
Say what?
So far the Ashkenazi Karaite nor Mizrahi are different groups and not related to each other. They're just labels more.
Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous. Like, no, there's definite genetic connections to a lot of these groups. Karite's Karite's not a particular group of Jewry. Karite's a belief system. Yeah, so it's a methodology. It's not a people.
Let me finish. I don't know if you have something with dealing with that, with connection with Jewish communities.
Yeah, sure. No worries.
Yeah, let me just finish off. Just 2 minutes.
Destroying by fire and sword all those of another religion, the Israelitish descendants or the Israelitish descendants or the inhabitants occupying the central portion of Africa, once again, Central Africa, passed forward seeking shelter to the south and west. So they ended up in South Africa and West Africa. So there's a migration of Israelites into West Africa, There's also a deportation of Israelites into West Africa. And we've read in Cambridge before that those in West Africa, some of them said that their ancestors came from Morocco. So if we're following what's going on here, Bill Horton in 1868, this book is saying that they came in through North Africa, ended up in Central Africa, and pushed into West Africa. We know from other history that when they fled the Inquisition, they ended up in Morocco. But in the same year that they were banned in Spain, they were also banned in Mali. So they couldn't stay in Mali. So they had to push further down into West Africa. And the other ones were shipped into West Africa, got off the island, and started to populate West Africa. This is stuff that we know from history. And yet we have the people who are supposed to love their neighbors as themselves and be about truth. They're telling you they can't find any of this. They don't know nothing about none of this. And yet the whole world seems to know everything about all of this, but they can't find nothing.
So this is where that's blatantly false, right? Like, so this is where I'll stick up for the UA in the sense to where the UA never rejected Sephardic Jews in West Africa. Ever, 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 ever. In fact, they, like, at the beginning of the thing, when people try to throw the Sephardic Jews on, they're like, that's not you though. That was the whole thing. It's like, prove that that's you. That prove that got something to do with you. That was the original rebuttal from the UA about the Sephardic Jew thing, man. Again, go back and listen to Nefertiti, God rest her soul or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? How she was going through them whole arguments. They're not denying Sephardic Jewry in West Africa, fam.
It's a population size and other claims like we to being Jew. It's to me, it's a low conflation to where it's the nuance.
Mm-hmm.
How big? How many came on slave ships?
Yes.
The curses.
And like I keep saying, so a lot of people are starting the story at the end with the youngest migration of Jews into West Africa, and then asking a lot of questions and leaving them unanswered. And the reason why they're unanswered is because you're not starting the story at the beginning and then working your way through the end. You wouldn't have any questions about who, what, where, when, and why if you did that. But if you started at the end and just leave it there and try to make everybody black from there, you're going to conflate so many things that's not even funny. And this is why no scholars are taking this stuff serious, fam. What they do take serious is the sum argument. And y'all don't want to investigate the sum argument. Y'all want to call me a coon and all kinds of stuff because I don't believe the all. And I want to stand on the sum and prove out the sum. Can we at least prove that one out? You know what I'm saying? No, it's got to be all, fam.
The source also says they had children with local women.
That's facts. And the DNA samples we got from Spain and Portugal.
No, go ahead, Juan. Let me see. Green, if you're still around, you let Leo up.
Yeah, and the DNA samples we got from Spain and Portugal and from Sao Tome and Principe, right, are letting you know that the female population of these groups were completely different in different spots. We in like what Benaiah showed y'all, there was only one sample of L, and that was in like the 1600s.
And second thing is, you got when do Ashkenazites also use nuances to inflate their population? I don't know. They might. You got to give me examples. But when I see Ashkenazi population size too, it's small. Jews in dispersion usually are in small numbers compared to the larger populace. From what I've seen.
Yeah, 600 kids in the 1500s don't make up the entire. You can't get like 10 to 15 million people coming off the slave ship from that, fam.
And the Jews that are being talked about seem to be more leaders, yet they might have children, and that can lead into some. But then, yeah,
y'all got a whole like 2 fish and 5 loaves doctrine coming off this thing that don't make no sense right now, fam. But it's legitimate to get into the whole Sephardic Jew concept, right? It's just like tell the whole story. Don't try to make it something that it's not. That's not fair to do to anybody's history and lineage, man. We wouldn't want that. We wouldn't want that for our people and whatnot, right? In fact, we're trying to answer the question. Like, so this is the thing, right? If Dante wants to be like, you know what, we're not really encouraged to find out who we are. Cool, got you. Okay, that's a legit argument. But I'll stipulate that that's not anybody else's responsibility to put on us, right? Like we should, like if we want to know who we are, we should investigate, right? And if we want to know who we are, we should want to fill it. We should want to come to the truth about that in the investigation. We should want to have no fake aspects of that story. We should want to know the 100% truth. Why would we want fantasy, fam? That fantasy doesn't really fill in the gap, bro. It's
what we've been telling y'all to tell the whole story. But Russell Higgins, bro.
But hold on, I want him.
Yeah, let Leo go.
Because I want to put your screen back up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, y'all. I just got 1,000 things. I'm trying to get my mind right.
Yeah, Leo, go ahead, bro.
Praying for you, Berean. Yeah, what's up, y'all? Sorry I had to jump off out of the call. But I just wanted to bring up. So this is the source Dante is going through in that video. And I guess Ezra, if he's still here, he knows the mention. So what we're trying to tell Matt Ricks is Dante, this paragraph, Dante walked through this whole paragraph right here on the screen. But he did not call out he called out one of the three mentions that to me challenges his narrative on the migration patterns and who came through. This very first sentence at the top, it says that though there are comparatively few Jews, I'm gonna highlight it so y'all can see it with me, that there are comparatively few Jews south of the Sahara and Abyssinia. Few Jews. Still, by the connection of the Jews with African countries since the days of Moses, Abraham, Joseph, Solomon, as well as the destruction of Jerusalem and the consequent scattering of the Jews all over the globe. So he's including all of this to say it's still few Jews, south of Sahara, including all of these mentions of the countries in Africa around the days of Moses up until the destruction of Jerusalem. And then this is the sentence that he did highlight. He said the influence of Judaism on Africa is greater and farther diffuse than that of the Jews and their geographical extension. So the religion itself had a greater impact and spread more abroad than the Jews and their geographical extension themselves. So the Jews themselves did not extend that far, as opposed to the what we would say is the religion of Judaism throughout Africa. Now, this is the other part that I called out before. It says, if we take, for instance, the race under consideration, I will go still further and assert that the more we study them in all their various relationships, the more shall be convinced that they form a portion of those lost tribes who disobeyed. So that's these Jews that they're talking about that spread through only form a portion of the lost tribes.
Well, why is it saying the more you go back to that line? So the more I will go further and assert that the more we study them, and the more shall we be convinced. So, are they saying they're lost tribes, Leo?
I'm sorry. I want to help y'all a little bit. As he's going through that, like yesterday, the other guys it's Pastor Mike, and we going live and stuff. People in real time, they double streaming, we streaming, they streaming. Dante dropped the video like 90 seconds ago, 3 minutes ago. He's listening and replying to some of this stuff. Y'all have to answer this stuff. Even if you don't say his name, he's not saying your name. He just say Christians lying, this and that. Y'all got to answer this stuff as it's coming in real time. So he just dropped the video 3 minutes ago.
But Berean, it seems like a lot of these arguments deal with vocab and Cherry and other folks.
Okay. What do you mean? In what sense? Explain that before Leo. I'll get right back, Leo. I'm sorry. Explain what you mean.
Because he keeps on. It's a notion that, like me and Moore were talking about. What are Jews that went in North Africa? Yes. What are Jews that are there Jews in West Africa? Yes. So it's fighting the none claim. That was made by more Cherry.
So like what JT Max said, that Cherry number was pushing that 3
Cherry,
years ago.
Faithful to God.
But still, even if they were pushing that, should y'all to lay it out? Let me go ahead. I don't want to milk y'all. Y'all grown. Let me see how y'all handle it.
Yeah, because it just seems like there's an argument being made against a group.
He's arguing something that's not there, at least as far as what we're discussing over here.
Yes.
Okay, got you.
Because Brent, how many our lives we've gone through Jews all over the world, China, India, the Cochin, Africa, Beta Israel.
Oh, he said we 95% over here. Okay. Just that 5%, like Sister E said. Just that 5%. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry, Leo.
Arguments about information, not necessarily about
but still,
people.
don't forget that other video. See, go if you get the video he just dropped 5 minutes ago. Go through that too.
Yeah, we'll pull it up.
Nobody got nothing over here. Let me tell y'all that right now. Even the journalists in them, y'all think if y'all think they missing it and I catch it, I'm gonna go over it.
Because we play beautiful
one minute. Don't y'all please play no games over here. Nobody hiding from nothing over here. Not this channel.
We play video from the camps, from
the
the moderates, Jewish.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Kofi, I gotta give it to you. Met, Leo. Listen, the Yap gang put in folk been facing some serious stuff over here, just dealing with whatever. Getting mad with Garfield, but we just dealing with whatever. We putting it on the table. Then when we question a lot of y'all be quiet, but we like, yo, what it is. But at least he'll listen, or people give him screenshots and he'll go drop a video. But we got to deal with it. But my only thing is, I just felt, my person between me, I felt Tudor Parford said some stuff. I'm like, dang, Dante might got some light on that one right there. You Negroes just keep talking like everything is good. At least Kobe said, yo, I can't lie. But go ahead, I'm listening. I mute myself. Leo, you got it. Give them credit where credit is due. Where they acting a fool or where they hiding something like Leo doing right now, bring it out. And play the clip where he said such and such, and he picked up and he read from right there, but he didn't want to read up them other two passages. There's Jews all over the place.
Because that's the whole thing that folks were saying.
Recognized by the same authors. Go ahead, y'all doing good.
Because that's the whole thing. Check the sources that I'm putting out and verify and vet them. That's what we were asked. And folks will say, y'all got to check out these sources. Y'all not dealing with this stuff. And I would deal with them.
And don't get mad. Don't start getting mad. Them people over there, don't start getting mad. That's all we saying. Y'all said deal with it. We're going to deal with it now.
Now, Godson saying, so honestly, Brian, you don't think there's biases on behalf of your regulars? Be honest. Now we're biased. Okay.
But the whole, I'm just saying, Godson, is it? If there's a methodology that's being used, what's wrong, Godson? How can we adjust the methodology?
I don't know how, because Dante's giving us the criteria. He's saying go look at it yourself. That's what Dante was, and that's why you have the website with all the sources to go vet it yourself. So now he has videos of him covering these sources, and now I can say you can find these sources; they're free, like you can find them. But I say once you go find them and we're reading them, now there's biases. I'm saying I'm reading directly from the same portion he was in the video, and he brushed right over the comparatively few Jews. And he brushed over the portion mentioned. But so it's like, how are you brushing over these things that to me challenge the narrative that is saying, like, after you study this more, you'll see there's only a portion that make it the lost tribes in Africa. And that they assimilated. And listen, and this goes against his mixing argument as well. Like, do you see that last part? It said, I'll read again. I will go further and assert that the more we study them in all their various relationships, the more shall we be convinced that they form a portion of those lost tribes who what? Disobeyed the command of God and dispersed and were dispersed, but are now mingled with the original inhabitants of the country. And
run that
so it's
back.
like if they, I was saying, like it says right, and they now are mingled with the original inhabitants of the country. Now, if you're gonna go with Dante's sources, I'm going off memory now with the Cochin Jews. I mean, the Cochin Jews in India. I read from the same source. We're talking about the Black Jews. It said that the Black Jews were they have their parent stock. They're more detached from the parent stock of Judea compared to the white Jews because they went to India earlier than when the Jews from the West did. So because of that, they mingle with the population. Sounds like this was been happening across the board. They've been mingling with the population there. And as this source said, they denigrated in the form in which they appear now. So it's like this has been happening across the board. These Jews leave, they move abroad, and they mingle with the population they're around. That's what happens. Marian been saying this. Everybody was saying. More been saying like it's like they're going to mix. People are trying to deny this, but they're mixing it. And these are the same sources. Go ahead.
And you see what Kobe saying?
Brush over that footnote. Brush over the see. That's what I'm saying. Like Kobe
over Portuguese Jews that look like me.
Yep.
He just doesn't read critically sometimes. It's Kobe saying.
You see what Mo Sexton said?
Because doesn't Kobe say that he's the receipt to the Sephardic Jews that he can trace his line back? Kobe,
Yes,
how far can you trace your line back to those Jews during the Inquisition?
Maybe more than Bruce and them, and they want to.
If I'm mistaken, even to the prophet brings up Kobe's family.
Yep, that's a serious problem. That's a serious, especially when you say, "Oh, you just convert." That's a serious problem.
And then when we ask about what ancestors of yours got off the ship, what happens?
Somebody was on top of them ships hitchhiking too, like crazy.
Ariel, let me just guess.
Yep, you see that?
So Godson says, yeah, but Dante and all of the Israelites are always wrong according to y'all. I've never once witnessed y'all agree with any source from Israelites. Anything presented is always met with contrary. How many times did I say
yesterday? I can't. Well, I don't know. That's up good, y'all.
So first of all, I claim Israel or whatnot. I bring up sources for my own arguments and whatnot. So I can't literally be like, no, I'm wrong about my own sources, right? You ain't never heard me say that, right? And you've literally heard me say on this very, very show where I'm agreeing where Dante's right for this, he's right for this, he's right for this, he's just wrong for this, he is wrong for this, he's wrong for this.
But let me tell you something. God said I might ride with you a little bit. My man and them ain't gonna do that in here. They say Israelites say it's raining outside. Dante says it's raining outside. We'll say there's participation a couple of times a year in this area. We'll get to saying anything else except straight. I ain't gonna lie. He might be right over here. We looked at this. I don't know how many times we could say we've heard this on this channel.
Because I think that's
the lies and the Israelites lied. I'm talking about for us just to admit, maybe some people we did change our position. JT Mack did say, Cherry and them been saying that. A, B, C, and D. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I never heard somebody over here say Dante's right on that. I can't lie. We got to give him that. I never heard that on this channel. I never heard that on this channel in Jesus' name. I never heard that.
We just said that, yes, there was migration of Jews into Africa. We just said that. But now dealing with the nuance of population size, that's the issue. We just said, yes, there's Jews that migrated. But yes, there's also Jews that migrated other places as well.
Yeah, I've confirmed more than a handful of times on this channel that the argument that there were people saying none at the beginning, like I've tried to confirm that because I've been around from it. You know what I'm saying? I know these people and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? I definitely confirmed that was the base argument for the majority of apologists for a long time, but it got switched up.
But
I
acknowledge. Go ahead. What was the base argument from a lot of Israelites?
All.
So that's the whole from the beginning. Once en masse on one side, none. And mass on one side, all. And then the curses is a fact that shall improve. Who's Israel? That provides little to no nuance because who else but the Negroes gone through the curses? So that goes back to all argument. What about converts? No converts. Going back to all bloodline argument. So it's a whole set. I think there's a lot of time it deals with the conclusion that the information is trying to get to. And also at times who he's dealing with.
Dude, do you see what Bruce is saying?
Bruce is saying, yes, y'all are right. I understand now that my position was flaky and I'm now willing to see.
Hey, God.
So, Bruce, I got the same question for you, right? Like, so if the Sephardic Jews are dark black and they didn't intermix with nobody, right? We can track their migrations, okay? When they left Spain and Portugal, they went to multiple places, not just North Africa, not just West Africa. On top of this, they literally took their language with them, their practices with them. We can track all this stuff, of which we cannot do so in West Africa that well, or in the Americas that well like that, right? From our population and whatnot, right? But they went from Spain and Portugal to places like Italy, France, Hungary, Turkey, Bulgaria, Holland, Germany.
More, that's nothing too. That's nothing too. it was also the amnesia doctrine. The either they forgot who they were. When did they forget? Was it forgot when they got from Spain to the west coast of Africa?
But these other ones, this is what I'm saying, these other pockets of Sephardic Jews that left the same place at the same time, they don't have the amnesia doctrine. You know what? You know, for all this nonsense about like the curse of Hebrew on the pews, you know, we can find curse of Hebrew amongst this population of Jews, amongst these people going to Turkey and Bulgaria and all them, Hungary, whatnot, Romania, all that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
we can find curse of Hebrew with them, but not.
And then in the New World, you can find Jews with synagogues and practices. And then you can find African slaves keeping practices going. But it's I don't know. That's what the whole thing is. The West Africa part is murky. And then folks are saying it's kind of murky from the numbers to what's going on.
But it's also why I showed, like, so for instance, you have people like Omar ibn Said coming off the slave ship, speaking Hebrew and Arabic, right? There is legitimate arguments to be made, and with people who not. So I don't you like you're right. You've never heard me talk about the amnesia doctrine. I don't believe in the amnesia doctrine, right? Like you should like people keep their culture going as much as they can. Where even through this is what people want to say. Like, well, slavery erased it all. Like, all right, you got to tell them about the Gullah Geechee. Then this is why I keep bringing them up, fam, because these people were killing themselves to keep their cultures and whatnot, right? We walked away from them. One more time, we walked away from them. That's the story of the Gullah Geechee and their culture. Is people walked away from this thing, not that it was taken away from it.
Yeah, and oh my God, it's like because the whole standpoint is, because I mean, folks say, but I just remember a lot the language thing. Then you have folks who are campers raising arguments. Then you have folks who are non-campers raising certain arguments too. With the Hebrew in the Midwest.
Hold on, real quick. Slow down, Garfield. I never said it was confirmed. I've never said it was confirmed that he spoke Hebrew and Arabic. I said about our sources.
There's a lot of arguments that were made, and then folks kind of went beyond just saying that yes, there are some, and I might be Hebrew, and this is a culture I want to accept. It went beyond just that. The same brother, you just don't know who you are. Do you know that Leo? Do you know that you're a Hebrew Israelite? Do you know that? What nation are you, Leo?
Ephraim.
Nah, bro, you Judah. What you talking about?
Because Judah was scattered throughout the whole world, brother. So did your ancestors come on some slave ships?
Yes, they did, but that's the thing. How would I know which?
Did you do a DNA test, Leo?
Oh, I did. Did
Igbo come up?
Igbo didn't. Yoruba did though. But
okay, Yoruba, you know the Yoruba. They have an oral tradition say that they're Israelites, right, Leo?
Hey, nah, but Remy says
stop me if it's not a whole script of what folks have said.
You gonna stop disrespecting Remy? Remy said the Yoruba ain't Jews, fam.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Wait. He said that for real?
Yeah, they're Hamites.
100% they're Hamites. Wow, that's Remy's doctrine, and this is. I'm like, bro, you can't say that when y'all got the same DNA. You literally can't do that, bro. Like you can't.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how does this work, yo? How does that work? Oh man, but we can get to that another day because I thought Dante made a video about the Yoruba as well, but that's another day. So I'm just trying to understand. Go ahead.
No, you got it.
I'm just trying to say because I'm reading the comments too, and I guess Russell Higgins is saying because the source is saying that they mingled. So right here where it says but are now mingled with the original habits of the country. He's saying that doesn't mean they mix. This is more about culture and beliefs.
But nah, he also just he 100% reads over and over again where they keep mixing with the women of the land and whatnot, right? And like so, this is the same story of Jewry all around the world. Like the Lemba, they say the same thing.
Dripping all over the world,
bruh.
The fancy, the yarmulkes, the Star of David and the Misuse. You know who we are. Go ahead.
So this is where we get into the special pleading argument because if you get into like the 400 years a book that Dante has or whatnot, right? So one of the arguments he makes for Ashkenazi Jews not being the people is the fact that they intermixed with European women and whatnot, right? And so if that's the case, like mixing with any other female group besides the Israelites makes you not the people and whatnot, right? And so that's the story of every Jewish group out there, including, like, again, their main story is like, no, we only mix with Hamites. Okay. So you're saying you mix with non-Israelites. I got you. I don't know why.
And that's why the halakha law came. Even think it's not. Folks would say it's more recent, but it's a little old, it could be old too. About using the mother, because how the man would just go around. You know, that at least with the mother, they're gonna keep to the traditions. But the man would tell, and many times get these women pregnant, might keep them around, but not really teach them the traditions and kind of let it go.
Okay, Russell Higgins says they are mixing with people that look like them, brother. Okay, and this is why I asked the question that no one is going to answer. Can you please show me where these same Sephardic Jews that went to Italy, Turkey, again, Germany, Holland, etc., where they stayed black and are still black right now? Because again, we can document these people, fam. Like, this is what Kobe keeps trying to tell you. Like, you understand, like, the majority of the Sephardic Jews can document themselves, right? You understand that, right? They went through an inquisition just like people went through a slave trade, and they can still document themselves, man. You're talking about one of the most well-documented groups of Jews in the world.
And then now there's even a law of return in Spain. I'm not sure it's in
yes. Fam, my family almost got Spanish citizenship. The reason we rejected it is because they wanted us to come in as Sephardic and we couldn't be Maghrebi. We were like, all right, cool, we'll let it go. They said they said we couldn't be Moorish Jews, and we walked away from the team. But it's not hard to prove if you're from that lineage and whatnot, right? It's definitely not hard to prove. And this is the thing, like, so, and this is what y'all need to understand from Dante's sources, is he's showing the same thing, that they're able to document these black Sephardic Jews even well into the 1800s, fam. Even into the 1800s, not getting on slave ships. You understand? Not writing in Soletreo. You understand?
More. Did they mix in Spain and Portugal as well?
Yes, 100%.
But why would they? But they only mix like with Moorish women, right?
They mixed with other Jewish women who could have been of any other group and whatnot. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so this is the thing.
Yeah,
right?
But I'm saying more. They didn't mix with the white Spaniards, right? The white Portuguese.
They 100%. They 100% did. This is the. Yes, they did. They all mixed it. So people talk about, like, this is where the conversation needs to get slowed down so much it's not ridiculous. Because, like, again, people got the nerve to start the story at the end and ask questions and be mad at people who read the whole daggone book. One more time. Y'all got the nerve to start the thing at the end and ask questions and be mad at people who read the whole daggone book. Yes, of course. There was mixing before the Moors got to Spain. If it wasn't for the Moors, y'all wouldn't have this whole black doctrine to begin with, fam. The Moors darkened the Jews up in Spain. Tell me, bring somebody to the table to tell me I'm wrong. I dare you. Show me these pre-700s, these pre-700 AD sources of these all black Jews in Spain that don't mix with nobody. Show it to me. Because the Jews was there from the first, some say the 1st century, so and some say like the 3rd and 4th century. So how are they there from then to the 700s or whatnot? Well, just show me them being all black from then on. That's all I want to see, fam. Because that's not what the genetics say. That's not what none of the accounts say from that time period. None of that, fam. The Moors darken that thing up. I challenge you to prove me wrong on that. Anybody. So yes, they all mixed, fam. You don't get black Jews. Let me say it like, you don't get black Jews in Spain without them mixing, fam. Let me say it like that. As plain as I can say, you don't get black Jews in Spain without them mixing. How about that?
I'm trying to pull up the other source that Dante had about the mixing with the Cochin Jews. I'm trying to pull that up with the Jews in India, because like Morris saying, like y'all keep saying they didn't mix, but these are sources Dante is using.
And then that source of the Cochin
literally
Jews,
it says
West Africa. Is that West Africa?
See,
Or is
that's
that
what I'm saying. That's India. So it's like that's a whole nother region of the continent of the world, and they're mixing there too. So it's like I'm trying to understand that we're reading the same sources he has and presents, and they're saying they mix. So I'm a little confused. A little confused on why people saying, "Oh no, they didn't mix. You didn't read it." Like, nah, Russell. He's saying it's wishful thinking. You get black from mixing with that. Okay, Russell Higgins, man. I don't know what's going on.
But then this the Negro only. So there was Marcus Garvey, as dark as he was. He's R. MLK was R. So you have folks fighting the civil rights movement. If you are what your father is, who have Negro features but aren't Negroes.
Yo, it seems like a lot of these pro-blackity black cats are, you know what I'm saying, of non-African haplogroups and whatnot. It seems to be a phenomenon. Like the urban, not the urban prosperity, but the conscious community has like a whole. But the majority of these cats we see in the conscious community they don't have African haplogroups here. I find that to be amazing. And they all preach against miscegenation stuff. I'm like, really, you're the product there. Like, come on, that's not funny.
Yeah. And then it's interesting that Russ Higgins saying, what does the source say? Well, then when we put up another source that says something else, then folks say, what does the Bible say? Exactly. So it seems like a wheelhouse. What does the source say? Okay, let's put up another source. Let's deal with it. Let's do an exegete of contemporaries and what's going on, recent sources. Whoa. Now, again, going back to the Igbo, the brother just go back to Africa, the guy saying they're Gadites. Majority, and folks will say majority of slaves were Igbo, but I thought it was only Judah that was scattered through the four corners of the world.
Not consistent.
So, Bruce, are you a Gadite or you're a Judite?
You know you're gonna say Judah, but
because the chart. I know.
Well, so to be fair, like the Darbyites don't use the chart. You know what I'm saying? They just stick with the whole Judah concept. Like so they would consider all the Negroes in the Americas, like, or all the descendants of slaves in the Americas to be Judah.
But from what
or the ones that are Israelites, they're Judah. What was that?
From what you see, because Darby was earlier on, and it wasn't too many other folks overseas connection with folks overseas. Do you think Darby had any connection with Igbos overseas?
No, he literally said like those are our people. And he went out. He was like, no, he went to Nigeria. He said like they look like us. He was like they're our people or whatnot. And he was talking about like the majority of us have Nigerian DNA and whatnot. Like he was trying to do that whole connection thing.
Okay, with skin color and that, we're not asking them. What do y'all say?
But he was also saying that they're different than other Africans and others. You know what I'm saying? Like so, like he was trying to be like on that whole like Zondervan Negro, but not the Hamite thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't know who just jumped on.
Can anybody hear me?
Hello? Can you hear us? Yeah, you on.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You got the mic.
All right, I'm in a bad area. Grace and peace to the panel. More, I got a question for you.
Shoot.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Is haplogroup L3E and L2 considered Jewish markers?
Oh, this is Curtis.
They're definitely found in Jewish. They're definitely found in Jewish populations.
All right, because I done read something that said they was part of Jewish markers. And
yeah,
when
they're
I look at my stuff, they got me my markers over there under L3E. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why I asked that question is because there's a lot of black women over here is L3E.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Number two.
Did he cut out?
It was getting good.
No, he said he was in a bad area.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, 100%.
There's
L2 and L3 clays amongst different Jewish populations, 100%.
I'm trying to read from the source because this is from the other one. Dante's talking about the Cochin Jews. So I'm just trying to read from it, the other portion where they're saying there was mixing. Because obviously people are saying they didn't mix, but I'm trying to read from it. When I get to it, I'll let y'all know. But that's what I'm trying to showcase too, is like we're reading the sources that we're being told to look at. I know I'm going to find them, and I got them saved on a Google Drive, most of these. And it's like I'm reading through the same ones. We've done this before, but then it's like evidently we reading it wrong. We saying we got a bias. Our bias is not letting us see it, but it's like I'm reading the same sources y'all are reading. And it's just, I don't know. It's just weird to me. I don't know how far we got to go with this until it's like y'all see what we're trying to be transparent and, like Berean say, not hide nothing. We're going to find the sources that we've been told we need to find and look at, but yet we're not reading it right, and we're reading directly from it. I don't know. But hey, if Berean's still around, you can share your screen. Do to me.
Leo, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you? We got the arguments that have been made. I think I really think, yeah, bring if you can bring Garfield up. The arguments that have been made over the time has been bloodline. I think, oh my God, there needs to be a council because there's just so much stuff, and it's like folks saying one side switching the goalposts, but it's been moving all around.
Yes, sir.
And it's just interesting because one of the biggest ones is GEDmatch. No one talks about GEDmatch anymore from what I've seen.
Nope. Who made it that way? Because the more they go to it, it seems like issues keep coming out, or they reading it wrong.
Yeah, and then if you disagree with GEDmatch used for DNA, that kind of stuff. Bloodline, you are what your father is.
So there was an African brother who went through and showed the way they put the profiles together for GEDmatch and whatnot, and that what got shown on this channel. And I remember coming on it and definitely affirming the concept because he was 100% correct on how they do the profiles and whatnot. And so people weren't understanding. So one, it wasn't doing a direct connection to any tribal group out there. They weren't saying that you have certain chromosomes or certain autosomes or certain segments of your DNA that match these people over here. What they were doing is they were making genetic profiles saying that Alemba has 75% sub-Saharan African DNA, 20% Eurasian DNA, et cetera, whatnot, right? And they were building profiles based upon percent of what they believed to be the average percentage based upon the Lemba that would submit DNA to their project or whatnot, right? And so it was saying that you had a certain like your connection to these people were based upon like your particular admixture. Like, so if you were 75% sub-Saharan African, or bottom line, it came to this: the reason why we were getting connection to Lemba throughout GEDmatch is because of the way they were structuring the profiles in GEDmatch in that particular calculator. African Americans in the Lemba have the two highest amounts of European DNA out of the African groups that they had in those calculators and whatnot. So if you're African American, they were going to automatically throw you in, say that you matched up closest to the Lemba out of everyone else because they're the only other group with a high amount of Eurasian DNA in comparison to us. Not because we had direct lineal descent connection to them or direct autosomal connection to them. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, I know Garfield jumped on. I don't. And then Leo, I guess you can read the source.
Yeah, I was just making a connection. Yeah, so I'm gonna show the other part. So this is the connection I'm making. So this is the one source in the video. Y'all was showing earlier. Dante went over this, and it speaks to. Like I'll read it again. I will go further assert that the more we study them, In all their various relationships, the more we shall be convinced that they form a portion of those lost tribes. Remember, portion, not majority, that coming into Africa, who disobeyed the command of God and were dispersed, but are now mingled with the original inhabitants of the country, and so degenerate in the form in which they appear now. So to me, some people disagree. This is mixing within the population to where now they look different, so to speak. You could kind of take it that way. But then if you look at another source that Dante recommended, I believe this is from the Claudius Buchanan. Yes, this is the Claudius Buchanan source, talks about the Black Jews in India. So it says their Hindu complexion and their very imperfect resemblance to the European Jews indicate that they have been detached from the parent stock in Judea many ages before the Jews in the West, and that there have been intermarriages with families not Israelish. So this showcasing they've been getting in marriages and mixing within the population. Even if you scroll down even more, it talks about it again. Some will say a prejudice that the white Hindu Jew or the Cochin Jews, like I said, the white Jews look upon the Black Jews as an inferior race and not of a pure caste, which plainly demonstrates that they do not spring from the common stock in India. So that's where it's actually showcasing that these people mix within other groups within the inhabitants of India, similar to what the other source says. So it's like the continue to say they did not mix. The sources are, to me, disagreeing with that narrative, and that's all I wanted to show.
So look at the special plea. You got God's saying, so y'all don't see a problem with these dudes having the answer for everything. So Leo's doing the same thing Dante's doing from a different angle. He's reading this. All he's doing is reading the source. So Dante's reading the stuff and not connecting the entire paragraphs for you, right? He's skipping over it. He's reading the sentences, giving his commentary, and not connecting the sentences together and whatnot. Leo's reading the sources, giving his commentary, and connecting the sentences together. What's the beef?
The narrative.
Facts.
And
because it's got to be an issue that all these sources keep saying that there's intermixing, fam. So either
I don't understand how.
Go
ahead, more. You finish your thought.
No, you got it.
I'm saying like the mixing thing is like because you guys have shown this through DNA already, and that's why I feel like the case should be shut. But then it's like these are Dante sources that he's saying they're not mixing. Bruce is saying they didn't mix. Other people are saying they didn't mix. Yet these are the same sources we're told to look at, and they're saying they're mixing. I'm honestly, this is me being transparent. How is there a disconnect here? Like, how is there a disconnect? The DNA shows it, and the same sources Dante is showing shows it. How y'all not seeing that?
And they'll slow it all the way down, right? So yes, we can look at the DNA of these people. We can show you the level of intermixture. Like it's not even arguable. And the majority of them don't have haplogroups that would connect to people over here in the Americas. Like not some of them have haplogroups like that are like real small, but the majority don't. But let's just say that they didn't mix, fam. Let's go with the narrative. They didn't mix, so they're pure. They're pure now. So you're telling me the Israelite phenotype is Hindu, not West African, Hindu. That's what a Negro is supposed to look like, is a Hindu. This is what I'm saying. You got to walk your arguments all the way. If these people didn't intermix, why do they look different, fam? Why do all these different groups look different if they didn't intermix, fam? Are the Limba lying when they say that they intermixed? We got to walk this out, fam. Because either we're misreading all the sources saying that they mixed with people, or someone's misreading the sources that said that they did mix with people. We got to understand how's this going. What is science? With the dispute, we got to use science to walk this out. And this is why my man saying genetics stumps all this, right? We can put all okay. We have a dispute. Did they intermix? Did they not intermix? Let's take a DNA test. Okay, what does the DNA say? They mixed more, bruh. They mixed with all kind of folk over there, fam. They got almost as many haplogroups as the Ashkenazi Jews and us, fam. And they're a small group of Jews. They're a super small group of Jews.
I don't understand it. Like, I really don't. Like, it's apparent that even though we do what they, like I said, DNA, to me, the case should be shut already, because this is who are you descend, period. But yet, well, Dante's showing, okay, well, let's go through what he's showing. Going through it, like even context, reading pages up, like this one right here, it talks about the resident Jews are divided into two classes called the Jerusalem or white Jews and the ancient or black Jews. You know, the reason they call them ancients is because they went to India before. That's the only reason. You get the context from later down. But like even there, why are there white Jews and black Jews in terms of the time? Not even looking at the color dynamic. There's classifications here. So they're showcasing, when you read down, it speaks to why one is called white Jews, one is called black, is because one mixed with the population and one didn't. So it's like, how does that come across to your narrative? That first they did mix, but yet even though you say they didn't mix, the source is saying there are two classes of groups, and one came later, and they were in Judea longer than one. The ancient one is the one that's been in the region longer. The other group, which the Jerusalem Jews, the reason I call them Jerusalem Jews because they were in Jerusalem longer. I don't know how you're going to take to that, but this is the same source saying it.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know, man. It's getting kind of irritating a little bit, because even like it takes a little time to do this. It doesn't take a lot, but like I plan on making a video to go through all of this. But even with that, it's like, even when you show it, it's like people saying you bias, you're not really looking at it, you misconstruing his words. I don't know. Then like, oh, well, that source says that. Those sources say that, well, Dante got 1,000 other ones. I'm like, I don't even know. I don't get it.
But this is the saddest part about all of it, fam, is they'll be in the chat saying, well, no, y'all misreading it, this, that, and the third, blah, blah. But Dante won't ever come out to defend this thing live on air, live and direct with nobody. Ever. It ain't going to happen ever again, fam. He will never debate ever again. Because he already knows what it is, fam. He knows exactly what you're looking at, right? The more you compare the sources, you're saying it's annoying, right? Because the more you compare the sources, the more it becomes obvious. Well, what are you talking about? Correct. It ain't saying what you're saying it's saying. If I go one paragraph above and one paragraph below, it definitely ain't saying what you're saying it says. And it becomes a consistent methodology.
Garfield,
that's cool.
on, so
the Jerusalem white Jews all in big bold print like that. That's a cold piece, man. that's such a cold piece, bro.
And like even dealing with this, like even in the second paragraph, it talks about their oral tradition and how they arrived. You see, like the connection that they have is to the Second Temple period. This is they're gonna speak about the whole oral tradition through this whole thing about how they got there. But then when you go to the black Jews, they focus mainly on India and mixing with different populations. So their tradition is more focused in India, yet this group has a more direct line to Jerusalem itself. And they're saying their oral tradition goes back to the land. Now, if you want to divide the two there, hey, I'm just saying, but based on the source, it's saying the author is saying he asked them where they descend from, and they gave him this story of how they arrived. And where the first word it says, after the second temple was destroyed, and it talks about our fathers and all these different things about the second temple back to 70 AD. Yet the other group is talking about in India. I'm just saying. I don't know.
Yeah. No, and this is what I need to know. Like, so, and I need to speak, because this is a question that's never been answered, right? Are the coaching are Dante and Bruce and all them saying that the coaching Jews are bloodline Jews? Is that what this is?
Wait, hold on 1 second more. Leo, you see God's son. So pretty much Israelites have a major reading comprehension problem, and y'all are right about everything.
I didn't say it.
Is that what you're saying, Leo?
I didn't say it. I'll just leave it at that. I didn't say that. But we're reading the same thing, coming with different conclusions. And one group is saying, believe what one person is finding, as opposed to all of them reading the same thing and then come and reading what you see and come with your own conclusion. Y'all following what one man's interpretation is rather than reading yourself. And 9 times out of 10, if you read it, just what you are presented, you'll be surprised what you get as opposed to just going by what somebody else is telling you.
See, my mother.
Then there's also too, and we'll not forget the Dante's book, Undeniable. One example, Kumbaya. We have been fooled to believe this. So as a level of have the source from one side. Had there been hardliners and saying basically if you don't believe how I see it, then you're foolish. You've been brainwashed. The church, Eurocentric Christianity, the Catholic Church, all that kind of stuff.
I'm gonna keep with a
We've heard that for years.
This is more talking, right? So put this on more, no one else, right? I'm gonna keep with a stat. So it would be a complete lie to say that there's a reading comprehension issue because y'all Negroes ain't reading this stuff, fam. Y'all ain't reading his books, fam. You're not reading. I know. I've read them, fam. And y'all ain't quoting them. When I talk to y'all, I ask you about the books. Y'all can't tell me nothing about the books, fam. So, no, y'all would have to be reading this stuff that he's writing for it to be a reading comprehension issue. And y'all Negroes ain't. What's happening is y'all got this whole lookership doctrine, and y'all are being told what to think about these sources and not vetting them yourself and whatnot, fam. That's why whenever anybody asks someone like Bruce for a source, he ain't got it. He can't show you nothing. All you cats in the chat, show me. What we got wrong about the sources, fam? Jump on, walk through it with us, fam. But no, y'all would have to be reading this stuff for there to be a reading comprehension problem. Y'all don't even want it. This is what I'm saying. This is why I came on the other day and said, y'all want your story to be accepted, not to be proven true. That's how you know it's a cult concept, fam. Moore said that, no one else.
I just Googled black culture and Jews, and this is the first picture that came up.
And then someone said also that if you can Google the Iranian Jews too.
No problem.
Because that's what folks say, y'all don't read prophecy. We read prophecy, and then folks got upset. You guys don't understand the law. You guys don't understand our customs. I don't know. Y'all look to the sources. There's over 1,000 sources here. So and then we're looking to sources.
I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm getting more irritated now.
Because the whole
they're saying they irritated too.
When folks said they were Israel, and they just said, oh yeah, I'm Israel. Was it an argument? Oh, okay, you're Israel. That it is what it is. But then when folks say
no, it wasn't an argument. If I say I'm Israel today, ain't no argument.
No, if folks say folks are fake, it's bloodline. You know who your father is, the curses, all these things were said. And I know, can we acknowledge that these claims were made? Just like we can acknowledge the fact that yes, there's a subset in Christianity, mainly dispensationalism, that pushes 1948. But Christianity in mass sees the church as Israel. Not to say that folks can't be Israel and that kind of stuff, have culture and customs, but to deal with a lot of this prophecy is not seen like that. So there's a lot of things that are just said. Someone said, when Elder says I'm Israel by faith, no way, okay, Israel, it is what it is. Someone said I'm Israel, okay. But then when folks are fake, y'all are pagan, you're this and that, there's been a lot of animosity. I'm not saying that God's saying you did that. But I think if we're going to be honest about the history, let's be honest about the history.
You see what God's son said? It's funny that y'all agree with each other on everything. That's how we knew or know it's crap. It's all a play. Y'all saying it's all a play. Yet, can I just be transparent for a second? I believe people that are more thinkers rather than followers can come with their own conclusions. And you notice those that are come to similar conclusions. Not trying to disrespect y'all, but it does appear that those that just follow what somebody says on YouTube will follow that leader rather opposing than reading it yourself, coming to your own conclusions. And even then, when you read it, it can't contradict the main narrative. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, they don't agree on everything. Because there's been disagreements about different stuff.
Yeah, we don't agree on every single thing. Like I said, some people agree on the all, some agree on the most. I don't agree with that. But then I've also mentioned that the position around Jews being in West Africa was most people say, well, we don't really see many traces of it. Well, there's traces. Like you can see that. But yet, even with that, saying that all the Jews, all the people that went on the slave ships, or most, were Jews, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. And even with that, the sources being shown are showing some contradictory information as well. On top of the mixing, on top of the curses, all of that, it's like the more you read, not just the page you're presented, or the page or two you're presented, or the paragraph, or even a sentence that you're shown in a whole work with 400 pages. If you read more, it just looks a little different than the picture that's shown. I just encourage y'all to continue to read as opposed to just following. Like, go read it. A lot of, if not most of these sources are free online. You don't have to buy them. If you get a little creative, you can definitely get all of them for free. Not saying do anything illegal, but like if you got Scribed, if you got some of these other free features to where you can get PDFs for free, you can get all these in PDF form. All these old sources, even some more modern ones, you can get all of them for free. So it's not hidden behind a paywall. You can just put the work in and find them. I just encourage y'all to do it. Like it's you're gonna keep following the same wheel without looking to the sources themselves.
Okay, maybe because Godson, you're speaking for yourself, right? What is your conclusion about Israel for yourself and what you've seen? That I believe you believe you're Israel. This is your culture, if I'm not mistaken. But like with the slave ships and all that kind of stuff, what is your view? So we can see if we have any agreement, disagreement, things of the sort.
Yeah, what percentage of the slaves were Israelites, man? Yo, this is so ridiculous. Hey, Garfield, do we agree about Israelites coming off the slave ship, fam? Did we not on this very channel have a whole 5.5 hour debate on us different on this whole concept?
And still debating.
Still debating the thing, fam.
Every time they come around, yeah.
This is what we're trying to tell you, fam, is me and Garfield literally are on opposite ends of this thing, but we agree that there's sources being misused. That should stand out to y'all, fam, because we disagree on the whole Israelite thing, but we agree on the fact that sources are being misused.
And then one of the biggest things is with Kobe. Kobe shows that he can show descent to the Jews in the Inquisition. But then folks would just brush him off and say he's a convert because he's not Negro. But then when folks are asked, how do you know you're Israelite? Okay, DNA.
Guys, I gotta do this real quick. Russell Higgins said, Google Black Jews of coaching. Now, mind you, I'm using Bing because I got Microsoft Edge. So your algorithm may be a little different than mine. But I'm about to share my screen. I'm not even gonna hide nothing. I'm just gonna switch. I want y'all to peep something too. So this is the screen. Black Jews of coaching. This is what I'm supposed to look up. Now I'm like, oh, look at this one right here. These pictures right here. These are like brothers. This is Nigerian Igbo Jews. I hope you're not trying to go to that. This one is how Israel may be damaging an alliance between blacks and Jews. Now this is more modern. Are you saying what pictures are you saying are the coaching Jews? Are you saying this one right here? The saga of the Indian Jews in Israel? I'm getting coaching Jews. The same picture I showed earlier is coming up again. There's another picture of the coaching Jews right here. What pictures is looking like Negroes?
All right, hold on one second. Now, God said my view is simple. That those that came over by the slave ships of Israel can't change the percentage because that'll be my opinion. All right, guys, in all respect, I think you would say that what we're saying is our opinion. So, just what do you feel? How many? Right? And then two, how do you know that those that came by the slave ships are Israelites? What do you use to say that? That those that came over are Israelites.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So
Yeah.
I'm reading what people are saying, and Godson, and like I said, it seemed like, all right, give me your email so I can send you. All right, Russell Higgins is info@spookism, SPOOKISM.net. Info@spookism, SPOOKISM.net. So you could send me whatever you got. More, hold on, here we go. Timothy Isaac. More, don't you believe in the Quran? Oh, see, here we go. Now we switching the whole. People don't agree with you. Now you gotta, okay.
So, and this is why you can see, this is why it becomes easy to understand where people are making emotional arguments and don't care about a scholastic one. This is why I'm going to keep pressing the point on y'all and lifting the skirt on. You want to be believed. You don't want to be proven true. Those are two different things, fam. So you just understand the only reason you have to attack me because your man won't come defend his own claims in public. That's your dude. That's your king, fam. And you're making emotional arguments because you won't do enough research to disprove anything I'm saying. And you're literally showing that by having to reach for an emotional argument.
One day, Russell Higgins and Matt Ricks and Godson would join the panel one day. I really do wish for that day to happen. I would love that. Wow, I guess Timothy Isaac is beefing with you. All right, I guess it's serious.
No, we not beefing, bro. You beefing, bro. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
If you want to come prove me wrong on something, hey, come hit the link, share your source.
Oh my God, yo, you see Godson? I can't stand you, Godson. You know exactly what I used to me. That good old dude about yo, Godson. Yo, bro. Oh man, but I hear you guys, but we've been talking about that. Are there those? I know you're not gonna say a percentage, but I'm gonna assume you're not gonna say all on the slave ships were Israelites, right? But then now, are there those who fit the curses that aren't Israelites? I think some folks are gonna say that. Well, the majority of black folks are E1B1. E1B1, right? I saw it. More is how closely related is E1B1A and E1B1B? When did they split?
Well, they never split, so they both come off of EP2 or whatnot, right? Like, so they're just different mutations off the same clade or whatnot, right? Like, so their parent clade is EP2 and their brother clades to each other, right? Sister clades, if you want to, however you want to say it, right?
So when did the mutation happen? Was it before Abraham?
Oh, way before. Way before.
So we can't necessarily say E1B1. We have to kind of pick either E1B1A or E1B1B.
Oh, let's just connect it. Let's just run them together right now, like with the E1B1, right? Like with the EP2, right? Like we'll just make them all family with that one, right? So that's not so even if you do that, that's still not everybody, right? Off the slave ship. We're talking a little over 2/3, maybe 72-75% max, depending on what country you go to. Like in South America, they got a lot of E1B1B down there. But yeah, like that don't even pan out, fam. Like, cause we're not like like, so for me, right? Like, you want to talk about E1B1A being older than Abraham. You want to know how old my joint is, fam? Yo, my joint been in Africa longer than all that stuff, fam. Like, E1A is old as all hell, bro. Like, when E1B1B and E1B1A knocked on the door of West Africa, knocked on the door of North Africa to get in, my people opened the door. You understand? So yeah, that like this is why I'm happy. Like Yeshua is going through like the big Y stuff and he's pulling this stuff out to where like people can find their their real particular clades and whatnot, and you can understand how old the clades in West Africa are and the people of Africa, period, and understand. Okay, I can't just throw everybody in the same box like I'm trying to do, because it doesn't make sense when you do that, fam.
Can I share
Oh,
this
there's
video
a
real
dagger
quick?
right there. There's a dagger right there. Little
Yes, we
kiss
go.
release, man.
I wanna play this video because I was gonna play it on my channel in the next week or two. So this brother is going through, he's saying that's icon Israelite history. So he has some sources in this video, and I'm gonna speed it up. It's longer. It's 26 minutes, so I'm gonna speed it up. Sorry, y'all.
Hey, Leo, before you speed it up, do you
go
agree?
ahead.
Peace and love to more. Peace and love, Dunamis. Barine, thanks for letting me on, and thanks for unblocking me. And Leo, so what are we saying with this image on the screen? Are we saying these are Israelites?
That's what he's saying. Yes.
All right, cool.
In this video,
So
yes.
let me ask you this. So are we familiar with the same images on the walls with the Nubians' heads being cut off and they look just like these guys? Because if you look at, I mean, is there still an argument in academia that these are either what we call quote unquote Nubians? And people might say, well, the Nubians didn't really have beards. Really? When you look at the images of them heads being cut off by the Assyrians, because they was defending the Judeans. So you see them with beards, the Nubians with beards. So the argument is still out about who these people are, because look at their phenotype. That don't look like the phenotype of what, well, I won't say, well, it could be any person, but the phenotype here is kind of different than what we used to here in the Western world.
Yeah, definitely don't look like Berean.
It look like more. I told y'all more is Jesus. Y'all think I'm playing. Keep playing.
But no, they gotta. So this is the thing. This is another thing where I was like, oh, it's a lookership concept, because they'll go to this, they'll go to the Elamite wall reliefs, all the type of stuff. I'm like, oh, see, they look like Negroes. No, they don't, fam. They look like Afro-Asiatic people or whatnot, right? And just because they're not white, don't mean that they're automatically Negroes. Like, that's some Amerocentric stuff that we only do here. The rest of the world don't do that, fam. And we look crazy when we do that. Like, so what would be interesting is if people say, you know what, we should wait. Like, I would love it if Benaiah looked at these reliefs like, oh, you know what, these look interesting. We should wait to see what the DNA looks like and see if we can match it up and whatnot, right?
You know what we need to do more? I think you're the most civilized guy that could play all sides. You're the link to Garfield, right? Mm-hmm. You're the link to all these guys. You know, your Yap Gang, the Israelites, whatever. We need to set up something where, I don't know if we need to pull Sister Ian, but I'm not hit her up. I'm gonna hit her up on Clubhouse, and when I see her, I talk to her about it. Where we could have a dialogue with Benaiah, Israel, and everybody. We could have a sit down, and we could have a conversation. So this is my advantage point. My advantage point is very extreme. Meaning, I don't think anybody came off the boat. I don't think African Americans are Israelites. I don't believe it. I think it's all made up. I think Africans and all that. As a matter of fact, I was going to bring up the lemma because it was brought up earlier. I was going to show you guys the debate that Parfit is having and give y'all the sources so y'all could see why they think that the lemma circumcision, like before 1940, there really wasn't any evidence or anybody running around claiming this stuff. And the debate that the guys have in Parfit, like, for example, circumcision. Circumcision is done usually, traditionally on the 8th day. I don't know if that everybody practices that, but that's a standard when you hear the argument about Africans being Jews. But the Lemba didn't do it until much, much later on in a more of an Arabic style, meaning that there's a writing talk about the Arabic influence on the Remba and the Lemba. I don't know if anybody has read it. You see the documentation why there's more of an Arabic argument or an Islamic argument for the Lemba than a Judaic argument. So there's a debate going on, and I wish I was a moderator. I'll never be a moderator on Berean's channel. I would share the documents. As a matter of fact, I'll put them in the side chat. So if you guys want to give it to them so that they could read it themselves and see that there's a another argument regarding the Lemba and where they come from indigenous anthropologists from that area and other folks who have researched the issue. But this picture here, though, they all look like us, but I just want to put that on record.
And so this is why he calls me civilized, right? Is because I can sit back and listen to that and be like, you know what? That's a legitimate argument that got to get weighed out, looked at, etc., whatnot, right? And I can even legitimately look at the DNA and be like, there's some specific Yemen specific DNA that they have that when Garfield's talking about coming from Arab traders and whatnot. No, that's a legit argument with it, right? I'll also come to that conversation and be like, well, the Lemba themselves, like when I talked to Cohen Hamadish, they talk about they circumcised in the 8th. But their concept was they circumcised. They used to circumcise on the 8th day, but then when they came to Africa, that the women didn't like the concept, and so they were able to compromise and have the children circumcised on the 8th year. Now, I'm not saying that's universal amongst all Lemba, and that's why entertaining Garfield's concepts needs to be done thoroughly, whatnot, because not all of them have the same story, whatnot, right?
True that, definitely. All right, Leo, let me stop interrupting. You good?
Wait, hold on, real quick, Garfield. What has been the claim made by Israelites in mass? That all.
Which Israelites are you referring to?
That's the moderates, the Darbyites.
I mean, they probably moderate in the sense that they say some of them are. I think the Deuteronomy 28:68 is a very good selling point, and I don't think it has been refuted completely. And I think once you do that step by step, you could have a conversation. It's just like the 400-year prophecy. Most of the camps used to follow that. You know what I'm saying? But they don't. They try to run away from it now, but they used to hold to that. You know, it's just like the 2,000-year prophecy. I think we should have been thrown one west out the door, because false prophets actually, according to the text, should be killed. I've never seen nobody say they attack Arya as a false prophet, but they love his 12-tribe chart. You know, but I mean, people should have been done with them from then, but I don't know. They got bigger and better now because of the internet.
Yeah, and then it went from 2000 with thermonuclear destruction to 2009 because the years were off, the calculations. And
that's just crazy, man. But the moderates, the moderates are more Christian-like, but they like the idea of black people being the true Israelites, because again, the race-based stuff like Russell Higgins and Dante and Bruce and all these guys, oh, they're black, they're all black. I just interviewed an Egyptologist. He said that the people in Egypt could range from light skin to dark skin, right? But he actually said most of the people would be like dark skinned people. And this is a guy who's an Egyptologist. And I don't disagree with him, but just know that their skin tone ranges in that region because of the atmosphere, because of where it's located. And that's just, you have everybody from every culture merging in that region, the so-called Middle East. You have Asia, West Asia to Europe. You got Africa, North Africa to Central to South Africa. And then you got the Red Sea area to Yemen. You got different areas merging in that quote-unquote Middle Eastern area. So you're going to find different people and different cultures coming in. They want to be around. They want to be down. And that's how you get the Orthodox more Jesus figure.
Hey, I want to touch on something you said earlier, Garfield, when I wasn't here. You said something about how the people from Yemen that migrated would have been like converts if they were Jews anyway. I would, 100% agree with that. Like the Himyarite kingdom was largely a converted kingdom and whatnot, right? And so this is why it's important. This is why I appreciate Garfield for understanding my distinct argument, because I don't rule out converts from being Jews. And so that's I make the argument that the biggest pocket of Jews you're going to be able to find, you have to involve converts to get a big number anyway, right? Otherwise, if it's just going to be bloodline, bro, it's a drop in the bucket, and that's in every Jewish population.
Hey, Garfield.
Hey, before you go in, T-Mac, there's a situation with the Yemenites and was it the Byzantine Empire? They assisted the Byzantine Empire in destroying, was it the Persians? So they were like an army. The Ethiopians actually were like an army appointed by the Roman government to fight the Persians. And people need to look at this in context. Remember, most Rastafarians said Ethiopia has never been conquered and all that stuff, right? Now, Christianity is brought in there around the 4th century. It probably was trickled up in there before that, but it came apart because of King Izana as the national religion, although he couldn't do that because some people just ain't mess with Christianity. So he wanted his religion to be the top religion. And what happened is the Ethiopians, who we would look on today as quote unquote black people, were the puppets for the Roman Empire in destroying the Persians. And that's something that you need to look at from a race perspective, because people like to inject race, although it's a modern day thing. Back then, why are we even listening to the Romans in fight? Why are we even fighting the Roman wars? Why are we even doing that if that's the case? But anyway, moving on. What's up, JT Mac?
Hey, good afternoon, panel. I ain't
You
gonna be long.
Jamaican? You just said good afternoon. You Jamaican?
I just know what time it is.
What's up,
At least it's afternoon where I'm at, and hopefully y'all can hear me because I got a lot of background noise, and I'm not gonna be on here long.
You good? You good?
I had a quick question, Garfield. So I have a nuanced view about obviously Black Jews. I've been knowing about that, but the whole controversy about where there are some blacks on the ships, and I know you've made the argument that no one came on getting off the ships practicing Judaism or keeping the Hebrew faith. And I've always said that's a plausible argument. That's a good, strong argument. Now, however, let me ask you this question. There's a question to consider. Is it possible for someone to have ancestry, blood, or whatever you want to call it, DNA, ancestry, and not even know who they are? In other words, I can go get a DNA test today and find out I'm a descendant of God knows what. You follow my logic here?
Yeah. One of the things, like I was on here the other day, right? And I made an error with Covey, and then Yap Gang made a whole video laughing at me and making jokes, and that's what I heard anyway, because I ain't listened to the video. But when I said that DNA could be injected in, meaning that in your lineage, right? A lot of people, mothers slept with European men. So you see a lot of R markers circulating in the African American community, to the point where African Americans have 30% of European DNA. I think that's a statistic. Or 30% of them have R markers, I should say, as paternal lineage. So what happened is these men are sleeping with these women. So although you might have been growing up in Africa the whole time period, the mothers are being injected with genetic markers, because if they have a male child, that male child now has R or whatever European marker, I or G or whatever. So it puts us in a situation, right? Why don't we stop for a minute and say, all right, forget about DNA. Although you asked me about it, let's forget about it.
But before you go too far, I get that what you're saying. Here's my question. I'll land on this. Is it possible, in your mind, that some of the I call them stolen peoples. I don't call them slaves. I call them stolen people.
Yeah, they were stolen. I agree.
Some of the stolen people, not all, not most. Some of them may have been descendants and not even known it. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I think all right. Look at Ihave Ever, who I interviewed on my channel back to back 2 years ago and the year before. Look at even the guy Demoda. All these folks are not descent. Well, Demoda is kind of confusing in a sense, because his DNA is one way and it's another way the next day. So I don't want to use him as an example. He has probably misspoken, but I don't know what his DNA really is at this point. But let me say this. If we, a matter of fact, that's not even true. I do know what his DNA is. I do actually do, because I have the actual paperwork. But I do want to say that, why do we have to think anyone is an Israelite? Why? Because we live in the West? They don't have to be. The only time we think that is because of the stance that we're standing on and our paradigm. If you're a straight up Christian, let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
If you're a straight up Christian, you really shouldn't care. You don't care. If you're a Muslim, you really shouldn't care. It's only the people that's claiming they are the people of the book. That's the only people that really cares who come off the book. But my issue is, I don't think Jews who were in the West Africa participated as people who were on the boats on the bottom of the ship. They might have been on top of the ship, but not on the bottom. And the truth of the matter is, it's a reality that nobody's thinking about. They might hate God's son, you might hate on me and a few others in the chat, but the truth is, my brother, you don't know who you are. Garfield has done several DNA tests, right? And what happened is, all my tests seem to be leaning to Igbo and Asante. That's where it's been leading to. I didn't make that up. That's the DNA test.
You got that heavy 3.9% that ain't, bro. I'm just gonna point that out.
All right.
Hey, Garfield.
Hold on. Let me finish this point.
And everybody on the panel, bro.
The issue is, I always suggest to people, take a DNA test, start with 23andMe because it's the most basic and the easiest one to read. Everybody else is complicated as HELL. So at the end of the day, start there and see what they're saying, because the more samples you have is the better reading you get overall. So I'm saying to myself, if you want to know who you are, try that route and dig as deep as you can. Or if you can ask the Yap Gang, you can ask other people who are into DNA and Ngozi and them and say, hey, help me. I need to find out who I am based off my genetic markers and see where have I traveled the last 500 to 1,000 years and see what happens. But at the end of the day, I don't think, and I can be wrong, I have not seen any evidence to suggest that African Americans on a whole, or even 2% of them, would be considered people who are coming from Israel. I think it's very hard to prove, especially when you don't have a history of moving from that direction to a next, because I don't think people even understand Judaism to even make that claim. Do you guys realize there's no book circulating in Judaism until possibly after the 1st century or after after the BC era? You only had priesthood in the Maccabean period instructing people. So there's nobody circulating Judaism with the book where you say, hey, I'm these guys. And those people, you don't descend from those people. Covey did. You don't descend from those people. And then on top of it, while you said you're supposed to migrate as the 10 tribes, where did you come from? Did you come from 70 AD or did you come from the 10 tribes route? Because the 10 tribes are accountable in the New Testament. Acts 2:3-15 tells you that these people are coming from the eras where they were exiled to, are coming down for the Feast of Pentecost. In James 1, it says, this is my letter I'm writing to the 12 tribes. So we know where they are located. Josephus tells us where they're located. So we know they're coming back for holy days, holidays, to come back to the temple, to Jerusalem. We know they're doing this. So if we know they're doing this, they're not lost.
Hey, Garfield, let me say this before Berim plays video, man.
Hold on, listen to what I'm saying. There's no way, I don't see a route where they took to come to North Africa, come into Central Africa, come into West Africa, and then end up on the what you call it. I'm seeing the West Africans, 99% of them, I would say, or the majority of them, already living there even before Hebrews even existed. So technically, these are Western Central African. This is why I always talk about sickle cell trait, sickle cell disease, because that's a marker that Western Central Africans carry, although other people carry it. I'm just saying, family, look at it this way. You have an opportunity to be saved through the New Testament. Take it. Take that pill. That's the yellow pill. I'm going to call that the yellow pill. Take the yellow pill with Christianity and follow the New Testament, because you don't need to claim bloodline. The bloodline muddies the water because you want to be chosen. I am chosen by my parents to be the man I am today. I don't need no ancient tribe to do that. My mother and father shaped me. They taught me. They taught me the New Testament. They taught me how the Bible, what I'm supposed to do, how am I supposed to live. They are example to me. If I don't live right, hey, that's on them, because they taught me everything. I'm supposed to follow what my parents taught me. That's a choice I make as an adult. If I want to go rob banks, that's Garfield doing that, not what my parents taught me. So this is the same thing with the Torah. These Jews are going around living this culture, and they are chosen. Nobody else is chosen. The Greeks don't write that they're chosen. The Assyrians don't write it. So if the Assyrians had wrote that they're chosen, everybody would want to be an Assyrian. If the Persians had wrote that in their text, everybody would want to be a Persian. But the beauty of the biblical text is that these people are chosen. So now if you become a follower of Christ, you are now chosen for the afterlife. That's all the New Testament is giving you. So you have a choice. You don't have to be bloodline. Hey, you know what? I'm not bloodline, but if I do accept Christianity, I'm satisfied. I have the potential to be in the afterlife. So we fighting over that, to me, it's kind of irrelevant, because the New Testament exists. It exists. But go ahead, JT.
Yeah, brother, because I got to get back to work, and you're filibustering now, man. Come on, bro.
All right, let me
hey, look here.
Go ahead. Ask again.
Look here, man. Look here. So I wasn't asking that because I think I'm an Israelite. I don't even care. if I am, even if I was found that out, you know. But I'm asking because I know people have these legitimate concerns. I know how men move, and a lot of people look at it from scripture saying that they were spread out. You know, they were scattered amongst the four corners of the earth. So logically, to me, it seemed that they would end up in a lot of places. And men like to spread their seed, keep it PG. You know, so there's possibility that some seeds got on their ships. Not a lot, not all, not many, not most. I mean, but some seeds, and they not even know it. That was the argument I was making. So that's what I believe, actually. You know, that some seeds got on that ship, and they may not even know it. So that's just what I believe. But yeah, we don't have any. None of us have any definitive proof to say that nobody got on there. None of us have any definitive proof to say who or how many got on there. You're right. It's all a belief.
That's fact.
And that's what I choose to believe. So I just wanted to make that clear because there's some folk out there that are incapable of viewing nuanced points of views, and I just wanted to make that clear. Thanks, man.
And if I can answer this question real quick before we play the video, or whatnot. So African Americans have a particular question to answer that most people walking the face of the planet don't, right? Like the only other group of people that I've talked to that can really understand what we're going through are people who've been adopted and whatnot, right? Like they're the only people who can empathize in terms of trying to figure out who they come from and all that type of stuff, right? So in that conversation, I think it's important to understand that there's a mosaic of Africa that got on the slave ship, and we represent that mosaic of people. And it's important to understand who that mosaic is, and it's important to understand like who it's not, right? And so when people make the overarching claim that there's no Jewry in West Africa, that means that nobody can connect the Jewry in West Africa. No one off the slave ships or whatnot, right? And that's not what the scholarship says and whatnot, right? And so that needs to be an important understanding and whatnot, right? Like, so it's an honest question for African Americans to ask, who are we and what are the legitimate groups of people that we can historically connect to and whatnot, right? And so that's a different question to answer and understanding, like, oh, I want to be a chosen person, right? So for me, so I found out from my mother's side, people from like the Covey's people and whatnot, when I was in my early 30s, that there was some crypto Jewish stuff going on in the family. I was investigating that all day for the longest and whatnot, right? I never even thought that my father's people could descend from Jews in any way, shape, or form, converts or otherwise and whatnot, until I started doing my some genetic research and whatnot, right? And it wasn't even a question for me. What got me was in doing the history of my father's people, just like I was doing on my mother's people, I was looking at sources that said the people that came from the part of West Africa that my DNA connects to in particular, right, in the Western Sahara and whatnot, that it's basically the most Hebrew part of West Africa. It's where you're going to find Jews, Christians, and Muslims there, whatnot, right? And so the moment I found that, that became part of the real picture of history for me about what that mosaic was like coming like that, what we come from and whatnot, right? So in investigating that concept and not trying to being like it, I'm not saying like I'm an Israelite from West Africa or whatnot, but investigating like that concept of the reality of that mosaic or whatnot, I found that the same types of sources that were confirming my mother's people's Jewry were confirming the people in West Africa that I found or whatnot, right? And so I found that you can make the same arguments for both groups of people and whatnot. And I saw when I first came into this years ago that it was like West Africa was being shunned and whatnot, right? And one of the biggest things that I try to get across to the urban apologists in this is that it is legitimate for African Americans to ask where we come from, and it's 100% legitimate for us to be looking at the historical mosaic and whatnot, right? So people do need to recognize that we were told that part of that mosaic didn't exist and whatnot, right? When people like Garfield try to tell me that mosaic doesn't exist, okay, I'm going to supply him with the legitimate argument with that. I'm not getting emotional about that thing because I don't need him to believe where I come from and whatnot, right? That doesn't need to be a thing like that, right? But on a scholastic level, there's no way you can erase this. Jewry is a part of the West African mosaic and whatnot. Now the question is, what's the size of it? The question is, if people came off the slave ships, how many and whatnot, right? Because it definitely wasn't all, and there's no scholarship to point to all or most. But it definitely, like saying none, again, Scholars, the scholars who are looking at this are saying, you know what, we can't look at the information now and say none. We got to look at the information now and be like, you know, it's possible something came across. I'll land my plane there.
You know, that's a very interesting conversation. But you know what? You know what's we're missing in all of this? What Judaism is in West Africa? What are we adopting? And the Judaism in West Africa is the old school Judaism of the Orthodox Jews who developed later on. And those people are rabbinical Jews. And if we're saying that we descend from those people, then overall, as far as Dante is concerned, the Orthodox more, he couldn't care less, is we would be hypocritical, because the people who are following this Judaism that we talk about, the Spanish or whatever, those people are following that. I don't think, and I say it again, I don't think, and people need to bear in mind, I don't think the Orthodox Jews are Jews either. I don't think they're connected to the ancient Israelites either. Forgive me, but I don't believe anybody can be an Israelite per se. That's just me. I'm not saying anybody else to hold that. So I hold both of them to the fire to prove that they descend, but they could trace their roots back to around 2nd century BC, which is good enough for me, because I could see the development of it being put together and so forth. And I do want to respond to Russell Higgins in the chat, just real quickly. He said that Garfield, now you're saying these people were hitchhiking on the ships. Yeah, the source says it. Peter Mark's book, it says it. As a matter of fact, I think Yashub pointed this out in one of his presentations a couple of years ago. That they are hitchhiking on the slave ships. That's not me recording that. That's history recording that. And that's something we got to respect. Is either you're going to respect it, you don't have to believe Garfield. All you got to do is just look at the sources. If I'm able to, can I share my screen real quick? If I'm able to, is Barine around? I don't know if he's around, but I would love to.
I'm not sure.
I would love to share this on the screen real quick, just to point out something about those on the Assyrian walls, so we can be clear about certain things. All right, but I'll wait till Barine come back. But I will say, I have not seen any evidence to sway my position. I've held it for almost 10 years. And I don't see African Americans as Jews. I don't see it at all. And look through Jonathan Short's work. He's the perfect person. Covey sent me a source from him through what's his name book, and I'm telling you guys, a lot of things we read, we think we understand, we really shouldn't just leave it alone. But I'm gonna say that I'm going by the premier expert in the field, who is Jonathan Short. No. There's no evidence.
All right. And speaking about fair use.
My name is Chris Shoemaker. That's my English name. And my Hebrew name is Rabbi Yehuda ben Shomer. And my Ibu name, coming from the Hebrew, is Tochokwu, because Tochokwu and Yehuda mean the exact same thing, praise God. And my title in Ibu land is Odum Biara Aniigbo Noani Diuto. And I greet you, all people in Ibu land, all people watching, Ohoneze Canada, who has asked me to produce this short video, giving a synopsis regarding the origins of the Ibu people. So I have a very brief and limited amount of time to do this, so let's get underway. So if we're going to talk about the origins of the Ibu people, we've got to go back to the beginning, all the way back to Noah. It's to be understood scientifically that from Adam all the way till Noah, everybody at that point was born black. How do we know this? Because scientifically, it could be no other way. Melanin, which is our skin tone, you have to have an abundance of melanin. You have to have all the melanin there before you can genetically end up having a lack of it. It can't be the other way around. You can't have no melanin and all of a sudden out of nowhere produce melanin. So everybody up to that point was born black, but not according to the canonical scriptures, but according to apocrypha, pseudepigraphal literature, and rabbinic literature, it's believed that Noah was born an albino. He was born without any skin tone. This really frightened his father and his relatives because nobody up to this point was born that way. But God and other relatives reassured Noah's father that it was okay, that not to worry about that he was a special child. So when Noah got married, he married a black woman. He married because everybody else was black. And when he had his 3 sons, it's believed that this genetic albino trait triggered the different skin tones, the different shades of melanin within the human spectrum that we see today. And he had 3 sons.
Yo. All right. You know what? No, let it play. Let it play. It's my video. So we're going to get to the original Igbo people. So, so I'm guessing Noah was the first albino, and that's the first genetic mutation for albinism. And that mutation led to the other mutations. All right. Peace.
Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Ham, who is believed to be the father of all of the Black and African races, he was born like everybody else up to that point. He was born Black. You had Shem, who's the father of all the Arab and Jewish people, and he was born brown. And today, Jewish and Arab people can be anything from a deep olive complexion all the way to a red mahogany type color. And I think it's very fascinating and interesting that many Igbos are called red Igbos because their skin tone is red. It has a mahogany color to it. Then you had Japheth, who was born sort of like Noah. He had the least amount of melanin and skin tone, and he was the father of all the white and Asian races that we know today. So from Shem came Jacob, which is the father of the 12 tribes of Israel. Now, Jacob had 2 wives and 2 concubines. His wives, Rachel and Leah, were his cousins. Therefore, they were from Shem. Therefore, they had that middle of the road skin tone. They were that olive brown complexion. Now, we don't know the ethnicity or the race of Zilpah and Bilhah, the handmaids that Jacob also took as wives, but because Laban and his daughters Rachel and Leah and the concubine were living in the land of Canaan, and because Zilpah and Bilhah had this bond servant type status, this concubine status, we believe that they were probably from Canaan. And all of the Canaanite nations, the 7 Canaanite nations whom Israel came to subdue and take over the land, which is the land of promise, they were from Canaan, and Canaan was from Ham. Therefore, they were all Black. This includes the original Egyptians. They were Black. It wasn't until the Hyksos came in later that the genetic makeup and features of the Egyptian people changed, and they're a lighter skin tone as we know them today. So safely assuming that Bilhah and Zilpah, and we're mostly focusing on Zilpah because Zilpah was the mother of Gad and Asher. She was a Black Canaanite woman, and therefore her offspring, Gad and Asher, had some of her genetic features. Therefore, they would have been more Black. Their lips probably would have been broader, as well as their noses. Their hair would have been more wiry, more kinky. They would have looked more like Canaanites more than Shemites, so to speak. And several of the other tribes, we had Judah and Levi. They also married Canaanite women, and so therefore a lot of people from the tribe of Judah and Levi are also Black. We know that the Limba.
Yo, y'all hearing this? So, all right. Type of one if you agree. If he's talking good. If the rabbi's talking good, he's making sense. So Judah and Levi, I know, I already know who's going to put. Oh, man.
Hey, Dunamis, when were you going to play Dante's other video?
Oh, let me load it up. I forgot, man. Look. Oh my God. So more, you don't want to break this one down?
Original Igbo people. This is weird.
Hold on. You want me to comment on the European rabbi breaking down Igbo history?
And he's going with the more ancient Gadite view.
You know that Abu God stuff is probably is fake. It's probably fake
Yeah,
because it wasn't there for it wasn't there for years. It just popped up out of the blue.
Bro.
So I'm gonna say it like this, right? Like, so I remember I had a boo on my channel with the app game. We were talking about different evangelist, like different ways of being evangelistic to the Igbo people and whatnot. I was asking, like, so who do you think, or even African Americans? I was like, so who do you think is going to get more people to their thing? Rabbi Harry Rosenberg or Vocab Malone? And even Abu was like, I think Harry Rosenberg is going to convert more people than Vocab Malone will, right? And so when I see it's just like with Kobe's community, my mother's community, and whatnot, right? Is in this concept of wherever you see people being potentially anosim, you're going to see people trying to rush in and lay flags and plant flags in terms of trying to have them convert to their version of Judaism or whatnot, right? Like, so for instance, like in Texas and in parts of New Mexico and all stuff like that, you have a whole bunch of Ashkenazi Jews trying to convert the people who descend from Sephardic Jewry into their version of Jewry, if that makes sense, right? And so when I see this here, like I personally just see like missionary work for a group of Jewry trying to get like the Igbo to come into their thing. But that's just my 2 cents. I apologize if I offend anybody.
Now you good. The question should be, does this match scripture? All right. So this is Dante's video just dropped. Christians caught lying about Black Jews in West Africa. Must see. All right, fair use.
So it says Israelitish descendants, or the inhabitants occupying the central portion of Africa, passed forward seeking shelter to the south and west. A part, namely those from the east central crossing of the Bainu or Jolaba branch of the Niger, descended gradually southward and became intermingled with the original inhabitants, protected from incursion on the north by the Bainu River and quietly settled between the Great Niger and Old Calabar rivers. They remained in peace and grew from one generation to another in idolatry. We saw this in the Bible when Israel was not punished. They fell back into idolatry, which goes back to why when you have the kingdom of Judah in West Africa, we see them worshiping snakes. They fell into idolatry. But let's keep going. But still leaving tangible proofs in.
I'm not trying to pause. We're going to let it play. But that's another thing that kind of. So the whole falling into idolatry. If I'm not mistaken, Dante would be Messianic, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So with the Sephardic Jews, they're rabbinic.
Yep.
So with the rejection of the Messiah, and this was the question I asked, why were they scattered in 70 AD? They were keeping the law, statutes, and commandments, daily sacrifice. So why were they scattered?
So in Dante's story, the way he tells it, the Israelites were scattered because they rejected the Messiah, right? Which needs to be explained here because these same people he talks about falling into idolatry with the whole serpent worship, this, that, and the third, he keeps saying that they're still there in the 1800s or whatnot, and that they have kingdoms and whatnot, and that they're trying to enslave all white people.
I don't believe that. I don't believe Dante said that.
I'll send you the video.
I don't believe Orthodox more, man. Stop lying on Dante. Bro.
We're running that one next. We're running that video next, man.
Hey, you know what? You know what's funny? I keep repeating myself when I come on this channel, right? And I keep telling everybody it makes no sense to claim, which the same argument Moore's been saying, that you want to claim the Sephardic people. It's just like you claiming the Ashkenazi. It's no different. It's no different. They believe that's pretty much the same thing. Not exactly the same thing, but pretty much the same thing. And what happened is you're saying that you descend from these people because they're black, but they're teaching the same Judaism that is quote unquote anti-Christian, anti-New Testament. So you're saying you descend from people who are anti-New Testament. All right. You see, this is why yesterday I asked, at 400 AD, where were you exactly in the world? Where were you 400 AD? 400 AD, you had the breaking off of the Israelites who believed that Jesus was the Messiah. And those descendants breaking off from believing that to believe in something else and now becoming a part of a larger community. So you had a Jewish community in Yavne, which is in Israel, and most of those people now migrated to Babylon. So Babylon became home. These Sephardic Jews are writing letters and donating money to Babylon. I have it in the Medieval Traders book. They are donating money to Babylon. You have Jews in Africa saying, hey, how do I do this? And I'm sending money back to Israel. I have dudes writing letters in the medieval time saying, hey, divorce me because I'm not coming back in for 2 years to Babylon. I'll be out here on the trade route. Now, those people now who are in Europe, they now sleep with women in Europe and create children. That's a whole nother story regarding the whole Khazar theory and why it don't make sense at this point and so forth. But at the end of the day, wherever these men go, if they're black, white, brown, red, or yellow, they're sleeping with women where they are at. You guys act like you're in the movies, like, oh, these Israelites are running around and they're holding the law, statutes, and commandments, and they're like robots. We have to live by this law. We have to live by this law. They are human beings, just like me and you. They were asking questions too. And Judaism wasn't even fully established at a certain time, and as far as understanding the scripture and so forth. So for you to say you descend from Israelites, with what understanding? You wouldn't have even known the Torah inside out. It wasn't, nobody was running around saying, you better know the Torah. You guys are just living a world that don't exist. Even if you're running around as a Christian, you still wouldn't know the Torah or the Tanakh the way to do because you're following something that you heard. Nobody's digging deep in the Bible. This is modern day people, because we all believed, and I mean in the ancestors of human beings, all believe the Bible in a sense. If you grew up in it, that is true, but you don't study it. You know, it's now in the last 200 years after the time of enlightenment, people start saying, yo, I got a problem with Jesus, man. He come like this guy named Heru in Egypt, or 16 crucified saviors and all this type of mindset. This is new. Yeah, I'm not trying to teach you about the Bible because I don't think people who normally believe know the Bible or know the history of the Bible. So that's where I come in. So I could speak with confidence because I study it. I study this. I don't get into who is who and who is not who and ethnicity and you're from this culture, you're black. And once you start getting into that, that's why Dante is gonna win, because he's gonna use the color code. He's gonna talk color. Black, black, black. Those people were white. The dude got a whole video talking about the black Khazars. Craziness. And people really think this dude is know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Anyway, continue, bro.
You have to separate the religion and from ethnicity, two different lanes. It's intertwined. Because if you say someone is God's people, that's tied to a group, right? But it's tied to a deity to make a religious claim. And that's the whole thing. I don't know. It's just like even when y'all folks bring up, and not saying that it was a horrid event. With the church in Portugal, the burn, that kind of stuff. But folks are making sounding like these people would have accepted y'all, not on race, but it was seeing y'all as outsiders. The fact that folks are Christian, they're Messianic.
What was that part? Then say that again. It cut out for me.
The fact that with the Portugal, the church burning, all that kind of stuff, that these folks wouldn't have accepted y'all because you're Messianic. That's the whole thing, to where folks try to separate ethnicity from religion, but it's an intertwining. And that's the thing. For me, with a lot of this stuff, is just weird. They didn't make it sound like there was this remnant of Messianic Christians all throughout that kept the law and believed in the Messiah. That's what I'll say more. But let me let this play. And Firm Chat, and this is the whole thing we've heard. This is not just like a one-off conversation. It's a larger conversation we've been having for the last 5-6 years now. So that's the whole thing. But
hey, before you play the rest of the video, I want to say to everybody, if you're studying this on your own, you need to know who is writing these books. Is this somebody who believes in the Abrahamic faith? Because most of the people who are saying that these are Jews and all that stuff to the cultures, they're attached to the faith. So it's just like the source that Tazarah brought out. I got a source that actually is underground and in wider talking about them. That's what you need. You don't need somebody who's in France who said the word Judah is the Judah of the Bible because he grew up in Christianity and with the Bible. So he automatically see the word Judah without the H and say, hey, this Judah of the Bible, these are Jews. You don't need that. You need somebody who is actually researching and saying, hey, X, Y, and Z, what are these people saying without actually some sort of biasness? So you need a historian, you need an anthropologist. You need somebody who's going there to research, not going there with a biblical angle. This is why so many of the French sources, these are people who are attached, but still leaving tangible proof in the form of their religion of the Judaistic origin of the inhabitants. You see, like that. Oh, yeah. Where you got that from?
Yeah, I hate to admit it, but there's a lot of what Garfield's saying that's right on this tour. Like there's a lot of the European sources. Like, so you don't see me use a whole bunch of European sources when I make my case, and there's a reason for that, because the vast majority, not all, there's some European sources I will use. A lot of times they're looking at a culture and telling you what they think and placing that on the culture versus the culture, them recording what the culture is saying, right? The few European sources I try to use for what I'm talking about record what the people are saying about their own culture and whatnot, right? And to me, I think that's more honest than going like what Garfield's saying. Is like you got a group of people who are Jews and Christians themselves looking at a group of people saying, "Oh, it looks like they're doing what we're doing and whatnot." And that's okay to a certain extent, but it needs to get followed up by the people themselves also corroborating that versus the Europeans going and just placing it on them. If that makes sense.
Donde está Berin?
Hey, your screen's up, Garfield.
Yeah, this is for Russell Higgins, right? So Higgins, this is hold on, let me get this right slide here. All right, so this is what happened when the Jews left Spain and Portugal, right? This is the areas that they went to, right? Now, and by the way, you made a statement in the chat that how could the Jews go on Spanish ships? A lot of people might not know this, but a lot of the ships that go to Africa, the Spanish weren't involved because remember, they divided up the area. They were the top dog and they gave the Portuguese permission to run that area, that region. So that region was the Portuguese. So you don't really have Spanish ships going to the west coast of Africa. I'm not saying none went. You don't have them going there on a regular like the traders, because what happened is they are orchestrating the slave trade because they are the top dog culture of the time. Roman Catholic Church, Roman, they pushing their religion, Christianity. So now this is from the book Jews in West Africa by Peter Mark, page 40. So Lisbon's New Christians, they took advantage of the presence of Dutch slave ships. See, not Spanish slave ships. So there you go. Oh, why would the Spanish carry them, the Jews, and they were kicking them out of... You see, you don't even listen. So I asked, how is it we find Jews in West Africa and we can't find anyone coming off a slave ship claiming to be an Israelite or Jew? Now watch this. Lisbon's New Christians, they took advantage of the presence of what? Dutch slave ships in Guinea to hitch a ride to Amsterdam or Rotterdam, often through America. They returned to the Petite Côte from Amsterdam, joined by Dutch Jews of Portuguese descent, page 40. So Jews are able to hitch a ride on slave ships. If the Sephardic Jews are the ancestors of the African Americans in America, why are they able to travel freely on slave ships and also return to Africa? So it's not that the ships is controlled by the Spaniards. It's ships that's controlled by by different people, not the Spanish. Okay, Mr. Guy. Now let me point this out now. These are the slaves. These are the Israelites. Let's look at them. These are the Israelites being escorted by the Assyrians. Look at the woman. I see the resemblance of my African Americans here. Look at them. They're on the walls. Look at these African American women. Look at them. Look at them, Barine. Look at them. These are the Israelites.
I hate you, Garfield. I hate you.
These are the Israelites. Come on, J-Jax. Don't that look like that? Look just like J-Jax. I seen your pictures. That look just like J-Jax in the audience. Look just like her. Yep. This is what your Israelites look like. Forget about the men right now. We're not going to argue about the men and if they had beards. Let's take a look at the woman. How clean they look. They look just like the African American community and the West Africans. Same phenotype, same eyes, same nose with a little aquiline nose. Yeah. These are black people. And be proud of it. This is us. We're the descendants. We are these people. We come from them. Yeah. So now look at the Assyrians cutting off the heads of the Nubians. See them with the beards? See them? They cut their heads off with the beards. They have a whole article in World History Encyclopedia. Assyrian soldiers holding decapitated heads of Nubian soldiers. What more do you want? It's us. It ain't nobody else. Let's look at what Tudor Parfit told me in my inbox. Have you found any evidence suggesting African Americans were Jews coming off the slave ships during the transatlantic slave trade? Tudor Parfit. No. I didn't make it up. It's just facts. Look at what these Israelites do, Barine. They take the good book, the Creole New Orleans Race and Americanization, switch it up, change it to Judah Wida. It wasn't Judah with an H. And say, hey, look, total Hebrews imported, and they put the numbers here. Total black Jews transported to Louisiana. They made this whole page up, photoshopped it, and changed the whole wording of the whole thing. This is what the original says. See? Judah Wida, Judah without the H. But because you believe this, look at Brazil now, maroon communities in Brazil. Over 5,000. Look at this. Under decree 4,887 of 2003, maroon communities are ethnical groups according to criteria of self-classification with their own historical trajectory, provided with specific territorial relations and with Afro-descendant ancestry. Almost 5,000 maroon communities, and not one of them in Brazil. Not even one community is claiming that they're Israelite. Not one out of the 5,000 communities. Really? Come on, man. Why are we playing these games with the people, man? Come on, man. We're playing games, man. We got to stop the games. And then somebody brought up Equiano earlier, who's one of my favorite topics. Ola Uda Equiano, one of the greatest black men. He's the reason why I'm in America. Hold on. You know what? Let me stop sharing this because I need to share one more thing on the other screen real quickly. On the other.
And why are you pulling that up, Garfield?
More,
Garfield. Have y'all Revelation 2 and 9, Revelation 3 and 9, right? The synagogue of Satan. Have folks been using that for a standpoint of who worships in synagogues? Have y'all heard an argument before?
Have you heard of what?
That the synagogue of Satan, to say folks of faith. Who else worships in synagogues? Have y'all heard that argument? So now with these folks, the Sephardic Jews, do they worship in synagogues? That's the whole. It's a large
bro. They merged with the Ashkenazi Jew in Jamaica. There's one synagogue, main synagogue in downtown Kingston.
All of them was a synagogue.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's like the whole. How can we separate religion and ethnicity if they're a ethno-religious group? That's the whole point dealing with the Judaizers and Hellenizers during the Maccabean revolt.
Yeah, these are the universal identifiers. And you guys, is my screen on the page?
And if only the wicked people was in synagogues, it couldn't have been y'all, because synagogue people got on them ships y'all claiming.
Yeah, and the whole standpoint is folks will say you got to keep the law, being Christ, and keep the law, statutes, and commandment. But these Jews will keep the law, statutes, and commandments. to what folks are saying. Oh, well, no, they're keeping time with oral tradition. When we ask folks, okay, the Bible says do this. Oh, no, we can't do that. And then we get recent oral tradition on YouTube.
You got to park right there and run that back, Dumas. I don't think people caught that one.
They'll say that they're Talmudists, they're keeping oral tradition, but we say, well, the Bible says to do this. Oh, no, we can't do that because we didn't land that captivity.
Hold on a minute. Do me a favor. Let me put a link out here so Ruddy Brew could jump on. Y'all being fake and dishonest. You'll sit here for 5-6 hours and hear charges and won't come up here and say anything. Why would that be? Let me put the link out there. He said you being fake and dishonest. Unbelievable.
So the whole standpoint is that's why I bring up the religion with these folks that folks are tying to, but they're Talmudists. They're worshiping synagogues.
Hey, Sankova praise. You said this is not good research, Garfield. This is not how you determine how something looks. No, but the people in the audience are into lookership. So I have to show them these Judeans and what they look like. I have to do it. It's not about that. Now, as far as I suggest everybody go on this website. It's called Jewish Virtual Library. And just go in there and look in the Caribbean and everywhere the slave masters were and the slave traders went. You'll find a synagogue in that city. Scotland, Jamaica, Barbados, Curacao, all these areas where Jews are, the slave trade is very big in those areas. And guess what? They have the earliest synagogues in the Western world, 1700s, 1600s. Who are these Jews that's building these synagogues? Are they you? Because these are free people that came over as free people who are building the synagogues, not
or
slaves.
are they the synagogue? So Ruddy Brew, what Dunham is saying don't make no sense. Y'all say only the wicked one is in the synagogues. They're the only type of people that's in the synagogues, but now synagogues are where slaves are moving around, and y'all claiming to be them folk.
An indictment against the church. An indictment against the church. But that's the whole thing. It's like folks are making an imaginary ancestor.
They're making it up as they go, bro. That's what they're doing.
They were law keepers, but they're also messianic. But then when folks talk about the crypto, okay, well, what about the crypto Jews? What about the crypto Jews? They get the old tradition as well.
That they saved. That's what happened to them. They're saved right now. They are saved. That's what's going on with them.
And this is wild. Because Ryan Harris and Russell will talk about all this evidence, but when you ask on an individual claim, how do you know you're Israel? How do you know that you're Israel? So you must have Jewish culture.
Jordan missing the whole point.
Jordan, that would be a big identity marker. Unless the church is Israel, Jordan. There are two Jewish sects that survived the temple falling. The Pharisees and the Christians. So, Jordan, what sect are you going to go with? We know the Christians, when the second Jewish revolt, folks saying Bar-Kokhba is the Messiah. The Christians said, no, we have a Messiah. And they didn't fight. Christians fled to Pella. So, Jordan, who are the ones being scattered? Unless you're going to say the bloodline Israelites became Christians and it was just the converts that remained. That were scattered.
And also, they're supposed to be few in numbers. Deuteronomy 28:64, I think, or 62, they're supposed to be few in numbers. We are almost 50 million people here in America alone. Where's the few?
And the majority of folks here come from the church. So by that, unless folks are saying the doctrine of the church was lacking, and what was lacking was law, statutes, and commandments. But then folks say it's not, you do me a little past the religion and ethnicity is two different things. But how the Jews saw themselves as an ethno religion. There's Sephardic Jews now, if you were to go to them, how would they receive y'all? Sephardic Jews that went to the Inquisition. Did you say the church was...
Can I go over this real quickly?
Yeah, my
So
bad,
nobody-
my bad, Godfrey, go ahead.
No problem, my brother. In some historic cultures, a menstruating woman is considered sacred and powerful. And the reason why I'm showing this, because I talked about it earlier, how when women separate because of menstruation, we're quick to jump out the window and say, hey, they're Hebrews or Israelites because they follow this. This happens to be in a lot of different cultures. In some historic cultures, a menstruating woman is considered sacred and powerful with increased psychic abilities and strong enough to heal the sick. According to the Cherokee, menstrual blood was a source of feminine strength and had the power to destroy enemies. In ancient Rome, Pliny the Elder wrote that a menstruating woman who uncovers her body can scare away hailstorms, whirlwinds, and lightning. Let me say that again. In ancient Rome, Pliny the Elder wrote that a menstruating woman can scare away hailstorms, whirlwinds, and lightning. If she strips naked and walks around the field, caterpillars, worms, and beetles fall off the ears of corn. Menstrual blood is viewed as especially dangerous to men's power. In Africa, menstrual blood is used in the most powerful magic charms in order to both purify and destroy. Mayan mythology explained the origin of menstruation as a punishment for violating the social rules governing marital alliance. The menstrual blood turns into snakes and insects used in black sorcery before the Maya moon goddess. Wow. So when you hear other cultures are doing that, it don't necessarily mean that they're doing it because they're they're Jews. Anthropologists agree that amongst the Polynesians, Aborigines, and South American tribes, circumcision probably started as a test of bravery and endurance, a ritual mutilation, a sacrificial spilling of blood, rather than the initiation rite it has become in recent centuries. Even today, elements of this persist in Australia and some Pacific islands. It then changed from being a rite of passage and initiation into manhood to being, for some people, such as the Jews and Muslims, a symbol of their faith and their relationship with God. Only in recent times has it been performed for medical reasons, to discourage masturbation, reduce the risk of penile infection, carcinoma, and more recently HIV. Its popularity, hopefully performed only in a sterile environment, is not likely to lessen, and if the experience of American Korea or anything to go by may increase. Circumcision is worldwide. It's more about ritual mutilation rather than initiation rites. Again, more stuff. So when we look at the history of, we find it in Egypt, older men getting circumcised, nothing like the biblical text. 6,000 years ago, circumcision is where? In Africa. Male circumcision in Africa. But what is being done though? So they show the man's private part being chopped off on the wall. You see it all over Africa on the walls. So this is in Africa, years before there's Egypt, before all of them. You have circumcision. Where did the Israelites get circumcision from? According to Herodotus, which I don't really, y'all could take that as it is. He says they got it from the Egyptians and the Ethiopians. That's who they got it from. Yep. All right, I'll stop right there. If y'all want me to continue with that, I could continue, but I'll stop for now.
And if I can, right quick, I'd like to add something to that. Like, so what he's saying is 100% correct in the sense to where, like, circumcision is older than the Israelites and whatnot. It's older than in Africa than the Israelites and whatnot, right? However, not all circumcision is the same and whatnot, right? And something that's intriguing, like earlier we were talking about like how some of the Lemba circumcised on the 8th year, right? Because that was a negotiation. They came with the women that they intermarried with and whatnot, right? What's interesting was like, so I was able to surmise in listening to some information, and I put this to Tudor Parfit and to Cohen Hamadisha, to which they both ended up agreeing, was that it seemed like there was 2 migrations into Africa from the Lemba and whatnot, and so I was surmising a potential migration into Mali, etc., whatnot, and other places. And what's interesting is in West Africa, you do have oral traditions of certain things like Levirate marriages and certain things about burial practices and certain festivals that are very similar to certain Hebraic practices and whatnot, right? That are not they're not universal to West Africa. They're very particular to certain places or whatnot, which would lead one to believe that they come in from like more recent migrations than the older practices that Garfield's talking about, right? But what's interesting is there's some things that seem to actually link up to what part of what the Lemba talk about. Like, so there's certain places in West Africa to where it became a newer tradition, but like people that migrated into a similar thing happened to where there was a negotiation to where there was an 8th year circumcision versus an 8th day circumcision and whatnot, right? It needs to be understood. All these traditions that link up to that tree of practices that Garfield was showing, when I can find them in West Africa, they're not connected to these Sephardic Jewish populations and whatnot. They're African populations that have nothing to do with them and whatnot, right? And so this is why I say it's a sad thing that we can't even investigate the actual claims in Africa, because we're overemphasizing this conversation about Sephardic Jews in West Africa. And again, they're the last pocket of Jewry to come into West Africa.
Hey, Moore, you agree with me so much, you might as well just join Dagger Squad, man. This is Levirate marriage. This is an article from the Torah.com.
Hey, hold on, Garfield, real quick. Let me read this. Jimmy keeps harping on proof of Judaism. He don't believe no African American Jews because he keeps pressing for proof. That's why I asked. If you go by logic, no African, is it no, Jordan, no. That's all I'm saying. Jordan, my definition of a Jew is ecclesial understanding, halakhic, right? Jordan, for you, what's your definition of a Jew? Is it bloodline? And if that's the case, then Jordan, with DNA, you can see how closely you're related. And if it's using the curses, with the curses, are there folks that are going through the curses that are on Israel? That's it. So I'm not saying that as a whole standpoint that the folks are being discredited on one hand, but that's the groups folks are saying they descend from.
So this is why I say the best you can do as an African American is genetically trace yourself to a group of people who have some connection with oral history and some physical culture having to do with the Hebrew claim or whatnot, right? But even then, you got to understand, like, so the way that works, like, so even Remy does the same thing that the rabbinic Jews do, in the sense where, like, he was like, nah, even if you're Igbo American, like, you got to come through us. Like, there's still like like, he still wants you to reconvert to their thing. You know what I'm saying? So we got to understand how that works. We can't just say, like, so even I don't call myself like an African Jew, whatnot, right? Like, I call myself like African American Anusim and whatnot, right? If I'm connected to that concept, right? In the sense to where, like, I feel like I can make a good argument to connecting to a particular group of people who have Jews amongst that population and whatnot. And if I descend from them people, I would have to, the best I could do is be in a situation where I'd have to reconvert back into that concept, right? It's crazy. Like, I'm not going to claim their thing fully. Like, I'm 100%. I can't do that, man.
Join the fact, bro. If you're going to say folks are faking the land because of prophecy, and you fulfill prophecy, the curses, right? Jordan, that if you would have said, bro, I'm an Israelite, how you know Israelite? Man, I just by faith or this and that, right? Ain't no issue. But when folks are saying that their bloodline and making claims, the curses and whatnot, you got to show and prove.
Facts. And to that point, like Jordan said, no more. They want to see proof in America. Is there any, right? And so I'm gonna say yes, but the proof isn't pointing towards the claims being made, right? So, for instance, right, you got people out there claiming that there's a cursive Hebrew on pews, and that proves that we're all Hebrews, and Hebrews came across on a slave ship or whatnot, right? And that cursive Hebrew is connected to the Sephardic Jewry concept or whatnot, right? I think that's a false claim on his face. I'll make a claim that like any Hebrew that you're going to find is going to be closer to a Judeo-Arabic or whatnot, not even like pure Hebrew with that, right? And even Garfield has brought out sources talking about like a Maghrebi Judeo-Arabic or whatnot, right? Like, so that's all legit stuff, but people don't want that, Jordan, right? People want a whole nother thing, fam. People want people want a fantastic story versus reality, and this is what I'm saying. This is why you got me and Garfield shoulder to shoulder, whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And it sounds like you should be joining Yap Gang. You know what I'm saying? Because you agree with me a whole bunch of time now, Garfield. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But because Dagger Squad don't agree that Jews came across on the slave ships. You know what I'm saying? So I can't do that one. You understand? But the concept is this: is like we're shoulder to shoulder talking about what we can agree on, which is where people are like where they're misusing information and whatnot, right? So I have no issue acknowledging the fact that circumcision in Africa is older than the nation of Israel, period, right? There's no issue with that, right? But I also like have no issue pointing out like where things are particular to the nation of Israel, like, well, hey, this is how they would have done certain things, or this is how people claiming to come from them said that they had to switch stuff up, and like how it looked when they went into Africa. And there's other places that look like they did the same thing and whatnot. Let's slow it down and have the full conversation. What? There's nothing
more.
Yes,
Let me ask you a question, right?
Shoot.
Do you think that the Jews that went into West Africa, right, if they're not attached to the Sephardic Jews, do you think they migrated when the exile happened with Assyria?
I think there's a few different migrations and whatnot. So I think you can point to that. I think you can point to the Yemenite migration. Like, so you were talking about like how the Ethiopians were doing work or whatnot. Like, so when the Ethiopians started thumping up on the Yemenites for going in on the Christians, John, I think you can point to that period in like the 6th century or whatnot. I think there's multiple migrations or whatnot. And that's why it needs to get slowed down.
And because Jordan, and why Jordan, it's a whole standpoint of why folks making a general claim. How do you show that you are Israel?
Mm-hmm.
Because now, like, for me, I can tell you, I come from Portuguese descent. How do I know that? I didn't oral tradition, family tradition. I was told my great grandmother's name was Mary. She was a Portuguese woman, right? I did DNA.
You talking about yourself?
Yeah.
So you're the same. What was her last name? Because we could trace them as to who was the slave masters, you know. So come on, give us
I don't know. I'm still trying to find that part.
I'm messing with you. Go ahead.
No. But
we got 2-3% on the panel right now. Y'all better watch out.
I'm really trying to find that part to see what she was. Secondly, my DNA. I did ancestry.com. I have Portuguese descent, and the Portuguese descent comes from Portuguese folks who went to Guyana, right? So then there's a community there that can trace, and I can connect them genetically or tradition. When I go back, I look through the paperwork and see documentation. I'm showing and proving for myself my descent. I'm not going, well, there are Portuguese folks in Guyana, so therefore I must descend from them. No. How do you show and prove that you are Israel? And if you're saying prophecy, that's a religious claim. That's not just an ethnic claim, that's a religious claim. But folks are saying this is an ethnicity, not a religion. That's the whole thing. We don't have tradition prior to slavery in my family. Well, Jordan, with your DNA, what does your DNA show and prove? Because to me, it showed that, it showed to me.
That's what I'm saying. We live in a whole different day and time now. Like, so this is an argument people can make, like back in like the 90s when it was BHI killing it on 125th, or like down in New York just killing it and whatnot, right? Yo, like we can find out all kind of stuff now, right? Like we literally, like, this is why Yeshua's out there challenging people. Hey, do your big why, fam. Like we're out, like this is why we're on the channel showing everybody's DNA test or whatnot. He's going through the genetic tracker, showing like this is the points to where these haplogroups and these SNPs go. Like, and on top of that, we can literally, we're at the point where we can just do like the African ancestry test or whatnot, right? And connect the different, like we can find out what different populations in West Africa people are coming from and whatnot, right? Like, come on, fam, we're in a whole nother different day and time and whatnot. On top of that,
There's
fam,
more.
go ahead.
Oh, finish your point. My bad.
No, you good. I know what I'm saying.
Did you watch the debate between me and Yawasau?
What was the topic?
About the Native Americans being Israelites?
Oh, I think, yeah, I watched part of that.
Are you familiar with this stone, the New York Holy Stones?
I'd have to see him.
One of the reasons why this stone is important, because the people who made it up, because it was made up, they made it up twice.
Like one of the forgeries.
Right. So what happened is, why it's important for African Americans is because, I'm going to tell you why in a minute. What's happening in America in 1860? The ideological debates between scholars regarding the unity of man before the theory of evolution. So the argument was for monogenesis, all people come from Adam and Eve, or polygenesis, different races were separate creations on different continents. Hence, making white people who came from Adam and Eve superior. High tensions about slavery directly related to these ideological debates. Question of whether African blacks could justifiably and righteously be enslaved. President Lincoln's election and the whole Civil War was going on at the time. So what happened, ladies and gentlemen, why would somebody forge the Holy Stones? The Holy Stones were forged as an attempt to provide scientific support for monogenesis. If monogenesis was proven to be true, then support for slavery would decline. It might even be abolished without the need for a bloody civil war. The discovery of the Decalogue Stone was carefully timed to coincide with Abraham Lincoln's controversial election. It was meant to sway the minds and vote of those on the fence. So people, if everybody come from one source, that means black people shouldn't be mistreated and be enslaved. So this Holy Stone, as simple as it might be, and you hear the Israelites arguing about it, it's even deeper than what people think. It has to do with how you treat all the human beings. Because if you're saying that these Indians and these people come from Adam, that means they are part of the family. They come from Shem, Ham, and Japheth, which would make them nice people. But if you teach polygenesis, that they popped up, oh, we could treat them bad. They ain't from us. They ain't from the Bible people. You know, so that's why the Decalogue Stone was important. Just for those who don't know.
Hey, real quick.
This is another one. Go ahead, my brother. I'm sorry.
Let me touch on something because Jordan's talking about DNA in the chat, and I wanted just to hit on something. Like, so I was talking, like, so he did his DNA test, and he found out that he was a haplogroup of E that goes back to Africa that is not common for amongst African Americans. He was like EM85 or something like that. I forgot what it was. But it also showed that he had levantine admixture in his DNA, right? And so he's saying he's not sure about that, right? Which is like, I'm like science is showing that you have some kind of admixture with the Levant and whatnot, right? Like you have North African, Middle Eastern, Levantine DNA in your stuff, right? The question is like, do you like, what does that do for you, right? Is that enough for you to be to convert into something, or are you trying to make a claim like that you are the original or something, right? Because a lot of people are claiming that they're the original, right? And that's a whole nother argument, right? People like that. People got to understand that's a big claim. That's not a small claim to make, fam. I'm the original and everyone else is fake. That's a big deal, fam. So it's no issue with you claiming like a connection to Israel or whatnot. But like if I ask you to prove it or whatnot, right? Where a lot of other people can prove it or whatnot, like it there needs to be a better answer than, well, y'all just don't want other people to be Israel or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like that, it becomes an emotional argument. Like this is where Dunamis is 100% correct. Like it starts to sound like a religious belief versus something that you want to prove out.
And if that, you can just convert. No one's stopping you.
Exactly.
And then, you know, a convert was natural born. And, you know, bro, more, you know, one of the best places to find old sources for blacks, many times go to your old, like a family town, and go to the church.
Yeah, fact.
They have old records, baptismal, pictures, all kinds of stuff. So there's a way you can trace back your family as far as you can trace it back.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Go hit up the Mormons. I'm not gonna lie to you. They got the best records out there. But yeah, like a lot of us come from. I come from.
Like there's things we can trace back farther than something we believe what we see.
We can know. See, this is what I'm saying, bro. Like this is what I'm saying. So we live in an age to where, like, so when people like Garfield are talking about show me material culture, we got to stop pretending like we can't figure out who we came from in West Africa, right? This is why I harp so hard on the Gullah culture, because it's a crime to me. It's tragic to me that we act like Jordan. You said the other day you grew up with the assumption that Jesus was white, right? I grew up with the assumption that our history had all been erased and whatnot, right? And
Hey,
then
Mark.
I go ahead.
I'm sorry. You said the Gullah culture. Do you teach that the Gullah culture knew the Bible before they came out of slave ship?
What'd you say? Because it sounds like you're eating something.
Do you teach that the Gullah culture knew the Bible before they got off the slave ship?
I teach that the majority of the Mende and Fulani people that were coming from the part of West Africa, like Sierra Leone, Senegal, etc., whatnot, that they had access to that literature. Like, so you have people like Mungo Park, that he went over there and definitely found like the Torah, the Injil, and the Zabur, etc., written in Arabic and whatnot. And you definitely find like, so again, like this is why I also bring up like London, like the Mandingo slave in Savannah, Georgia, where he was writing the Gospel of John in the Gullah dialect and using the Arabic script and whatnot, right? Like he wasn't taught to write that, like use the Ajami to write that, like in America, right? Like, so he might have learned, he may potentially learn the Gospel of John here, right? Because he was writing like the in the beginning was the word was with God, the word was God, right? Like he was writing it in Gullah English and whatnot, right? So he might have learned that here, right? But it's definitely you can see, and I've shown this consistently to where I even showed it in our debate to where they have the gospel, etc., whatnot in West Africa prior to colonialism and whatnot.
But who would have the Bible at that time, though? Who are these people?
So
why would a Muslim, say like a Muslim country, why would they be pushing a Bible that a lot of people would know the Bible?
What do you mean pushing the Bible?
Like if you say that there's a Bible there, right?
Mm-hmm.
In Senegal, in that region, right? If you're saying that, then, and you say that there was a Torah in Arabic writings here, who would be the people that would have that Torah? Who are the people who would be in charge of that?
Whoever
because
wrote.
if you think about it, right? The trans-Saharan slave trade got a lot of those people out of that region, right? Those people a lot of them were slaves because of, I think they had, if I remember correctly, they had like a caste system in that region. So certain people, even though they're all Senegalese per se or from Senegambia, they would have a caste system of who would be taken on a slave ship. Or I'm talking about the trans-Saharan now, not the transatlantic. So before there's a transatlantic slave trade,
they go in order. They sell the people who aren't them. And
right.
they sell the lower class, and then they sell their own people. Like they have a particular 100%. But like so don't make the same mistake that a lot of BHI make to where Arabic means Muslim or whatnot, right? So Arabic is just the lingua franca of West Africa. Not everybody in the madrasas learning Arabic or whatnot is a Muslim or whatnot, right? And that's the whole point of me pointing to a Christian, like an African slave using Arabic to write a Christian text or whatnot, right? And so don't misconstrue Arabic for Muslim, because that's that would be like since you and I write English that we're British or whatnot. That nothing could be further from the truth. That's a point that Boubacar Diakite made in the PBS documentary when looking at the slaves. He said that the slaves who potentially wrote what he saw on the pews could have been Christian themselves or whatnot. Right?
Good point, More. Good point. I just made that error with the Egyptologists when I said that the Egyptians are Arabic and they're not the indigenous people. It's not saying Arabic doesn't mean that it's not an Egyptian. It's just a part of just because you speak Arabic makes you Arabic. That's
right.
Pretty much it. Right. Nothing else. So indigenous West Africans were speaking Arabic. That don't make them an Arab.
Right.
But I get your point.
Yeah, and I don't think it would have been like a large group of people who would have had access to like the Christian literature. Like, so it's very widely known in North Africa, right? But in West Africa, like I was saying, like I particularly point to the remnant of the kingdom of Takrur that would have been in Senegal, southern Mauritania, and had maybe overlapped into the Senegambia a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I don't think it would have been a large group of people using the text and whatnot, but we definitely do see it. And that's another thing though too. Like, so what Garfield keeps talking about is pointing to a group of people that like, so the conundrum is when you're pointing towards the Sephardic Jews, you are definitely pointing towards a rabbinic form of Jewry, whatnot, right? You're also pointing you got this crazy question to answer, like, so why did the people who were practicing the snake religion not get enslaved, but the people and the people doing the Talmudic religion, you know what I'm saying, and rabbinic religion didn't get enslaved, etc., but other people did it, whatnot, right? But on top of that, what we avoid is like, so again, I don't make the argument that I can find rabbinic practices coming off the slave ship. I make arguments like some of the few European sources I do use talk about the fact that which is corroborated by the Islamic sources, was that again there were the areas that were Jewish converted to Christianity and then also to Islam, right? And so I'm not looking for the Judaism, I'm looking for the Christianity and for the Islam, because that would have been closer to the time period of enslavement. And so, and again, when we get into
but we also can't speak of the cultures that have Islam with a certain continuity, especially in Mali, where they played a major role in the trans-Saharan slave trade.
Yeah, but that's also why I point to everybody in West Africa had their hands on the slave trade. That ain't nothing at this juncture, right? But this is also why, like in our debate, I pointed towards the Tarobe clerisy and whatnot, right? Which was like a specific. So you were just talking about the caste system, right? So the Tarobe, the Tarobe clerisy was made up of the outsiders, like the low class and outsiders of the Fulani, the Hausa, the Mandinka, the Wolof, and the Tuareg and whatnot, right? They came together and they spoke the Fulani language together, and they wrote everything down in Arabic and whatnot. And it is that these people did get on slave ships and whatnot, right? They did end up in the Americas and whatnot, right? That part is documented and whatnot. This is why I bring up like when we were debating and whatnot, I brought up the whole tithing concept. Like these were the Muslims in West Africa who were using a tithing process that looked more Jewish than it did than any other form of Islam out there. And I brought it like, so you remember when you interviewed that brother that was talking about Islam in West Africa, and you asked me what question I asked him. I said, can you ask him about the people doing the tithe and whatnot? He talked about it. He talked about the time period after I'm talking about, right? And so his cutoff point is where my point starts and whatnot, right? And so I'm not talking about like the Muslim clerics in Mali and all them kind of things and whatnot. I'm talking about a particular group of clerics or a particular group of Muslims that were in this Tarobe clerisy. That would have been more so amongst, if you're going to scatter them throughout West Africa, you're going to most likely find them amongst the Fulani. But you're going to see them in Senegal, you're going to see them in Guinea, you're going to see them in Mali, you're going to see them in other places, like in northern Nigeria, etc.
All right. Dunamis, you going? Who else is on the thing? Because I can't see because of the comment. Who else is here? Is Leo still here?
Nah, it's just me, you, Dunamis, and Brent.
Okay. Oh, so that's me at the bottom.
Yeah, that's you at the bottom.
Stupid me. All right. Hey, this is a writing that a lot of the BHIs like to use. The Bat Creek Stone. And what happened is they found the source of where the writing come from. So the one at the bottom is taken from it's from a Freemason book from the 1800s. And the person pretty much scribbled what that was. And that's the Bat Creek Stone for you, man. They have a writing called the Kinderhook Plates, where they pull an April Fool's prank on Joseph Smith, who is the leader of the Mormons. And he actually got tricked into believing it was legitimate, man. And somebody planted it, and they admitted that they planted it. And he was saying that it was legitimate and it's from God and all that stuff. Joseph Smith, Craziness, boy. Craziness. These little writings on rocks, they say it's Hebrew and go through all this craziness, man. Can't be Indian writing. Has to be African, Asian, or European. Yep. This one is a major one. The Father Nazaria stones that they found. They're trying to say it's Hebrew and all that stuff. Even when the guy who found it got the expert to say, hey, it's not. They still saying it. They still believe it's Hebrew, man. That's the one on the left, the Nazaria stones. Craziness. Craziness. Issachar means, Issachar comes from Issachar in Mexico, or it's connected and all that stuff. This is just stuff that people claim. That's just ridiculous. That the Hebrew language is the Indian language, Cherokee is this, and oh man. Whew. I tell you. This is a major one that Guerrilla Hebrew pulled out in our debate, that Chief Joseph and the Assyrian tablet, that it came to America because I guess he's trying to say the Israelites came over here, so they got it from, that's how they got it, the Assyrian tablet, which is actually 2000 BC, way before. You know, but go through the history of that. Yeah, I gotta do a whole show on this whole presentation, by the way. To the word Cuba comes from some etymology in what do you call it? Cuba, Mexico, and Haiti come from the Hebrews. The Hebrews made those names up or some crap like that.
I ain't go Holly Shoe. This is all his fault.
Mm-hmm.
So this is all you shoot. This is all you shoot was old information and whatnot that they all try to recycle.
Oh man. This is Benjamin Tadella, the 12th century, talking about how you have Jews, 10 yeshivas, 28 synagogues over there in Babylon, the Jews in Medes. Yep.
Oh man, hold on, John. Godfrey, they didn't have just synagogue, they had yeshivas too? Oh wow.
They can't have yeshivas. They can't have them, my brother. They can't have them. This is Benjamin Tadella writing. At a distance of nearly 900 years, the parts of Benjamin's narrative that still spark the imagination are the number of Jews and Israelites he discovers and the circumstances of their station, which are so different from European realities. In the first case, Benjamin claims to have visited a city called Akbara on the Tigris, hosting 10,000 Jews in Baghdad, which is Iraq. He finds 40,000 Jews, 10 academies, 28 synagogues, as he goes on towards the land of the lost tribes, as opposed to those of the exile of Judah. The numbers only increase as befits the descriptions of Josephus, the letter of Prester John, and much else besides. According to Benjamin, there are hundreds of thousands of Jews in the city of Tamar and 50,000 in Kebar alone. Learned men and great warriors, there are 30,000 Israelites near Hamadan, a great city of Media, and 100,000 on the river Gozan. All the places where they were exiled in the Bible. So coincidental. Yep. And yet these small hat Babylonian Jews who migrated to Israel, modern day Israel, are fake. But yet still they carried on a tradition for 2,500 years. They kept their language, kept their culture, and what more do you want? Yep. All right, I'm done with this right here. What time is it? 6:01. Time to watch the basketball game.
Shout out to the Knicks, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we gotta. I don't know. It's just a standpoint of if you're. This whole thing, because the whole thing is, I remember I used to ask back in the day, what's the end goal for being an Israelite? And it just seems like just to wait for the Messiah to come back so we can get the land.
Yep.
Hey, if there was a Team Christ versus Team Israel debate, who do you want to see on each team? And what were the topics would you want to see debated? Team Christ versus Team Israel. Who you want to see on the team? I would want to see Anthony Rogers, that Trinitarian dude. I would want to see him on Team Christ. I would want to see Vocab Malone on Team Christ. I would want to see Pastor Mike Holloway. I want to see Pastor Bennett on Team Christ.
I think one question, who has raised the level of consciousness? One West or the Black Church?
I don't think that's a good debate topic.
Something like, who had that debate? Was it Jabari and Katazaria? What's better for black folks, the laws of Mott or the Bible? Something like that.
We really talking about that, fam? Like those are some old conscious community conversations that don't.
Man, I remember that one. And what was crazy was Katazaria using Christian arguments. They want to tear down the church until it's time for a debate. Oh, shock almost. Yeah. Well, Christianity has done this. No. Yes, Christianity made orphanages, but y'all said that no, those were the Gentiles that took over. That wasn't Israelites. Talk about your people. What would they do? What would the Jews do in the 2nd century? Talk about them. Were the Jews making orphanages for people that are left behind, hospitals, things of the sort?
Let's keep it a stack. So first and foremost, you don't have a underground railroad without the black church. Coming out of slavery and whatnot, you have all the mutual aid societies coming out of the church, and then it eventually gets taken over by the Masons and whatnot after that, right? And like the Odd Fellows and all that kind of things and whatnot, right? But before that, all that's coming out the church,
man. Yeah, and then also
political movements we had in America that didn't involve the church in a heavy way. Like what? Okay, so we can look at black Christians literally affecting politics left, right, and center, whatnot, for good, for bad, whatever you want to say, whatnot. What political needle has BHIs moved in any way, shape, or form?
I mean, they have it's been like local. Like when one dude that was in the camp went down to City Hall to fight for his right to preach.
Huh?
I can't remember what town it was.
Bruh. No. So
that's what I'm saying. It's like
you said one man did something for his individual self. I'm talking about for the people, my G. They said you talking about raising the conscience of the people. You said my G went and fought for his rights to do something for himself. That's the best we got.
It'd be like local stuff. Or
let's keep it a stack, doing them. Is 99% of these cats, like in the camps, etc., be like, nah, don't vote. That's the bad system. Don't vote.
No, and then then what's interesting, they'll say the system systemic, but if it's systemic, right, then I would do systemic attack. All right, y'all, we're all gonna apply for these loans. Okay, then it's because it's a bunch of us. We're gonna have a class action lawsuit, and we'll get it moving like that. Get the bread up,
bro. They say don't mess with Babylon like that. Like, you know what I'm saying. But at the same point in time, got that 501c3 as a Christian. ISUBK got our Christians on their 501c3.
And I don't, and I'm not trying to raise a polemic, but I don't know why IUIC they marked as Muslim. I don't know what the strategy was with that one.
Yo,
it's like Islamic or whatever. It was just weird.
Y'all want to talk about me rocking with the Quran? Y'all gonna holler at IUIC, fam?
Yeah, and then ISUBK has that 513. It's weird. Some of the polemics that folks use, but it's like then other folks will do it, and it's like so. And bring me all the time. How can these folks talk all this talk on the street corner and not get shut down?
Because they know how to follow their rights, like they're following the laws and whatnot. They know exactly what they're doing and whatnot, right? And that's why they have the 501c3s and all that, so they can operate like, hey, no, we're out here. You know what I'm saying? We're doing our thing under this Bible. Like they know what they're doing.
Yeah,
but don't vote.
Yeah, hold on, real quick more. Jimmy, can I be a Jew without converting to Judaism or Messianic Judaism? If not, I'll put my Jew claim down, but I'll keep arguing what I believe. I mean, on this channel, Jim, if you say it's by faith, but it's like how can you dismiss other folks?
So
That's
here's
the
the
whole.
deal. If you're talking about you're an ethnic Jew, right? Or can I be a Jew without having to connect it to the religion? So now you're making a genetic claim, right? And
Yeah.
there is no genetic claim. What are you talking about? That's we don't have the patriarchal evidence to make that claim yet.
But then also too, Jordan, if I'm not mistaken, I've heard you. Come from wrong. I heard you use the curses to say that black folks are Israel, right? But as with DNA, we can show relatedness and show that a lot of black folks aren't related. We're not a homogenous group. And then two, there's gonna be black folks who've gone through the curses that now aren't really black folks because they're haplogroup. So, I mean,
yo, Jordan, you're in the same boat I'm in, bro. We have the minority haplogroups amongst African Americans, bro. So, like, if we're Israel, bro, that means the majority ain't.
Yeah. Jordan, bro, you can say you had a vision that said you were Israel and you want to find a way to reach people to the issues that are going on in our community. I remember that from the first time you would come through. Then why else are we going through what we're going through as blacks? Okay, Jordan, yes. But at the same time, you were saying the folks in the land. Jordan, you didn't have a vision? Oh my. If I'm wrong, bro, look. Well, what's your haplogroup? Most accent.
My very particular haplogroup is EL94. It's a subclade of EM33.
And you never had a vision. So, Jordan, how did you come to believe that you were Israel initially? If I'm not mistaken, I thought you said God told you that you were Israel. If you said no, it's no. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Then, okay, I'm wrong. Studying. And is that E1B1B?
No, it's E1A. It's neither E1B1A or E1B1B. It ain't got nothing to do with neither one of them. That's what I said. When E1B1A and E1B1B knocked on the door in Africa, I opened the door, fam. My DNA kills like the whole minute arguments against sub-Saharan Africans being North, all that, bro. Like my DNA old as all get out North African, Central African, West African, all that, bro. I've been there like no. But no, I'm not E1B1A or E1B1B. I'm E1A.
Jordan, when you came to Christ, right? Relata said, I'm M35. I'm EM35.
Yeah, that's E1B1B. Shout out to you, fam.
Oh, so y'all kid?
No. Like we're related through Yap, but like no, he's E1B1B. Like he's connected to like he's
okay. You say you're not
he's close to connected like Dante's lineage or whatnot.
Oh, okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jordan. That first you came to Christ, and then a year later you came to understand you're Israel.
That's the point, Jordan. So if you're EM85 and you're Israel, that means, bruh, the rest of us, like, bruh, like 90 some odd percent of us ain't.
And that's the whole thing.
Like that's the whole bloodline. If you're Israel by blood, bruh, like that's saying something, bruh.
And that knocks out other people's claims. So that's the whole thing with bloodline. When you say I'm Israel by faith, is what other community is Israel by faith. So Jordan, before you came to Christ, what were you studying that led you to believe that you were Israel? What were you studying, bro?
You gotta have a vision, bro. If you don't get that vision, you can't be there, man. You gotta get that vision, man.
Because
Yo,
Yeah,
more,
Jordan.
you ain't get the vision, bro. You can't be Israel, bro.
Yeah, Jordan, I'm trying to understand what makes you Israel, fam. Like, what gave you the notion that you're Israel? Was it something beyond the curses, or was it just the curses?
I've never met an Israelite that said, hey, I want to be somebody that get the blessings. Never. Always want to get cursed. Why?
Yo, that part right there, bro. That part.
In fact, man, more I was trying to use with that Portuguese, I was trying to use that to get Portuguese passport. With Portugal, they got like those weird laws.
Yeah, no, like, yeah, I'm right, bro. Like I said, my like,
I blame Bereen for all of this, man.
Well, you're right. I did stop a minute. Let's hear what Dante has to say.
Who gonna run around for 2,500 years and say, hey, I'm proud to be cursed?
The curses and more. Okay, give me the more, Jordan, because I got you on the curses. The curses don't pan out. Give me the more.
But Jordan, before Christ, what led you start reading the Bible and the curses? If I'm not mistaken, you were smoking. Not like that would let you to it, but like you used to smoke, but you had an epiphany and you stopped or something. Or you were dealing and you stopped dealing. The curses does pan out.
Business out in the street there, bro. You know what I'm saying? You putting people on blast there, doing this, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, my man. I don't know. Let me let this video play.
Okay, so Jordan, so if the curses pan out, this is the whole thing, right? If the curses pan out and you're Israel because of the curses, that means 90% of African Americans are not Israel, but are suffering the same curses. That's why Dunamis is like, walk that out, fam.
December 25th. You've never heard this.
Golf, you have your mic.
Oh, my bad. I'm live on my channel doing a broadcast. But,
oh,
yeah, man. But this is fun. Just to let you guys know, this lets my day go by fast. And you gonna play some more of this video with Dante?
Yeah, let me let this play.
Is Emperor Majesty Dante?
Yeah, Christians caught line about Black Jews in West Africa.
And I'm gonna get at you later too, Garfield, because I think we should do a sit down. I think like me, you, Vocab, like Rabbi Eduardo, you know what I'm saying? I think we could probably have an interesting sit down.
Man.
Who's Rabbi Eduardo? I don't know who that is.
He's a Messianic Jew. I think he's Puerto Rican and whatnot, but like the Christians mess with him heavy.
And I think the definition
definitely a Messianic Jew.
Yeah.
I think the definition does need to be established, if it can be, about how one's a Jew, how one's Israel. Y'all, you thinking from genetic thought? I'm not. Y'all need proof. Mine is script. Joe, you're making a bloodline claim.
No.
Me and Sean Harris agree on something. Knicks Nation. Oh man, I actually like Sean. I never liked him before. I actually like him now. Yeah, Knicks fan.
I told you, shout out to the Knicks. You know what I'm saying? I can't. We got New York people on the squad. You know what I'm saying? But Jordan, so this is no, bro. Like this is why genetics, genetics kills the curses claim, and it kills the 12 charge claim all day, right? And you got to understand why you are the proof that the curses don't work, because you, like me, are a minority haplogroup in this thing. So we can prove for a fact we do not all have the same paternal lineage and whatnot. So somebody, if the curse is on all of us, somebody's a convert. The question is who then? And at juncture, it don't even matter, because the curses are on the convert like the natural person. But again, you're the proof, Jordan. You are the proof that the curses can't be the thing, fam. Because we all don't go back to the same paternal line and whatnot, but we definitely don't go back to yours. So congratulations, you're the receipt, fam.
Yeah, it doesn't pan out. Genetics are the fingerprint of God. God made this system. Jordan, Neanderthals and DNA.
Yo, hold on, Jordan. Please tell me you're not saying Neanderthals didn't exist.
Let me let this play. Fair use.
Real.
The form of their religion, of the Judaistic origin of the inhabitants. After this slight digression, we will now proceed to investigate more particulars relative to the tribes under consideration. The language, or the little of it that is known, is full of Hebraisms. Cambridge goes over that too. If you guys read Blacks, Jews, the Religious Challenge, it goes further into linguistics. The constructions of sentences, the verbal significations, the mode of comparison are all typical of the Hebrew. Like the Hebrew.
Hold on,
from a single root of verb.
Jordan. Yes, Neanderthals, like, yo, we can prove we got their bones, but like, so we can prove that we can more easily prove that Neanderthals exist than you are a Jew. Do you understand that? We can more easily prove that Neanderthals existed than you are a Jew, and definitely based upon your criteria. We got all the proof you need for Neanderthals existing. What more proof do you need? Like, how do you reject that that Neanderthals exist, but off the level of evidence that we have for them, bodies, DNA, all that, right? But you accept that the curses are, bro. Come on, bro, that's loud. And you talking about logic, bro? Don't talk to me about logic no more, fam. Stop it. If you even dream about saying logic to me, like, wake up and apologize, fam.
Is this his name slipped me. Not your share. New Covenant. New Covenant. You're muted.
New Covenant, I got your back. No matter what you say, I got your back.
Hey, it's Azariah. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Is this your first time on?
No. But I'll wait until y'all are done.
No, yeah, go ahead, brother. You got the mic.
Basically, I just want to know. Who my. Yeah, that's what I said. It's Azariah.
Oh no, the mic sounded different, bro.
Oh, sorry about that. But I just want to know, like, what should I believe then? If I'm being told here that I'm not an Israelite, even though some of my people are telling me that I'm an Israelite. I did my DNA research. It goes back to Portugal. Now, my question is, in America, I'm identified as a Negro. So if Negroes are not Jews, then who are we? I think the conversation needs to switch off of who the Jew is. And I think we need to deal with our people. Who are we? That way we can go back to the camps. That way we got something. We can go back to them and say, listen, guys, we have evidence. We have proof. We have DNA to prove that Negroes are actually from the line of the Ham. You guys are not Shemitic. You guys are Hamites. I need that evidence. Who are the Negroes in America? That's the big question.
Mixed multitude. It's that simple. It's a mixed multitude of a multitude of different peoples, fam. We're not a homogenous group. We're not a monolithic group, fam.
So why say we? Why does it have to be we? What are you? Why can't you say what am I?
Well,
it seems like a hive mind.
We are a people, like Chinese people, Italians, Danish, Germans. They're all one people.
No, they're not. Everyone
they're not.
None of them are homogenous when it comes to genetics and lineage.
No, because Chinese people, there's Han Chinese, they're different groups. There's different with Italians, they're a different kingdom, Calabrese, Sicilian. You have up north.
So basically, you're trying to tell me is that my race, we don't know who the hell we are. My race, they don't know who they are.
Why are you using race if that's the white man's finesse and control?
Well, because we find the word race in the Greek Septuagint when Peter says, ye are a chosen generation. It says, ye are a chosen race. So we see that in the Bible.
That's a mistranslation. I guarantee that's a mistranslation.
Well,
Race is a social construct, bro. It's only like 200 or 300 years old. So for you to say that they're talking about race in the Bible, there's nobody talking about race back then.
And I guess it was a mistranslation then. So I'm here to learn. I'm not even here to speak because Berean doesn't like me anymore. So I want to be quiet.
You don't like me at all. So what that mean?
I just want to understand. I just want to understand basically.
You mean you need confirmation that what you believe is true? You don't want to talk.
No. I don't need confirmation.
Let me ask you a question.
Right, you're the proof that we're a mixed multitude because you said that you personally go back to a Portuguese. You go back to the Portuguese people, right?
But some of my ancestors. But hold on, some of my family members, right? They weren't just in Portugal. They were also in Spain, and some of them they were in Italy. Some of them they were in Greece. Some of them were in Britain. Some of them were in France.
How you sound like a one West guy? You sound like a one Wester. But let me ask you this: where were you born? Where were you born?
Me personally, I was born in America.
The United States, right? All right. Now, how did you get here?
I was taken here on slave ships.
So you were taken. So you trace your roots back to an actual slave that came off a slave ship. I'm not even being funny. So you trace yourself, and you could tell me by your genealogy what year you came off the slave ship and everything. Am I correct?
I don't have that information, but
so how do you know that's how you got here?
Well, because of my father, and then not only that, I did my DNA, and it says that I come from the Levant.
You say your DNA go back to Portugal. So how you know you didn't come? How you know you're not connected to a slave master?
Well, DNA doesn't come from land masses; they come from people. What I'm saying is that my people migrated. I'm trying to tell you.
You're moving too fast. You said your people come from Portugal, right? But I'm asking you, how do you know you didn't come over here as a free man? Because the first blacks, the first quote unquote Africans that came over were free.
Right. No, we didn't. No.
I know you're not descended from one of those people.
I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, we don't really know. I can just go based off of what the white man tells me, based off of the DNA thing. It says a lot of my blood, it comes from back from Portugal. And then it says from Ghana, and then it says from Ghana. It says from Ghana. That's the majority of my blood. So
hold on, I'm confused. So
what DNA test did you do?
Which test did you do?
Yeah.
My mom did it for me and my siblings.
No, listen to me carefully.
She can't do it for you.
No, hold on. I'll
go back and ask her. I'll go back and ask her. I'll ask her. I'll go back.
New Covenant. Who is the person that did the DNA test? Did you do one or did your mom do one?
Well, we did it together, but she's the one who organized it.
Okay, so you did it together. So when your results came back, what did your results say?
It said I came from Portugal, man.
All right, which testing company did you use?
Like I said, I got to go talk to my mom. I got to go see which one because it was a while ago. But the point that I'm trying to stress is basically
did it give you your Y DNA and your MT DNA, or it just gave you all the Seminole?
I think it might have given me the sum. I got, like I said, I got to go back and I got to ask my mom, man. I'm not even going to try to lie. But the point is, we're in 2024. You have a group of brothers, young adults, right? Young adults and young men and grown men.
Play that right there.
Hey, hold on real quick.
Play that right there.
Hold on real quick. Fair use.
Parents weren't slaves. They were free.
That's unbelievable. Yo, that's like unbelievable.
They were not picking cotton, man.
My ancestors were free. It kind of like explains my mindset to me a little bit, you know, because I've never felt inferior or superior for that matter to anyone.
Sure. Your great-great-grandparents weren't slaves. They were free.
That's unbelievable. Yo, that's like unbelievable.
They were not picking cotton, man.
My ancestors were free. It kind of like explains my mindset to me a little bit, you know, because I've never felt inferior or superior, for that matter, to anyone.
Sure.
I've never felt inferior nor superior to anyone.
So, Mr. New Covenant, sir. So you can't trace your roots to the slave trade. You don't know if you came over as free or slave. Hold on, let me, brother, you're showing me a little One West in you right now. Because for one, you like to talk over people. All right, now let's do this again. You say you can't prove if they came over as slaves. You can't prove if they were free, right? You said that earlier. All I want to ask you is, how did you get introduced to being an Israelite? Was your father an Israelite?
No, my father is, he doesn't practice. He believes in God. He does believe in the Bible, but he doesn't take it seriously. He just does what he wants to do, I guess.
Was he a Christian? Did he grow up in a Christian household?
Well, yeah, like his grandma and stuff like that. Yeah.
So would you agree that you being introduced to being Israel, you would be a convert? You didn't come through it through lineage because your father wasn't a Israelite. So you adopted the religion. That's what you did.
Okay, can I answer you real quick?
No, I'm just saying though. Do you see my point?
You're talking about religion.
Your father didn't practice it. So how would you be an Israelite if your dad didn't?
You're talking religion. So let's put religion down. Let's put down religion.
All right. So how did you get introduced to Israel? How you got introduced to Israel?
Put down religion.
How did you get introduced to Israel?
Because my father was a slave.
Your father?
Yes, my forefathers were slaves.
Oh, your forefathers. I thought you said your father. I'm like, whoa.
Bro, I mean, listen, you understand what I'm trying to say. My father, that's how I did my DNA. I went through my dad's line. I did my mom's side. My mom.
What did your dad's line say? Because you keep changing the story.
From Portugal.
What's the haplogroup? What's your haplogroup as?
Like I said, I gotta go back to my mom. I gotta go get the information. I'm not even trying to lie here. I'm trying to be honest with you guys.
She has information, or for your haplogroup, for your Y.
We went and did it all together, man.
Oh, okay.
Right, but she's the one that has all the information. Like, she's got all my baby pics. She's got. I gotta just go and ask her. When I ask her, I'll come back and then we can go from there. But the point is that even my last name is the last name of a slave master. So
that's like everybody. What are you talking about? You ain't unique.
Well, not Goldstein.
Like everybody.
Not Goldstein. Not Welcomebacker. You know what I mean?
One West. You're definitely One West. Definitely One West.
No, that's not the point. The point is, what I'm trying to say is,
One West.
Okay, that's not even an argument. I'm not arguing that, because I found out about One West probably about 13 years ago. All right. I didn't do my DNA research until 2 years ago, and it just confirmed everything that One West was saying. So basically, Garfield, you gotta let me just finish my thought first, right?
What was One West
Garfield, you gotta let me finish my thought first, right? So I want to finish my thought. My thought is this: the reason why I'm on here is because you have people like me who trace our lineage back to Portugal, right? And they were kicked out and they moved to Ghana. That's where at least my DNA said they went to Ghana. Now, you have people like us in 2024 who have strong convictions that to say that they are Israelites. I believed this for about 11 years before I did my DNA. And the DNA happens to confirm what I've been believing for 11 years. So the problem is you have a lot of young people from, I would say, about 35 all the way until about 16, 14, 13, and 12.
people who are in the industry, people who play ball, people who are billionaires, millionaires, people who are pastors like TD Jakes. These people are all coming out saying that they're Israelites. We have a whole movement saying that, and it's not, it's only because of the movement of the Hebrew Israelite movement. Only reason why you guys are going back and forth like this day after day after day after day. Who are the Jews? What color are the Jews? You guys have been doing this for like 6 years now and still have not come to a conclusion, ever learning and never coming to the knowledge of the truth. The point that I want to pose to you is let's drop this subject and let's deal with who is the Negro. Because in America, I identify. I identify as a Negro.
To make 1 point. You're talking way too long to make 1 point. Second of all,
I identify as a Negro.
I would not use that terminology to describe myself. You could use it. I won't. The next thing is I don't believe a word coming out of your mouth, because now you're saying this is what you're saying. You're saying that your DNA confirms it, but when we ask about DNA, you got to ask for mom, because you don't want to get trapped in a lie or trapped in misinformation. So you're being slick. I don't trust a word coming out of your mouth. Show me a DNA. Show me a source. Show me some evidence. Show me something. I don't believe nothing you say. Oh, the people are talking about the Israelites, so it must be working. So what? If they said let's jump off the river, or jump off the wall, jump off the World Trade Center, I'm gonna jump off it too. Let's crash the plane somewhere. You gonna do it too? Come on, man. Stop the wave talk. Let's deal with reality. You said you come from Portugal. Hold on.
The reality is...
Hold on. The reality is you talk for like 10 minutes. That's the reality right now. Now, let's answer one question at a time. Let's slow it down. You said your forefathers were slaves. I asked you for proof. You said you don't know. Then after that, you said, yeah, my fathers was a slave. Then my forefathers. You're confused. You don't know. Why don't you leave it there?
You can't tell me what I know. I'm not going to let you tell me what I know.
You said you don't know. I'm not making this up.
I said I do know. I said I did my DNA with my mom and my family.
So how does your DNA prove you were a slave?
She has the haplogroup.
Hold on. DNA can't prove if you're a slave, my brother. It doesn't prove.
I got that. But what does prove that I'm a slave is the fact that when I did the DNA research on my father's side, it said that we came from Portugal. My father's last name is the last name of a European slave master's name, and he was following he was following Christianity, which we didn't follow. We didn't follow that. So how in the hell did that happen? Because of slavery.
You just proved you weren't a slave.
Hold on. Time out. Who did your father, your biological father, get Christianity from?
So I don't know that much. All I know, because I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened in Portugal.
Let's not jump out the window. It's a simple
Why is this target? Why is the conversation about me?
Because
why is the conversation about me though?
I'm trying to because you came on here and made all these claims. So hold on. You said your father was a Christian. Jews who were in Portugal and in Europe were actually they converted to being new Christians and crypto.
Not all of us.
Not us. Who said you? I'm just saying they converted and they were free. They came to the Americas free as free people.
Okay, mine rejected Christianity. That's why they were kicked out.
How do you know that?
But now Israel told them.
This shit is crazy.
Because you know why? Because of the stories that I heard from my grandparents. You're not my grandparents. You don't know me, so you can't tell me what I know, Garfield.
What did your grandparents tell you? Let's go over that. What did they tell you?
I'm dying to hear this.
How about this? How about we deal with what I originally came up here to say?
No, we're dealing with what you're talking about. You're making a lot of charges, and I said I don't trust you because your stories change every 2 minutes. What did your grandparents tell you? Because they
said that they were slaves. Okay, basically they said that they were slaves. That's all that I know from, at least from my mom's side. But from my dad's side, they said that they were slaves, and that they weren't following Christianity, but they did believe in the Bible. I'm piecing it together. I'm piecing it together because I'm like, okay, then how did we get from Portugal to Africa? What happened there, right? I'm just piecing it together for the audience, and I'm assuming that the reason why my ancestor through my father's line left Portugal and went into the west coast of Africa was because he was kicked out.
So when you say I'm assuming, that's you making an assumption. That's not your DNA proving anything.
Listen, I don't have any journals or anything from the 1600s, 1400s, the 1300s. I don't have any journals from that time of my ancestors, so I kind of have to.
Or it could be your the ancestor from Portugal was a slaver, knocked up your great grandmother, and you could descend from Esau.
Nah, man. I don't believe that.
I mean, kind of we're talking about Portugal.
Nah,
right?
I don't believe that. No, he was I believe that my father, he was a Jew. He was a Jew. Well, but I mean, and it says, and also too, it says in my blood that I have a lot of DNA from Africa, obviously. I mean, I want to deal with my father's side. I have DNA that goes back to Portugal, and then I have DNA that goes back to the Levant as well. But it's not as much as if I can remember.
So you could be related to Ashkenazi Jews. I got DNA.
No, we're not. We're not.
How do you know that?
Ashkenazi.
How do you know?
No,
that?
we're not. No, we're not. Because because the spirit in man. Well, here's the thing, Garfield.
Yo.
Let's just say I concede that point. Let's just say I am an Ashkenazi Jew. So what? So now let's move on, right, to the reason why I'm here. The reason why you guys are here is not just for little old me. It's because of a whole movement that's being taken place across the earth. So let's deal with that.
What movement?
So the movement is you have a bunch of quote unquote, and I say quote unquote, Negroes. Not Ethiopians,
bro.
not Sudanese.
It's not my show because I don't like. Why are you using the term Negro? What's the
because
purpose?
it's historically accurate.
Historically accurate for who?
For the people who have founded this movement called BHI.
Ah, boy. Ah, boy. So you believe in the prophecy of 2000 that the world, so we're living in the afterlife now?
So what I believe is that the Negro is, in fact, the original. Now, I don't want Garfield to take me away because we went all over the place. This is the question that I posed to the panel is, okay, Garfield, you win the argument. All these black people who are slaves here, they're just black. They're just Africans. That's all they are. That's all there ever will be. And they need to believe on Jesus Christ because if they don't believe on Jesus Christ, they ain't shit. So if that's the case, I need the whole reason for this discussion or this whole panel, why you guys been doing this for 6 years, is to uncover the hidden history of the Negro.
No.
Who is he? Who's the Negro? Who is he?
You have an identity crisis. That's why you're asking this, and you're trying to cover it up to solve for all people, but it's you.
What was
like a personal identity crisis that you're making grandiose.
Now let's rewind this.
That's the whole thing.
You said
if
what's
you're a
the
Negro, who are you?
Who told you?
I already proved to you who I was. I'm from Portugal. That's where my family come from, through my father's lineage. So the whole reason for this movement, the reason why y'all are on this panel right now, the reason why you guys keep talking about BHI, Jews this, Jew that, is because there's a movement going on among Negroes. And you have to, if you want this movement to stop, you have to tell them who they are according to the Bible. If they're not Jews, if they're not Israelites, then show us with proof who the Negro is, because either I can follow Mr. Garfield here that says that we're Nubians or Hamites. Meanwhile, Zondervan says you're not. So now we have two sides of the spectrum. Garfield says you're a Hamite. The Zondervan says that you're not. Adolf Hitler says that you're not. So now you guys got to come into the middle and you have to show the Negro in America who he is according to the Bible. If you can't do that, this is for no reason.
Now you got to help me out because like you got Dante and Bruce saying all day that y'all niggas just mixed with Hamites all day. So
So this is how when I read the Bible, this is what I see. When we deal with Abraham, I see a dark black man who predates Ishmael, who is the father of Arabs. So Arabs don't exist. The white man does not exist during the time of Abraham. So Abraham, who is a descendant of Adam, Adam is a black man. Does anybody on this panel dispute that Adam is a black man?
Why did we just completely ignore what I just said?
Because I'm not ignoring you. I'm expounding, and I'm trying to give the sense.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know. I don't see what's so funny. What's so funny? Explain to me what's funny.
I hold real quick.
What's funny is that you're taking yourself seriously. That's what's funny, bro.
Oh, I think I know what's
no. The kid gloves got to come off. The training wheels got to come off. Bro. Let's have a grown conversation, bro. You haven't proved nothing. You just came up and said that you assume a whole bunch of stuff, right?
No, what I stated to you.
No. You literally said I assume, and so I answered your question the first time you came. I've answered it twice. You said, "Who is the Negro?" I said, "A mixed multitude." Prove me wrong.
Prove your claim.
Okay, we have at least 14 different haplogroups amongst us.
Okay, so my next claim would be, do all 12 tribes share the same haplogroup, or are they a little bit different?
They would have to share the same haplogroup.
Okay, prove it.
Because you are what your father is.
Prove it. No, prove it with us. Prove it with the white man science. You guys are on here with all these books and shit. Go ahead and prove it.
It's called mutation accumulation.
That's what you're saying.
I don't get a different haplogroup than my father.
The Y is passed down from the man.
Yeah, that's
there's an X and a Y. A woman has an X and an X. Yep. So now what happens is the DNA, one X from the mother, and if determine the sex, you ought to get an X from the father or a Y. The Y is handed down from father to son.
I haven't seen any proof. This is what you're saying.
What's your high? You have a GED?
I'm here to learn from the scholars. Well, y'all have the evidence. Y'all got the proof.
I'm asking what's your highest
Listen, prove all things. It doesn't matter what I am.
Well, check this out. So the moment you come back with the DNA test company that you got, I'll go through that DNA test company with you, and they'll show whatever site you went on. They explain haplogroups to you. They explain autosomes to you.
Now, what's so crazy is you said something earlier in the conversation. You said that really nobody can claim that they're Israelites because we don't have the original DNA of the 12 patriarchs.
100%.
Okay, then. So then I don't have to do shit.
Hold on real quick. And you know what? I think Az wants. This is what he wants. This is what Az wants. This is what Az wants. I got you, bro. I got you.
You is kind. You is smart. You is important.
As you is kind, you is smart, you is important.
I already know that through my DNA because I come from Portugal.
You is important. You special. As you're special. You're worthy of love.
That's what the Bible tells me.
You're not inferior. You're not a less than person.
Deuteronomy 7:6.
Great things.
Deuteronomy 7:6.
You're not worthless.
I know you're explaining the Bible all over to me. No. God already told me that to my ancestors. He said that we're above. He said that we are above all nations. That's what he already told us. So thank you.
You're special. It's okay, Az. You're not forgotten.
All right. So he said the Negroes are a mixed multitude.
I'm trying to ask. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for validation. Go ahead.
No, I'm not looking for validation. I want the panel to explain.
Who am I? Just tell me who I am.
I already did my DNA. I already did my DNA though. So let's stop the games. I already did my DNA. I know who I am. I'm explaining the movement.
As you can do all things. You can overcome. You can break down walls and barriers.
All right.
Stop. Don't be. It's okay.
You can be funny. That's great. I'm glad you had a laugh. You done now?
I'm not in the ass. This is what you're looking for.
You good? You good now? You okay? You calm?
It's bro. I'm trying. You're looking for who you're asking. You're asking.
Right? No, I've already done my DNA. I've already done my DNA.
Who are we?
For my ancestors, to my father's line, from my father. I can explain who I am, but I want you guys to explain to the movement.
Why do you go back to Portugal? Why do you go back to Portugal, and why do I go back to the Western Sahel?
Go ahead.
I did my DNA too. Why do you go back to Portugal? And why do I go back to the Western?
It might have been because like I said, through my father's line, we obviously it shows that we migrated into the west coast of Africa. So the only reason why I can answer why we migrated into the west coast was because we got kicked out. So since we got kicked out, that means we didn't want to get down with their Christianity. We didn't want to get down with none of that. So we left, and then we went into Africa. And then there we went into slave ships, and that's how I'm here. Now, as far as for you, right? The reason why you're here is because you might be one of my distant relatives who didn't live in Portugal, who didn't live in Europe. You just stayed over there in Africa, which is fine because we've always had communities in Africa. That's nothing new. So, and then you got brought over here. Now, I don't know your specific story, but I just want the panel to stop focusing on me, right? And focus on the movement. Explain to the black folks who they are. If you can't say that they're not Jews, why are you trying to tell them that they're not? If people are saying that they're Jews, you should not sit. Garfield shouldn't stand up here and say, you guys are Nubians.
Time out. I've never said black people are Nubians. You're lying on me. I've never said that. I've never said they're Hamites. I said that they are people from West and Central Africa. I never identified them as Igbo, as anything. They're from West and Central Africa.
So let's deal with that.
Let me finish. There's no Hamites in my eyes. There's Hamite in your eyes because you want to be chosen. Just tell the truth.
No, there's Hamites in my eyes because of the Torah, because of what my fathers told me.
Hey, beloved, can you stop for a minute? All right. I want to deal with something that you said earlier, right? About I'm gonna show you why I believe you are one West, right? The reason why I believe you're one West because
Garfield, I am one West. That's what I said already. So let's move on to the next point.
Let's go to Hitler. You said Hitler said something, so I want to prove to you what Hitler actually said.
Hitler said that the Negro is not Hamites. The same thing that Zondervan said.
Where did Hitler say that? Hold on.
They both said it.
Where did Hitler say that?
I have the book. If you look in Berean, if you look in his old videos,
what book?
It's called Time Life. It's by Time Life magazine. Are you familiar?
Hey, I'm gonna show you something right now, family.
Oh wait! You asked me for the book.
Why Garfield is the most hated guy.
You asked me for this. You asked me for the source, bro, and I'm trying to give it to you.
I'm gonna show you the source right now that you're about to read. It's right here. I'm putting on the
Time Life books. Time Life
books. Let's go.
World War II of the Nazis. It should have Adolf Hitler on the front cover doing the Nazi salute.
Go ahead and read it, bro. Go ahead and read it. Go ahead. What are you saying Hitler said? What did Hitler say?
Are you talking to me? You're talking to me?
Yeah. What did Hitler say?
Yeah. So in the book, he said that it is purportedly traced that the genetic heritage of the Jew goes back or is traced back to the Negro or the Oriental Negro. That's what Hitler says. Hitler says the Oriental. And I wanted to ask more. What is a Afro-Asiatic? What is an Afro-Asiatic? What is that?
Hold on, beloved. Hey, Marine, can you share my screen, please? Can you share my screen? Marine, where you at? Marine, where are you?
Yeah, I'm here.
Where Marine at?
Thank God he's gone. That's the only reason why I'm still here.
Thank God he's gone. Let's read the quote, though, because you're talking about Mein Kampf. In one segment of a Nazi instructional film, the genetic heritage of the Jew is purportedly traced to Oriental, Negro, Near Asian, and Hamitic. Hence, the film concludes the Jew is a bastard. Below the villainous title character of Judge
Read that one more time, Garfield, please.
Yes. In one
Dear
segment of a
God.
Nazi instructional film, the genetic heritage of the Jew is purportedly traced to Oriental, Negro, Near Asian, and Hamitic peoples.
So it goes back to who? The Oriental Negro.
Bro, you lucky this ain't my show because you'd have been that kicked off.
Hold on, no. As it doesn't say the Oriental Negro. There's 4 groups of people there. The Oriental is separate from the Negro.
No, it says the Oriental Negro, but where does he dwell? He dwells near. That's where he dwells. Because the land of Canaan, the Jews dwell near the Hamites.
My brother, let me read it again. In one segment of a Nazi instructional film, the genetic heritage of the Jew is purportedly traced to Oriental, Negro,
So, sorry, we got to do it like this, Garfield.
Near Asian, and Hamitic peoples.
We got to do it like this.
film
No, Garfield, we got to do it like this. We got to do it like this because we're
The
not gonna-
concludes that the Jew is a bastard. So he's saying that the Ashkenazi Jew is a bastard. That's what he says.
As I'm gonna answer.
So
your
that
question,
means that
right?
the white man,
As.
Hitler says the white man is lying about being a Jew.
As I'm gonna do it like this because we're not gonna get nowhere trying to actually read something, right? So I'm gonna say it like this: I'm Yap Gang, right? In our model, most African Americans that have haplogroup E descend from Shem. That's 70 some odd percent of African American males or whatnot, right?
Is that a majority?
Yeah, that's shit. Yeah, it's Shem.
Okay,
right?
so the majority of people here in America are Shemites?
Whoa. Calm down, my boy. Easy. Now, I need you to walk me from Shem to Israel for me.
No, the burden of proof is on you.
No, it's not. I'm not making the claim. You are.
What claim have I made?
You're telling me that the Negro is the Israelite, are you not?
Through the Bible, yes. I can explain it through the Bible.
So walk me through it. Get me from Shem to Israel.
Okay.
And how that's us.
Can y'all hear me? Hello.
Yep.
Right. Oh, I'm gonna drop off. Hey, let me play this real quick.
All right, y'all. I'm about to jump off here. I'll get at y'all. I'm gonna get you later, Garfield.
All right.
Peace.
Fair use.
Blackness, that black power.
I don't really consider myself as a black girl model. I know what my ethnicity is, but I'm fair skinned and I feel like I have an international look.
I am black, but I'm not African American.
I'm an American. I'm not an African American. I'm an American.
I'm an American. Yeah. I'm not an African American.
I'm going to ask you to stop calling me a black man.
I am not black.
I'm not African. I'm American.
We are not African. We two separate people. The Africans are a disgusting people.
These statements show a clear confusion in how blacks identify. Do they reject blackness? Or are they misunderstandings about what blackness truly is? Let's define race, ethnicity, and nationality.
Race is a mode of categorization that's based on physical appearance. So in the case of jelly beans, race is color. Because race is based on appearance, to some degree it's ascribed, meaning that people are assigned into racial categories based on what other people see. Even if somebody could be mistaken for a certain racial category, it can still apply to them. Ethnicity refers to the ethnic group or groups that a person belongs to. It's a part of a person's heritage and ancestry. In the case of jelly beans, ethnicity is like the flavor. Two people who are in the same racial group can still have very different ethnicities. For example, all of these are red, but this one is cinnamon and this one is cherry. The word nationality refers to someone's national origin, the country where they hold citizenship. For jelly beans, it's like the bag that a bean comes from. People of the same race or ethnicity can come from all different nations, like the watermelon bean that's in Camo Mix and Kids Mix, or the lemon lime bean that's in all three.
I am not black.
I'm not an African American.
I'm an American.
I
from Africa. I'm from Crenshaw Mafia. I can deny you from Africa. I'm from Africa. You from Africa. You African booty scratcher.
There are fools in this country who try to claim that they are not Africans, who claim that they do not see color, as if they're not seeing color makes any difference in the world. Simply because you don't see color doesn't mean somebody does not see you as color.
At some point in life, everyone embarks on a journey to determine who they are. A person's identity is predominantly determined by the groups or cultures they belong to. This is what's known as cultural identity. It is part of a person's self-conception and self-perception and is related to race, ethnicity, nationality, religion, social class, generation, locality, or any kind of social group or construct that has its own distinct culture.
Let's understand culture gives us at least three things: identity, purpose, and direction. It lets a people know who they are in the world, how they relate to other people in the world. It tells them what they need to be about, their purpose, and it gives them a way to go about living their life. It gives them direction.
It binds us to each other. It gives us identity. It gives us a reason for surviving. And then it tells us who we should live for and who we should die for if we have to.
The degree to which one is aware of their cultural identity is crucial to how he or she sees themselves and their relationship to the world. When an individual or a group struggles to develop a strong identity, they experience what is generally known as an identity crisis, a period of uncertainty and confusion in which a person's sense of identity becomes insecure, typically due to a change in their expected aims or role in society. And this precisely describes the historic experience of Black people.
Somebody told a lie one day.
The greatest tragedy to beset the Black race is unarguably the transatlantic slave trade. Families were broken up and Africans were spread all around the world. And out of this group, an identity crisis within the Black community.
The Arab slave trade was one of the great tragedies in the history of Africa. And it is a tragedy equal to, if not surpassing, the European slave trade. But the Arabs at a given time took up to 40 million Africans out of Africa.
I don't give a damn about slavery. You say that slavery has nothing to do with you and slavery was back there. And I ask you the question then, what language do you speak? Was that the language African people were speaking when we were taken into slavery? What kind of food do you eat? What kind of uniforms are we wearing? What kind of names do we respond to?
Hi, Steve. Hi.
Is this the religion you had before you were brought to these shores? We have let another people's spirit take possession of our bodies and take possession of our minds.
We must reclaim our identity, our culture, our history, and a true understanding of self, because we keep inheriting the disadvantage that our ancestors went through, and it has never been addressed. And that's why you still see it perpetuated throughout the world. In every place where we occupy, we are the bottom of the society.
One of the only reasons that we in the West have never organized, we have hated our image and our African image. And because Africa has been in the hands of people who have created an image of Africa that's negative and hateful. And it has been hateful to us. We haven't wanted to identify with it.
I don't really consider myself as a Black girl model. I'm fair skinned and I feel like I have an international look.
Who taught you to heat the color of your skin to such extent that you bleach to get like the white man?
I'm an American, and that's a colorless person.
Don't be ashamed of your heritage. Don't be ashamed of your color.
And I'm going to ask you to stop calling me a black man.
I am black and beautiful and not ashamed to say it.
Ask the question, who is the Negro? Probably talking about American descendants of blacks, Foundation of Black Americans. Watch the video, the top 10 African tribes taking the Atlantic slave trade. The show that's a mixed group of different cultures, and we look at genetically different haplogroups. Let's see. Fair use.
It's nearly impossible to make an accurate list of the most prominent ethnic groups taken in the Atlantic slave trade. The one thing we can measure for the most part are the general regions enslaved Africans were taken from, and even the cultural and linguistic dominance of these groups upon arrival. What up, African World? It's your boy Home Team here, and I'm back at it with another video of African history, culture, and worldview. And remember, if you want access to sources, courses, exclusive videos, or you simply want to support the home team, you can do so on patreon.com. The link is in the description box below. The Atlantic slave trade was the most tragic event in human history because of how it displaced millions of Africans from their homes and began a legacy of oppression for their descendants, generations to come. And this human tragedy is not even taken into account the Arab slave trade of African men and women, which is seldom discussed. Popular culture at times assumes we can't know which ethnic groups were taken in slavery, but with a little digging, we can identify, highlight, and remember the people who experienced this tragedy. One way we can honor these Africans is by speaking their names and acknowledging their history and experience. So let's begin with the top 10 African ethnic groups taken in the Atlantic slave trade. At number 10, we have the Shamba people. The Shamba are located largely in northern Nigeria and Cameroon. They're an interesting group of people because their oral history seems to suggest that Shamba identity largely formed due to a mixture of two people who spoke different but similar languages. The Daka and local speakers migrated and intermingled with each other, forming a strong Shamba identity. They were victims of incessant slave raiding by the Fulani jihads in the 18th and 19th centuries. It seems to have gotten so bad that they migrated to the mountains, organized themselves, and retaliated, attacking slave and trading caravans. For number 9, we have the Wolof. The Wolof are located in Senegal, Gambia, and Mauritania. The origins of the Wolof are debated, but a general belief is that the Wolof originated further north and began a migration southward into Mauritania and Senegal. The Wolof founded their own kingdoms and even an empire, but warring led to the enslavement of many Wolof populations. A segment of Wolof society contend that their first kingdom and founding father came from the Almoravid Empire and traveled south, bringing Islam to Senegal.
The Wolof, through warring, led to slavery. Through their own warring. Fair use.
Most Wolofs today are Muslims, but violent jihads in the past led to the enslavement and displacement of Wolof society. This violence was so prominent that it led to internal disagreements among the Wolof on Islam. At number 8, we have the Abron people. The Abron inhabit the borderlands of Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, and Burkina Faso. They are part of a larger Akan cultural and linguistic ethnic group. The Akan people themselves are believed to have migrated to the forested regions from a more northeastern region of the Sahel. The Abron have a matrilineal system of descent like all Akan-speaking groups. They were essentially in the center of the Gold Coast slaving populace, and many were caught up in it. Because such a large number were taken, they were given a specific name in Jamaica, known as Coromantes. Coming in at number 7, we have the Fulani. The Fulani are one of the largest, if not the largest ethnic group in West Africa, They take this title because they are dispersed amongst so many nations in West Africa and are even present in Eastern Africa. They can be found from Senegal all the way to the Central African Republic. The regions that they're most concentrated in is Senegal, Guinea, Mali, Niger, Nigeria, and Cameroon. And that's just the concentrated regions in which they're present. The origins of the Fulani are very hotly debated, but the most sound evidence points to their origin in North Africa. They are probably one of the original people in North Africa, due to some of the wall paintings that some scholars say point to their presence going all the way back to 6000 BC in Algeria. In fact, their history is very rich and full. They were well known throughout every region they inhabited and mixed with other ethnic groups. They had vast empires and kingdoms all throughout West Africa. Fulanis converted to Islam very early in their history and were the primary slave raiders in West Africa. The Fulani sold so many African ethnic groups throughout their history due to the jihads and slave raiding missions they initiated. Ironically, even though they were one of the primary slave raiders, they themselves were constantly enslaved. In fact, some of the most popular slaves taken to the New World were Fulani, like Ayuba Diallo, Omar Ibn Said, and Abdul Rahman, all of which were taken to America specifically. Because they're one of the biggest, if not the biggest ethnic group in West Africa, it only makes sense that they got caught up in all the Atlantic slave trade mess. In fact, I myself am a product of this, as my maternal ancestry, according to DNA analysis, is Fulani. For number 6, we have the Mande. Now, some of you may think it isn't fair to pick the Mande because the Mande are a collection of ethnic groups all over West Africa that speak the Mande languages. But it's nearly impossible to pick one Mande speaking group out of all of them because there's so many, and they're dispersed throughout so many countries in West Africa. The most dominant Mande group probably has to go to the Malinke, also known as a Mandinka. I guess we'll focus on them because the Mandinka built the greatest and one of the largest empires in West Africa. They influenced other ethnic groups culturally and linguistically, and they raided the coastline of West Africa, intermixing with coastline people. Even some Fulani themselves have Mandinka ancestry. The Mandinka were so prominent and popular that the term Mandingo, which is an English corruption of the word, became a popular reference for strong black men with many attributes. The origins of the Mande are said to be in the Sahara, further north. Archaeological evidence suggests that the Mande groups were the first producers of stone settlement civilizations in West Africa, where they built elaborate fortified structures in Mauritania. Mande culture was the most dominant in West Africa from around 1100 BC all the way to 1600. The Mandinka raided the coastline of West Africa, creating many hybrid kingdoms, all of which got caught up in the Atlantic slave trade. Coming in at number 5, we have the Fon people. The Fon people are the largest ethnic group in Benin, found particularly in its southern region. They are also found in southwest Nigeria and Togo. The Fon people historically were a sort of hybrid ethnic group. Oral history of the Fon people speak on the intermarrying between the Aja and the Yoruba, creating a new ethnic group called the Fon. The Fon people created a very popular kingdom in the 17th century called Dahomey, as they were well known for their female warriors, later called the Dahomey Amazons. In fact, Black Panther's Dora Milaje were inspired by the Fon female warriors. The Fon people were both victims and also victimized by other ethnic groups in the Atlantic slave trade. They became a significant populace amongst the enslaved peoples of Haiti and Trinidad. The popular Haitian voodoo is a direct descendant from the Fon people. It became the catalyst used to win the war against the French in their successful war campaign to gain their freedom. Coming in at number 4, we have the Bakongo. The Bakongo people are a Bantu people living along the Atlantic coast of Central Africa. They live primarily in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Angola. Similar to the Mandinka in Upper West Africa, they created one of the most prominent empires in their region of Central Africa, called the Congo Empire. The Bakongo migrated closer to the coast around the 13th century from the northeast and became one of the first Africans below the Sahara to convert to Christianity via trade with the Portuguese. The Bakongo got wrapped up in the Atlantic slave trade, largely due to Portuguese intrusion. The Portuguese were literally taking citizens of the Congo Empire and enslaving them illegally. It got so bad that the king of Congo wrote a letter to the Portuguese king. Each day the traders are kidnapping our people, children of this country, sons of our nobles and vassals, even people of our own family. This corruption and depravity are so widespread that our land is entirely depopulated. We need in this kingdom only priests and school teachers, and no merchandise, unless it is wine and flour for mass. It is our wish that this kingdom not be a place for the trade or transport of slaves. Many of our subjects eagerly lust after Portuguese merchandise that your subjects have brought into our domains. To satisfy this inordinate appetite, they seize many of our black free subjects. They sell them. After having taken these prisoners secretly or at night, as soon as the captives are in the hands of white men, they are branded with a red-hot iron. In fact, the grandson of the king of Congo was taken into slavery. His name was Ganga Zumba, which translates into Great Lord. His mother, the princess of Congo, led a battalion in the Battle of Mbwila, but the Portuguese aligned with the African enemies of Congo, which included the notorious Mbangala, who were pretty much the Zulu of the region, and other African forces joined the fighting, numbering in the thousands. Due to the defeat at Mbwila, her son was taken to Brazil as a slave. But Ganga, knowing who he was, refused to be a slave. He became the first leader of a massive runaway slave settlement in Brazil.
But Ganga, knowing who he was, led an empire, runaway slaves, fair use. Knowing who, let me run that back one more time.
Even reference leader numbering in the translates into Great Lord. His mother, the princess of Congo, led a battalion in the Battle of Mbwila, but the Portuguese aligned with the African enemies of Congo, which included the notorious Mbangala, who were pretty much the Zulu of the region, and other African forces joined the fighting, numbering in the thousands. Due to the defeat at Mbwila, her son was taken to Brazil as a slave. But Ganga, knowing who he was, refused to be a slave. He became the first leader of a massive runaway slave settlement in Brazil. Some even referenced it as a kingdom because it had a palace, guards, and ministers. Brazil, like much of South America, became a port of entry for many Bakongo people and was one of the main entry ports for most enslaved Africans in general. Many people don't know that most enslaved Africans went to South America and not the North. Breaking our top three, we have the Igbo. The Igbo are an ethnic group native to present-day South Central and Southeastern Nigeria. The Igbo are one of the largest ethnic groups in Africa. Even though the origins of the Igbo are debated, they have a strong presence in Nigeria for thousands of years. The Igbo got caught up in the Atlantic slave trade due to the Aro Confederacy. The Aro people had migrated to the region of Igbo land as a result of the demand for slaves and palm oil. The Aro Confederacy captured and enslaved Igbos and sold them to Europeans. Many of the slaves taken from the Bight of Biafra would have been Igbo. The slaves taken from the Bight of Biafra accounted for about 13% of all the slaves taken to the Americas. Coming in at number 2, we have the Yoruba. The Yoruba are an ethnic group of southwestern and north-central Nigeria, as well as southern and central Benin. The Yoruba, like the Fulani, are actually one of the largest ethnic groups in Africa. In North America, they might even be one of the most recognizable group of Africans, the face of an African immigrant, if you will. The Yoruba were the dominant cultural force in southern Nigeria as far back as the 11th century. The origin of the Yoruba can be placed before the Oyo Empire around Ele-Ife. The oil empire was active in the Atlantic slave trade as Yorubas became victims and victimizers in the process of enslavement. The Yoruba were dispersed en masse to multiple locations in North and South America, with enslaved populations going to Cuba, Dominican Republic, Venezuela, St. Lucia, Jamaica, Brazil, Grenada, Trinidad and Tobago, and many others. The Yoruba seemed to impact the culture wherever they landed. Yoruba culture became so prominent and dominant that the Yoruba pantheon began to be worshipped in North and South America. The Orishas today are still worshipped and celebrated. And coming in at number 1, we have the Mbundu. The Mbundu people are primarily centered in Angola today. There are multiple stories surrounding the origins of the Mbundu, but the most complete one seems to point to the fact that they descend from a people group that had multiple chiefdoms around the Zambezi River. According to the Atlas of the Atlantic slave trade, most enslaved Africans came from the region of Congo and Angola. These Africans were largely taken to Brazil, especially from Angola. The Mbundu had many kingdoms that were vassal states to the larger Congo Empire. Queen Nzinga was the most popular Mbundu queen from that region and had extensive interaction with the Portuguese. Because the demand for slaves were so high, the Congo Empire established slave raiding and perpetuated warfare with Mbundu kingdoms, enslaving many Mbundu people. The Portuguese themselves would align with the Mangala to enslave many Mbundu people. The presence of the Mbundu was so high in Brazil that they began to influence the culture itself. Most Mbundu slaves were war captives, so they developed their own martial art technique and brought it to Brazil. This Mbundu martial art was called Ngolo, and in Brazil, it later became known as capoeira. Capoeira is one of Brazil's biggest cultural indicators and a symbol of strong Mbundu presence in Brazil. Evidence of the mass amounts of Mbundu people taken in the slave trade is my own paternal ancestry, according to DNA analysis, which is Mbundu. I'm glad that I can have somewhat of an idea of what happened to my Mbundu ancestor who survived his journey, making me a product of survival. Well, I'm all out, guys. If you like this video and would like to see more,
Yes, subscribe to his home team. He has some good home team history. He has a lot of good stuff. All right, so as like his connection. So that's who's the Negro that I was asking time and time again. It's a mixed group. And we see different tribes and whatnot. And this isn't everyone. Yeah, but I can't let you up. Yeah, I know your connection knocked you out. Bring, I'll let you up. I don't have access to. So we just asking. I know folks in the chat were saying, "Who's the Negro? Who are we? Who's the Negro?" Right now, there's at least 10 African tribes. Folks can do DNA. What's what are we doing? Or is it something deeper? Not saying everyone is like we're talking African, right? Well, for those that are, what's so bad about being African? No. I mean, a lot of stuff, sometimes we all go through stuff, we try to work things out. So, no, okay, I don't know if that's going to let you up. Yes, but you can try. No. And we can see some more tribes. Ain't nothing to forget for. I'm saying I just can't let you up. We gotta wait for Brian to come back through. So you can, I don't know if that's going to work what you're trying to do, but if it does, hey. All right.
Transatlantic slave trade was most. Did you know that the Atlantic slave trade was the largest oceanic forced migration in history? The majority of African slaves in the pre-colonial Africa came from the areas in which the transatlantic slave trade was most active in East and West Africa. The Atlantic slave trade was the most tragic event in human history.
Hold on, here's beautiful truth. I think answering that question, who's a Negro, will conclude this whole Israelite debate. The energy has been replaced. I'm with you, his brother too, but the whole standpoint is genetically, so-called blacks or Negroes are a mixed group, different tribes and whatnot. So it's like who's a Negro? There's different tribes, different groups. So it tends to be more of a personal or family thing than a mass thing. There's possibilities, and we can go over it, but all of it comes down to your family, DNA, records, and things of the sort. Or just adopt the culture that you like. Fair use.
Because of how it displaced millions of Africans from their homes and began a legacy of oppression for the descendants' generations to come. And this human tragedy is not even taken into account. So, here are the top 10 African tribes taken in the Atlantic slave trade. At number 10, we have the Wolof tribe. The Wolof constitute a large ethnic group inhabiting the West African country of Senegal, a former French colony, and Gambia, a former British colony. Wolof is the name by which the people refer to themselves, and it is also the name of their indigenous language. They manifest a highly conscious sense of ethnic identity and ethnic pride. The Wolof were made up of a variety of separate kingdoms, and constant wars among them led to enslavement amongst the Wolof, particularly with the arrival of Islam in Senegal.
Because now even with the question, there's even subgroups in these tribes. Some of these tribes are mixed groups. They're not even homogenous. They're mixed amongst themselves. So even we most excellent. We have a shared experience, but it doesn't necessarily follow that because our shared experience, we are all the same people. Who's a Negro sounds like who's a Jew. Just adopting culture doesn't give a sense of belonging and heritage. But here's the beautiful truth. I said before, you can do DNA, family records, oral tradition, right? The last thing I said was just adopt a culture. That was the last thing I said. I don't know if there's 3,000 tribes. I'm not too sure about that one, Christians. So I'm saying there's DNA. Now they talk about some other tribes here, but so I don't know if your connection's working or not. You're on the panel. You're muted.
Oh, what's up, bro? Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm about that.
So you asked who's a Negro. I just played the top 10 African tribes taken in the Atlantic slave trade. So it's a mixed group. So here's beautiful truth. How does it lead? Break that down for me so I can understand better. You say it leads to more acrimony. Break it down. How so? Why does it do that? Well, what are you seeing? What happened?
You talking to me?
Yeah, well, I actually asked. So you asked who's a Negro. I showed the top 10 African tribes taking the Atlantic slave trade. This isn't everyone, but it's a portion of the people.
Okay, so all right, so let me just stop here. All right, so when I say the Negro, we understand when we speak Spanish, Negro just means black, right? But the world has given a populace or a ethnicity that moniker or that slur, right? That's why when we go to Acts 13:1, it says they were called that. They were called Christians by other races, other ethnicities of people. So you would see a Jew, but the people who lived in the Grecian or the Roman Empire, they would just say, "Oh, you're a nigger." That's in the Greek. That's how you say Niger. In the English, you say Niger. Acts 13:1. But it's Neger. It's Neger.
You went back to and translate. You going the translated slave trade. You asked who's the Negro.
I'm asking before that because the Negro goes back to Adam and Eve. So if the Negro goes back to Adam and Eve, let's trace who he is. Nobody wants to deal with who this guy is in the Bible. And I'm trying to figure out why. But I think I understand why.
Yes, bro. We talking about no one's trying to trade. What are you talking about? You ask who is the Negro? Who are we?
Correct. So now this is where I use the Bible. Is that okay?
Bro, so what? Mark it down. What group are you talking about?
The best way that I can describe it to you is who is the Negro. The Negroes are those that came off the slave ship. Martin Luther King, right? Martin Luther King, Michael Jackson, right? Bobby Brown, Whitney Houston, right? Nipsey Hussle, Jay-Z, Rihanna, Chris Brown, Negroes, my nigga.
As Nipsey Hussle's Eritrean, he wasn't on no slave ship. You know what your father is, right?
Isaiah 11:11. My suppliants, right? They shall come from Ethiopia, from Cush and Shinar, from the islands of Pathros.
Oh, so we're just doing make it up. We're just doing make believe. That you say you are what your father is. The man comes from Ethiopia, right? Not on a slave ship, but in your mind, he's now fits it.
Listen, does the Negro
Black Americans?
Okay, so who is the Negro, nigga? Damn, who's the Negro?
As we've answered your question time and time again.
Hey, yo, come on, time to shut it down.
Yeah.
No camps. Can never give them the chance. Can never give them. They real spirit come out. Shut it down, bro. I'm good.
All right.
Good night.